Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request you to take your seats, please? Good morning. I'm Divya, partner at MART, and I warmly welcome all of you to today's commemorative convention of MART's 30 years on Envisioning Rural India. Thank you all for taking out time from your busy schedules and gracing this milestone event with your presence and support. We are delighted to see a representation from corporates, INGOs, media, and academia. Also, we welcome our online participants who may post their questions post each session to the panelists in the Q&A link or the chat box. I would especially like to thank our sponsors, without whose support this event would not have been possible. Tata Shakti, Prism Johnson Limited, Caritas, International Rice Research Institute, CASE India, Economic Information Technology, and Aditya Birla. Thank you so much. And may I request all of you to switch off your mobile phones, please. Thank you. I now invite our founder, Mr. Pradeep Kashyap, and MART partners, Mr. Ramesh Jena, Mr. Pankaj Mishra, Mr. Biswadeep Palit, and Mr. Akshay Kanognu to light the lamp. May I request the speakers for the first session also, Dr. Amar Patnaik, Mr. Arun Maira, and Dr. Pranab Sen also, please, to join the inaugural lamp lighting. Thank you very much. I request the partners and our speakers to take their seats, and I request Mr. Kashyap to deliver his welcome address. Mr. Kashyap is known as the father of rural marketing in India. He is a recipient of the Jamnalal Bajaj Endowment Award for his outstanding contribution to rural development and was past president of the Rural Marketing Association of India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Divya. Good morning to all of you. I am delighted to welcome you to this event to celebrate 30 years of MART. You know, in the life of a small organization, 30 years is a long time. As Mr. Gopal Patnaik and some of the others, Kuldeep Sharma, who run their own enterprises, will tell you. So it makes it a very special occasion that we have not only survived, but thrived and possibly sustained ourselves, because we don't depend on any grants. We are not allowed to take any grants because we are a for-profit organization. And I'm very happy and thankful that You're all our well-wishers who are here to be with us today. And we thank you for your guidance, support, and your trust in us. And that is critical. In 1988, when I decided to opt out of the corporate sector and give up an MNC job with the Toyota Group, I was determined that I wanted to help the rural poor. And that's where the journey began. And interestingly, when I joined this sector, marketing was a dirty word. Marketing was considered to be profiteering in the NGO sector. And rural marketing was not in the expanded vocabulary of corporates. So the journey began from there. And when I now look back 30 years later, it is with some amount of satisfaction that the bilateral and multilateral agencies, including the government now, they talk about market-led poverty alleviation. So we've come a long journey from being profiteers to being market-led and creating employment. And rural marketing has now virtually come center stage into the boardrooms of corporate India. All right. So my rural marketing book was the starting point, because when I visited many campuses and I thought that we must have trained managers to get into corporate India before corporates decide to explore the rural market. But in most cases, I was up against hurdles. The first hurdle was we don't have a book to teach rural marketing. The second hurdle was that we don't have trained faculty, right? The third was we don't have guides for professors how to go about teaching this. So, so that's where the book came into existence. That was the starting point. And then we got a number of MBA institutes, including many of the IIMs, that now offer a full credit course on rural marketing. You know, from the beginning when I came into this sector, the one thing which has stayed with me for 30 years is that our roti, so food, our kapda, all the raw materials for cloth except for synthetics, and our makan, so wood, steel, cement, bricks, everything comes from rural India. So our roti, kapda, makan depends on rural India. And in fact, our existence, therefore, depends on rural India. But whether it is politicians or policymakers, implementation agencies, they have systematically ignored rural and looked at rural as something which has to be given grants and subsidies and naregas and these kinds of schemes. We have not looked at or explored the potential of rural India. You know, I was just sharing this with some of the speakers that before the British came to India, why were we a thriving economy? Because we were a rural-based economy. Even at independence, 84% of our population lived in rural India. And if I go back another 100 years, it must have been 95%. But, and what were we exporting? All the textiles were exported from rural India. All the spices were grown in rural India. So whatever is our exports list over the last 200 years is all rural, but we have not developed rural. So if we start focusing on rural in a holistic, integrated way, I feel that we can achieve the $5 trillion economy much faster, that landmark. At MART, we are practitioners. You know, I've always said that we are the Arjuns of the world. We are not the Krishnas of the world who are the intellectuals. Yeah. And we have created many sustainable business models, starting with Project Shakti with Unilever, which is now a case study at Harvard Business School, with Colgate, with Novartis, with Tata Steel, with many others. And in the social sector, we have created a very large collective marketing model in which I think about 1 lakh of women are now, or men and women are members. And the turnover, I think, Ramesh will correct me, but I think it's about 100 crores across. So there are, and then with SLR has a global vision of reaching 2.5 billion people who would need reading glasses. So we worked a model with them jointly with Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, where we have trained local youth to become entrepreneurs. They dispense spectacles, they check the numbers and all that, and they have got a license from the Bangladesh government to act as optometrists. So they can actually dispense this thing. So there are a number of ways in which we can create employment in rural India. And just a word on the organization, MART is based on family values, which is caring, transparency. If you talk to our people, there are several of them who've been with us for more than 20 years. And this is essentially because we work like a family. We started out by working only in the rural marketing sector. From there, we've expanded to livelihoods. From there, we've expanded into agriculture, now into energy and a number of new sectors. And why? Because our team members who are interested in these subjects, they come forward and say, sir, why can't we work in this area? And my philosophy has been that we will take on all those areas where you are interested in. So the video that follows, which our team has put together, will give you an idea of the kind of work and the spread and the diversity of our work now, which has evolved over the last 30 years. So 30 years is a long time in the life of an organization or a small organization. But I tell you, this journey would not have been possible without the support and guidance and trust from all of you. So a big thank you from the entire fraternity of MART. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kashyap. I now invite all of you to cherish MART's 30 years journey through a small presentation. Can we have the lights off?
Welcome to the MART's commemorative convention on envisioning rural India. MART completes its 30 years of journey of working in the rural sector, and it's pleasure for all Martians to share our journey with all of you. We have evolved from being a catalyst of change to one of the select few to drive the change in a span of 3 decades. Rural was primarily characterized by agriculture, kacha roads, and kacha houses. Agriculture was the primary source of living, dictated by some middlemen who were taking advantage of the naive farmers. Driven by an inner voice, Mr. Pradeep Kashyap gave up his MNC job to venture into the rural India to create a difference to the lives of the poor. He built a team of motivated young professionals who carried the same vision of improving rural lives. Thus, MART was established with the philosophy of business mind driven by social heart. Business mind to solve the complex problems of poverty, and social heart to empathize with the poor. When MART ventured into the rural space, lack of markets or formal places to sell agricultural produce was one of the major gaps we identified and decided to work upon. In the first decade, Mart transformed the rural market landscape by establishing relevance of over 42,000 periodic markets in various Indian states as a marketing and trading platform for the agriculture and NTFP produce. We established Heart Market Committee model in the country, which has strengthened the entire heart ecosystem. Many artisans make handloom and handicraft products for which the customers are in urban areas, but the producers do not have a platform in the cities from where they can market the same. Thus, Gram Shri Melas were established by Mart as a marketing platform for the rural artisans. Mart endeavored to build a collective marketing model for producers at village level where we linked them with higher order markets, thereby strengthening supply chains for better price realization. This was done for multiple products including vegetables, medicinal plants, NTFPs, cashew, etc. Realizing the vastness of rural India, we partnered with more than 25 multilateral and bilateral organizations to establish market-led livelihood interventions in 25 Indian states, promoting more than 1 million entrepreneurs. We developed the 3M model for selecting right kind of products and appropriate markets, which is helping farmers in better price realization. As Mart worked to strengthen the rural ecosystem, a new type of public-private partnership model emerged. Project Shakti became a huge success, wherein 1.4 lakh rural women became entrepreneurs, distributing HUL products in rural households. On similar lines, we established various models such as Project Disha with Colgate, Project Arogya with Novartis, and Project Rasoi Ghar with HPCL. As the rural started shining and became visible to more corporates, Mart researched a lot of new concepts, prototyped new products, reached out and undertook extensive brand communication and behavior change campaign for renowned corporates across sectors such as ITC, Marico, Tata Steel, Mahindra and Mahindra, John Deere, PepsiCo, GE, Google, Microsoft, Airtel, Vodafone, etc., leveraging rural platforms. Mart is helping corporate to introduce technology and induce its adoption by creating customer acquisition models. The digital revolution in rural India enabled creation of mobile-based commodity transaction models like Kisan Network, enabling better price realization benefiting 75,000 farmers. We also developed innovative business models in the healthcare and rural sanitation sector by creating entrepreneurs in rural areas. We are undertaking large-scale communication campaigns and developing direct distribution models leveraging various rural platforms and helping corporates to reap profits. Our campaigns directly reached 20 lakh potential consumers, including women, men, and children, and increased rural reach in more than 1 lakh villages. In the development space, we continue to work in bilateral and multilateral projects. We have promoted sustainable livelihood for displaced and affected families under CSR and rehabilitation and resettlement programs. We are supporting government's ambitious 10,000 FPUs promotion program by creating and building capacities of 200 FPUs and providing technical support to more than 500 FPUs across the nation. Over the years, Mart has developed innovative training methodologies and modules. Mart has been able to build capacities of corporate and development sector professionals, communities, academia, and FPUs under various themes covering 74,000 participants through 2,600 training and sensitization programs. Another major intervention undertaken by Mart was when 10,000 women farmers were involved in collection, cultivation, aggregation, and market linkages under Mahila Kisan Sashактикаран Pariyojana under NRLM, and standard operating procedures and package of practices for sustainable harvesting practices was developed. In recent years, we have been organizing rural immersion program for investors with the objective of helping them taking decision on the key sectors to invest. Today, as data has become imminent for all business decisions, MART developed MART MAS, a customizable tool for market planning used by corporate to identify potential markets, helping them increase their direct reach and growing market share. We are also tracking and providing real-time data to the corporate to support AI-based decision making. All our learning has been captured for students and practitioners in the rural marketing book. We understand our social responsibility and contribute generously to various relief funds towards nation building. MART has become an employee-owned organization as envisioned by our founder, Mr. Kashyap, and we constantly strive towards creating a better world.
The contribution you have made is extraordinary. You have not only served the corporate world, but the public policy, government, for example, and equally important, the civil organizations, the civil societies. The deep knowledge you have provided, the innovation incubation you do, I mean, every activity you do, I'm absolutely amazed how much contribution you have made.
He has a very refreshing perspective, as I said, of showing that the rural sector is an engine of growth of the whole economy, rather than the conventional view of the rural sector as the backward part of the economy from which people must escape to the urban sector for better incomes.
My association with MART goes a long way. They have been very helpful to me in some of the thoughts and some of the actions that I wanted to take in the field of agriculture and allied fields. In fact, the contribution of MART and its founder, Pradeep Kashyapji, to the ecosystem of agriculture in this country, to rural marketing in this country is immense. I once again wish them all the best.
MART continuously evolved over the time beyond rural marketing, a very comprehensive movement involving corporates, government, NGOs, global organizations, and academia. MART is a shining example on how a collaborative movement with committed leadership can make a change which is sustainable and can impact people and millions of them on a sustained basis.
We have been closely working with MART in organizing conferences on rural management, marketing management, and also taking up collaborative research assignment with them.
I had the opportunity of engaging with MART on livelihood projects while working in NABARD and then in NAPCONS. I found MART very innovative, knowledge-based, and a learning organization highly capable of designing and providing technical support to complex projects of scale.
Thank you. MART could not find a better occasion to launch the 4th edition of our rural marketing book. The first edition of the rural marketing book by Mr. Pradeep Kashyap came out in 2005. The book was very well received by students and practitioners. This is the 4th edition. The 4th edition of the book contains new chapters, new business models, and global rural insights. Both these chapters have arisen out of our real on-ground projects. The book has sold around 50,000 copies since it first appeared in the market. It is a standard text at most management institutes. I now request Mr. Kashyap and the speakers for our first session, Shri Arun Mairaji, Dr. Amar Patnaik, and Dr. Pranab Sen, and the partners to come to the dais for the launch of the new edition of the rural marketing book. Thank you. Dr. Chaturvedi could not join us from BIMTech. Thank you. I request Mr. Kashyap and the partners. Thank you, sir. So we'll start with we now start a panel discussion for the day. I just introduce our esteemed speakers. Mr. Arun Maira was a member of India's Ex-Planning Commission from 2009 to 14, prior to which he was chairman of the Boston Consulting Group, India. Earlier, he worked with the Tata Group in India for 25 years and for another 10 years with Arthur D. Little in the USA. He was past chairman at Save the Children India and Axis Bank Foundation and served at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, the India Brand Equity Foundation, the Public Interest Foundation, WWF India, and the World Food Program India Trust. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Dr. Aman Patnaik is a member of the Rajya Sabha from Odisha and a former CAGA official. He was also associated with the United Nations and the World Bank for global external audit assignments. He was also team leader of India's external audit mission to many countries. Dr. Patnaik's dissertation has been published on a scholarly work on public policy titled Institutional Change and Power Asymmetry in the Context of Rural India. Thank you for supporting our work, sir. Dr. Pranab Sen is the former country director for the India program of the International Growth Center and ex-chairman of the National Statistical Commission. He has also held positions as principal economic advisor at the Government of India's Planning Commission, the first chief statistician of India, as well as Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India. Thank you very much for being here, sir. And I request Mr. Maira to take charge for this session. Thank you.
There's a little button there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pradeep, it's a joy to be with you this morning. And congratulations for the 30th year. And as you said, you know, very precise about when in your heart this idea started and when in the family it incubated. But 30 years you mark today. I have learned much from you, Pradeep, over the years. The opportunity in rural India, markets in rural India, but more than that, learning to respect the people who live in rural India. And so thank you very much. And I'm so pleased to be here this morning along with two other persons who are people that I've admired, whose thoughts I've admired. I had the privilege of meeting you and not just reading, but working with you, Pranab. So when you invited me, Pradeep, to be in a discussion, a thoughtful discussion with two very thoughtful and knowledgeable people, I just had to say, yes, of course, Pradeep, I'll be here. The subject that you said our conversation will be about and which you asked me to think about was envisioning rural India. At the time that you asked me to do so, there was no box around rural, but now I can see that there is a box around rural. And that was my question, actually. I was thinking about the subject without knowing that you have to think about something within a box. I was in the gym in my place where I live, a very fancy part of urban India in Gurgaon. This gym, and I was on an exercise bicycle. My neighbor, older man also, on his exercise bicycle, big glass windows, a pool, and our lovely apartments rising up behind. So he said, like we told each other, so what's on your mind nowadays? What are you doing? So he asked me, and I said, well, you know, what's on my mind is envisioning rural India, because my friend has asked me to be at the opening of some conference. So he says, and he's a person who's also been in public life and in politics, Haryana. And so he says to me that there is no hope for rural India. There's no hope for the people there unless they all come and live in urban India. So I was just looking at, what does he think urban India is? Is it this? planned cities, smart cities, concrete cities. So the thought has come to my mind about where is the boundary between rural India and the rest of India? Boundaries physically pretty gray. And in the minds, where have you put the boundaries between that part of India and the other part where we live in India? So that's what was on my mind. And so I thought that I would indulge myself by asking these two thought leaders. The questions I have on my mind is, well, one, as I said, is, well, where is the boundary between rural India and the rest of India? And what is the nature of this boundary? The second is this question of what is the need? What are the problems that people have in the so-called rural India and the problems that people have in the rest of India? Shouldn't we be thinking about a vision of India rather than focusing on a vision of rural India? And if one thinks of it that way, then one can then begin to say, what are the right questions to ask? And therefore, what would be the right solutions to this, the need for the people in rural India, which, as I'm saying, is probably very similar to the needs of, in some ways, the rest of us, the rest of India, not rest of us. I mean, I'm okay, thank you. I don't need any help, I'm living well, but I'm talking of probably 99.9% of the people who are not privileged to live like in India like I do. So the big question again, Pranab, and I'm going to ask you first is, I have in my mind, because I've learned a lot and I've been, thank you for saying, I've been in Planning Commission and BCG and all that. So therefore, I should be expected to have the solutions. I'm just beginning to feel that maybe I don't even know the question to ask, so how could I have the solution? So Pranab, I'm just going to ask you, as you got this subject to discuss with us today, and then I'm going to ask you, Amarji, that for a few minutes, just what are the big thoughts and questions that you say we must think about together? And after both of you, and you might ask, engage each other a little bit and allow me to also listen in and participate. And then after about 40-45 minutes, we'll get the others to, including yourself, to participate in the conversation. Is that okay? So now,
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, since you asked me to begin, let me go back to the first issue you asked, is where does urban end and rural begin? Now, we do have a formal definition. Now, whether that definition is at all satisfactory in terms of what we are seeking to achieve out here is really the question. And the definition essentially is we define the urban and the rural is the rest, right? And that's the way we go about it. Now, so a lot of it depends upon what we mean by urban. And there are three components to that definition. The first component is the number of people within a limited geographic boundary. Two, the population density in that geographic boundary. And three, the proportion of people working in agriculture. Right? So urban then has essentially two characteristics one can boil it down to, which is a dense conglomerate of people. And the second is the nature of the economic activity that they are engaged in. Now, here's the interesting thing, which is that once the census does this identification, so it comes up with census towns, which are littered all over the place, mostly in the periphery of existing urban areas. And this is simply expanding. So when we are thinking about rural, what is the definition that we are using for, firstly, how we think about it, and secondly, in terms of how we intervene? So let's take the intervening part of it, because that's relatively easy. As far as the intervening part of it is concerned, Government of India and state governments are tied by the formal definition of urban rural. And it's even worse than the census definition because it's what the state government has demarcated as an urban area where that's the urban, everything else is rural. So census towns are urban in terms of our research and our knowledge of the country. But in terms of public intervention, census towns are treated as rural. So you talked about Gurgaon and the fancy place you live, but Arun, in 2008, you were living in rural India, right? We all want to be there. Why was it converted to urban? And that's the question I think we need to ask. Why was New Gurgaon, which was a classified rural area until 2008, the place where we all want to be? And in a sense, you could say that if I can replicate this across the country, I have solved it. So what is it? Is it the activity? Is it the proximity? What is it? That's number one. The second is the way we think about rural urban. And in a sense, I think this is a more amorphous definition. It really has to do with the nature of social linkages between the inhabitants of these areas. And by and large, the belief is that urban areas tend to be much more anonymous. Rural areas are much more community-based, which is not a bad definition if you think about it. But then if you use that definition, large chunks of old urban areas should be classified as rural as well. So all of Old Delhi would probably should be classified as rural because that's where a sense of community exists. It's the new urban areas where you have the sociological definition of urbanization working. Right? Now, what do you want for rural areas? Do we want to some way do away with that sense of identity and community? Or are we focusing purely on the standards of living? That really is the question. If we think that that sense of community is important, and I believe it is critically important, then we really have to think about how do we provide development in rural areas without tearing that community apart. This is not an easy call, right? And it's something that I think has to be thought of in a somewhat evolutionary manner, which is why I like the kind of work that Mark was doing. And we've been engaged since what, 1996, Pradeep? It's been a while. The real issue out here is in the type of occupation. Now, whatever we may think about, the fact of the matter is that it's been a while since in rural India, as we are defining it, agriculture has not been the principal source of incomes. It's an important source of income, but not the principal source. There are a lot of other activities that are happening. The problem, of course, is that these activities have, by its very nature, have had to be localized. Efforts that Mark is making to actually expand the kind of reach that they have is important to take away from that. But at the end of the day, the fundamental problem is really between tearing communities apart and making things better for everybody. And that's something that I think we should think about. And before we come to any solutions, we first have to agree upon whether that is a workable definition.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again for inviting me here, Pradeep Nishabji. I'll get straight into this topic. I was just listening to Dr. Sen, and having worked in public finance for many years. The definition of urban conglomerate. Initially, it was urban area, and then they, for the purpose of calculation of dearness allowance and other things in government, they made it into an urban conglomerate. And then the rest of India. But if you look at migration, the discourse is always from rural to urban. While identifying the geographic boundary, it is urban first, and then the rest is rural. But the migration is from rural to urban. You can see that there is some kind of, incongruence over there. And, Niti Aayog, Amitabh Kant has been saying in our committee meetings as well, that the future of any country, including India, lies in, hastening this process of people coming from rural to urban. I completely disagree, but I'm just saying that this is the vision. So the migration should take from rural to urban, but the definitional, discourse or definitional narrative is exactly the reverse. That is first urban and then rural. I think we have to sort this particular thing out. The second point, again, taking on from what Dr. Sen said, the problem of food security in this country is still coming from rural India, in whatever definition you want to use. And unless you have food security, you could see that in the Ukraine, how the supply chains got disrupted, or even during the pandemic. But the point is, this food security, which is so primary to the society, to a country to develop, to do technology and many other things, space and other things, first food security has to be given, and that is coming from rural India. You could say that this food security is being provided at an enormous cost in terms of subsidies and other things, or is not mechanized to the extent possible. That's a different discussion altogether, and that's probably where the intervention is required. The current method of, taking care of the rural side is by making things trickle down to them, because the focus is on urban. So if you are increasing the size of the cake, and from that you take out pieces to give something on food subsidy, something on decentralized procurement and many other things, you are basically trying to give it as a dole, but this is the one which is giving you food security in the end of it. And not just food security, food and nutritional security, which is very important. I don't want to get into issues of stunted and all that, which is a big problem in India even now. So this is, I think, a flaw in the policy planning that we have been following in this country, in which we think that food security, because we have forgotten the time when we didn't have food security, and now it's taken for granted, and food security is being given to the country for granted. And therefore, the money that is being given in budgetary allocations, let's say this time, if you look at it as a percentage of the GDP growth, there hasn't been any increase actually. It is marginal, or it has even decreased. In real terms, decreased. So this is one aspect we have to think about. Now, these guys who are giving, or this population who are 2/3 are probably staying, are currently staying, or even a little less, and then as Amitav says that it will all come to this central urban areas, it will create all its problems. And there are also the urban poor that you have to think about. I'm not getting into that. I'm currently just concentrating on the rural aspect of it. So these are the guys who are giving you the roti, but they don't have makan. The PMGA Prime Minister, field experience when I go to rural areas in Sundargarh, in Kalahandi, in Bolangir, to think that, and Sundargarh, by the way, is the second most mineral-rich state, mineral-rich district in the in Orissa, with a district mineral fund of about 1,000 crores. But when you go to this in the interior Sundargarh, you will find people don't even have those huts, not even with the thatched roofs. They're just broken. And we are talking about having increased allocation by 65% and all that. I'm just writing a piece which should come out together. Let us fix after 75 years of independence, we don't have a goal as to when we will be able to provide this to them. Now, when we do not provide these basic amenities, how do you make them as entrepreneurs? We can talk about making them as entrepreneurs. But how do you do it? Now, and rural doesn't really mean agriculture and food security. It means health, the out-of-pocket expenses. If the economic survey last, the one which says 48%, I think the figure would be a little more. But if the rural side, it is even much more. And the penetration of the insurance-based Ayushman Bharat, which they have come now, is nowhere near the urban, nowhere near the, a kind of health coverage, universal health coverage that people have been talking about. If after 75 years, we are unable to provide universal health coverage, forget about the urban areas, even in rural areas, then where are we? How do we make them as entrepreneurs? The third point here, again, to a question which I got, based on a reply which I got from the government, the government has come out with a rural health statistics 2021-22, just a few days ago. Vacancies in doctors, vacancies everywhere in physical infrastructure, human resource infrastructure. Most surprisingly, to my question of vacancies in urban areas, which provides tertiary healthcare, the number of vacancies in doctors was to the tune of 3,000 and support staff was 20,000 in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Where do people go actually? So all this discussion on rural, urban, and I agree on that thing that I think it is meaningless unless we look at the country as a whole, each one providing certain amount of security to the people. The rural is providing food security, but we are unable to provide health security to all of them. Even if you have a right to health, some policy planners think that if you have this kind of a right to health, legislation, it will probably work, which is not going to work because the supply is not there. So in 75 years, we do not have health, we do not have a plan. I've been asking the government for many times, several questions. What is the plan? In how many years you'll achieve this? Tell us at least that much. It is very good to say in 2047, by 100 years, Amrit Kaal mein will do all that. But no, those targets, we are supposed to be housing for all by 2022. We are supposed to have doubled farmers' income by 2022. Even if you take the Swaminathan Committee report of, you just take A2FL and not take Swaminathan's Committee report of C2, still we haven't been able to do that. So and the last point, which is on what Dr. Sen was saying, that in our production function, that economists look at, you're looking at capital as capital. But in rural areas, social capital is a function which is not being taken into account over there, and therefore they should not be disrupted. I personally feel that whatever I have seen of government in different states, the women SHG-led movement which is happening in India is serving two purposes. First is bringing them, even though you may not recognize this formal, labor force, their entry into the formal labor force, but I think it is bringing them into the labor force, which is otherwise abysmally low in India. And secondly, it is providing this, this ability to them to be entrepreneurs while retaining the social capital. It is the women who maintain the social capital within the household and also within the community. They are largely responsible for it. Now, this particular thing cannot happen unless the women of these women entrepreneurs who are organized into self-help groups have to bother about their health, bother about their education, bother about out-of-pocket expenses on account of both. So this is what I think is the biggest dilemma. The problem is the way we look at it. Prahlad looked at it as fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. So you are marketing in rural areas. What we are talking about is marketing of rural areas, which is what Mart is doing. That is, you are creating wealth over there. You are not sucking wealth from there. If you follow the previous model, this is what is going to happen. It will rupture the social capital over there. But if you follow the latter, this would happen. But the entire idea of our discourse, which happens at the policy level, at the parliament level, of why haven't you done this for rural areas? Why have we reduced allocation to rural areas? We are doing this for rural development. We have built these roads. The entire thing is very paternalistic. The idea is as if you're doing a favor to them. But the moment there is no food security in this country and nutrition security following, when they both go together, and when I say food security, I'm saying allied sector, it includes milk, it includes eggs. Everything is coming from their areas. So the smart cities and the other things that we talked about, and that no country has grown unless the migration, when more people stay in urban areas where all facilities is provided, I think is a wrong prescription to our country like India. I think this would be my preliminary remarks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, both of you. I've taken a lot of notes because I've learned something. I've learned something about the way I think and the way I think we collectively think when we talk about development and public policy. And what I heard, you said the same, but again, the words that you used, the rural and the urban are one system. It's not that neither is or either is more important than the other. They support each other. They support each other in ways that we don't recognize as being modern ways, let's say. But they do support each other, and we better remember that they exist. They both must exist together. Rural, and to your point about density, the images that were coming to my mind is that we do say that urban, like I said, also it's build concrete and build infrastructure with capital and machines and concrete. It adds to the GDP, right? So if you urbanize rural areas, at least in the process of urbanization, your GDP is going to go up. What happens thereafter to the whole system is then we say there aren't enough trees, there's not enough clean water. And so we do think of rural also as a place where there are trees and cows amongst the trees and rivers flowing naturally. We need those. And so in climate change, we're coming to this ridiculous situation. We were saying, preserve the forests. Yeah. In Singapore, plant farms alongside the verticals and the tops of buildings. We need the trees and we need the space for the trees to grow and the rivers to flow, and people therefore may be more sparsely living there with those things. So as human conglomerations, they're not dense. So the type of activity again, which you can get the benefits in being close together would be different. Could be different. So I come to, okay, let's think about this as a system where both need each other. The idea that you introduced and you picked up so well has really struck me, that community-based versus anonymous-based. And it's occurring to me, has it before also, but so sharply today, that all our models of development, as well as in the corporate sector of what we do, treat individuals as individuals. In one way, we think it's a good thing. That's the liberal idea that every individual must be recognized as an individual, and so. But health again, where health has gone wrong is we are treating a human body alone. Very fancy ways, very expensive. Public health is when things outside an individual, around the individual, and people living in harmony together. The social determinants of health have been found to contribute so much to individual health or well-being that we have to think of the system, and our policy should be about taking care of the system rather than dealing with the individual. And in the corporate sector, it is consumers, and market to a particular consumer and identify those through social media and just go after individuals. And in the process, we are destroying our communities, we're destroying our social solidarity, from which comes a lot of goodness and well-being. And of course, our solidarity with nature and trees and not separating ourselves from them. So there's a different way of thinking of, if I could say, what an economy is as well as individual. We think of an individual as a consumer. How could I get a larger share of the consumer's wallet? So I've been in corporate and helping people. Profit at the bottom of the pyramid is how much can you get out of them? Versus saying, well, as a citizen, the person would like to be on their own and to be able to earn enough with dignity and respect. So citizen has the desire and the need to be productive in dignity. With dignity. And even therefore in employment, we're having this problem. Pranab spoke so well that our employment problem is a problem of not just considering every human being as a piece of hands who has some labor, and I'm going to get as much labor as I can at the least amount that I pay so that my capital accumulates, and the human capital is being destroyed. Just like, as I said, with the approach that we are taking towards the system of rural versus urban, natural capital is being destroyed. So I liked what you said, and you said you're from finance world. We've got financial capital, which we must accumulate and then use it for what? To apparently help the system to become better. But in the process of accumulating this financial capital, we have destroyed the human capital as well as the natural capital. So this is the unsustainable view of the capitals and the relationships between rural, urban, as well as amongst the human beings. So Pranab,
Can I take a minute?
Of course.
Just you know, sorry, this is not.
It was okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you. No,
We know who he is, huh?
no, that doesn't matter. You know what Mr. Myra was saying, and I love this this particular line from Stiglitz, which I often use even in the parliament. Currently, he says there are three existential crises, and those three existential crises, number one is inequity. Why I am saying this, once I complete this sentence, you would understand. One is inequity. The second one is climate crisis. And the third one is democracy. And when he says democracy, it actually means institutions that foster democracy at all levels. It's not, I'm not putting on the activist hat and trying to interpret it the way the current paradigm discusses, but democracy in terms of formal institutions, informal institutions, people's have able to express their choice in different things. Now, if you look at these three things, what he was saying about natural management, natural capital, the climate crisis, which is an existential crisis, could give rise to enormous amount of sub-crisis. It could be if Bangladesh goes down due to global warming, you can imagine the whole population moving to West Bengal or to India. And the modeling in University of Chicago, where I was there, I've seen those models to see that India invariably is going to become the heat capital of the world. It will be having. So the areas around Europe and Canada and all will become warmer, moderate. So there might be migration from global south to the north as well. But the global north currently is probably just barely managing to give food security to its people. It is the south which is producing. Now, if all of them move, besides the impact on agriculture, what would happen to those people over there? Now, these are kind of things where ultimately my belief is this the final kind of the last straw which will actually make human civilization survive would be the social capital. People will help each other. People will be able to, they will become more interdependent, and they will have to work out new systems. But this is what we are not discussing. This is what this scenario planning is not taking place. We are only, a lot of it is rhetoric. A lot of it is getting climate finance. But how do you stop a migration, and how climate finance is going to help you with that, and the impact it will have on food systems. Unless you have food, we are taking food security and nutritional security as for granted. the capability of individuals will not improve. They will not become entrepreneurs. Those are all secondary things. So that's where the neoclassical model of, first you create wealth at the top and then bottom will get something, and rural is coming in the bottom. This model is, I think, not going to be sustainable. And now when we are coming back the full circle, realizing this, you'll see in the budget, alternate fertilizer, natural resource, natural farming. But then you can't have, there is no plans. You are just doing a lip service. You are giving a fertilizer subsidy of 1,86,000 crores, and you are saying, I'll give for organic farming some small amount of money. I think the transition path is not defined at all. If the transition path is to promote urban to rural to urban migration so that the cities, people will stay in cities and feel good, skyscrapers and all, I think that is not the model that is going to work. I don't know what Dr. Sen feels about it, but I think this is which worries me. And the informal institutions in the village level, which used to look after the destitute, the people who didn't even produce or couldn't produce the bare minimum necessary for their survival. And in case of a food crisis, I am sure they will be the ones who will survive, and the food security provided by these areas to urban areas will suffer. That is what is going to happen. So these are very intricate problems. We are looking at development through a prism of just GDP growth, doing a summation of the top 1% and making their income grow. But we don't realize that the summation could have been better of wealth of individual households if everyone's wealth could have been created at the bottom of the pyramid. And this is the model, unfortunately, we have not followed. We are aping everyone or the other. If you look at the multidimensional poverty index, MDPI, you will find that India is currently 62 in the total countries of 121. That means you are worse than the 61 countries. But you are saying we are the largest emerging economy of the world. We are indeed in terms of GDP numbers, because we are creating wealth. The wealth is being created by a certain percentage of people who are at the top. And therefore GDP is an indicator. And at the same time, I must tell you this also, that during the last 20 years of 15 years, the poverty levels, even in MDPI terms, has come down. Even after reducing it by 20-25%, we are 62. Sri Lanka, all emerging economies are better than us. Why? Because MDPI doesn't really take into account only economic wealth being created. It looks after health, it looks after education, it looks after quality of life. And if you would have taken all that thing together, and that would have been probably our development. And within states itself, I see in my own state, some of the districts which have high, a low level of MDPI, and there are districts where the inequity is so high. And this inequity currently is not, resulting in civil strife only because of this social capital. The day we lose that, you will find people occupying streets, which is what happens during a natural calamity, when they don't get earlier, when they were not getting food grains, they will loot a truck, they will loot this. This is the truth. That's what I think.
Apocalypse. And Pranab, he mentioned a lot of statistics. Okay, he is the philosopher statistician of the world. He's a remarkable person. Your reflections?
Yeah, no, I think the point that was being made is so valid. I mean, look, we don't have to go back far, right? Just remember what happened during the lockdown.
Yes.
People didn't stay in urban areas. Guess where they went? Guess where they not just went, where they just stayed back. Right? But, again, the way we think about rural development, it needs to undergo a change, because we are, I think, overly influenced by history. Not just our history, it's history around the world, saying that if you wish to develop, here are certain parameters by which we will judge whether you are developed or not. And those parameters require agglomeration. I think those days are gone. I mean, we seriously are underestimating the power of telecom and IT. I think the kind of need for agglomeration that existed earlier to give rise to a certain amount of economic activity and entrepreneurial activity, even more so, that's far more diluted. I think if one thinks about it fairly carefully, it is possible to think about more decentralized network models, which will give you just as high productivity, but will be far more dispersed. The problem is we've never been thinking about it. And the question is, who should be doing this thing? Because at the end of the day, all of these things have to be centered around entrepreneurship. And this is the point that Amar was making, which I think is absolutely valid. But let me also make a point. I mean, I think, seriously underestimate the amount of entrepreneurship we have. The fact of the matter is, I don't use any definition of entrepreneurship you've learned in IIM. Every farmer meets that definition. Every farmer. Every farmer is an entrepreneur. He's taking decisions which are possibly more complex than the average line manager in a corporate. Right? The point is how to be, that ability is there, the habit is there. How do we make it more productive in terms of offering choices where he can apply his entrepreneurship and to provide it? So again, think of what we say when we talk about development of rural areas. We say, remember we had this thing called Pura, provision of urban amenities in rural areas. What was the mindset? Those guys need what we have. Really, I need a lot of what they have. You're not going to give it to me.
The carbon sinks are all in the rural areas.
All of them.
We are all needing them.
All needing. Now, so the point is, I think we need to change the discourse because we have convinced ourselves that what we are doing and what we have is right and what they have is wrong, and we need to change this, right? Turn the thing on its head. And I think the answers will fall out. And technology today enables us to do it. It didn't earlier. You had to agglomerate to do industrialization. Not needed anymore.
Okay, so now my $1 million, billion question is this. We are agreeing that there needs to be a paradigm shift in the way we are trying to develop the whole of India or the whole of the world. What is a paradigm? A paradigm is that there's some embedded ideas which we sometimes don't recognize are driving all our other thinking and our policies and our actions. Those embedded ideas at the back of our heads, the theories and views at the back of our head must change. We do know that's very hard to change a paradigm. Why? Because the people who are seen to be the gurus of that paradigm, the experts in that paradigm, we keep listening to them, putting them, asking them to give speeches. Maybe Chicago is changing now, University of Chicago, but it is one which was very much into this paradigm of get the government out of the way, let every individual stand up by themselves, in spite of the fact that the system is not going to allow every individual an equal chance to start up and stand up. So if you have to change the paradigm, applying to policies here in India, where is the resistance coming from? And what can we do about changing the paradigm? Okay, before the revolution comes, which is one way of changing paradigms, but we want to have an evolution very rapidly of a new way of thinking about human beings and social solidarity. And I'm just throwing it in again. Another point, listening to a lovely big seminar at the IIC the other day by the farmers, they're organized with the cooperatives and the academics. And it finally came to, again, the idea of a system. And this person from Tata Steel set up some thing to deliver something to the areas and talked about supply chains. I said, it strikes me that this word supply chain, especially in the context of globalization, is the problem. Because we are taking things from here, making people sort of specialize in doing those things, and therefore they are not connecting other things around themselves with their activities and sending these things so far away and then buying, again, specialized things from there, right apart from the climate change that is contributing in destroying the long logistics chains and the fuel required to take things across, but also destroying local ecological, economic, social systems. So let's stop using the word. I'm working on the supply chain issues. I think, thank goodness, we should stop working on supply chain issues and talk about, if I could call, local network issues.
Yeah.
To your point, as you made, about decentralized, dispersed models of systems in which human beings are interacting with each other as a community, local activity, economic activity, exchanging with each other, and of course, being in harmony with nature, from which you may be taking things and allowing nature to take back things to keep sustaining itself. This is a very different model. Small is beautiful, if you will, and not big, which we admire. How do we, Pranab, you've struggled hard, I know, and you have even more in the political space. Where do we have to work to change the paradigm so that we will start thinking and working in a different way?
Well, in our minds,
Hmm?
in our minds.
Yeah.
Basically, we are talking about network systems,
Yeah.
right? Now, what network systems always require, is a central organizing principle. That will have to come from somebody. That person is an entrepreneur and has to be an entrepreneur, but it has to be an entrepreneur who sees his entrepreneurship in terms of getting other like-minded entrepreneurs to work together, which is a completely different ballgame from the way we think about entrepreneurship, where the entrepreneur actually says, where can I get capital? Where can I get skilled labor? Where can I put up the factory? Okay? This is a different one. Where can I get other people so that we share this activity and then work together as a collective? Now, in a sense, you would think about what I'm saying. It sounds very much like a cooperative, but it's a cooperative of entrepreneurs. Right? This is not something we encourage. We do not have systems which are encouraged. In fact, systems will discourage this. And the question then is, how do we change that discourse? Banks are going to give you problems. Right? The government itself will give you problems because the government hasn't thought about such a model. But that's possibly the model we need to think about.
I'm going to ask you for your thoughts now. And there were some questions, but I've noticed that actually you already answered those questions, and I'll say how. And if there are any more questions, we'll take them.
Yeah.
I'll straight away come to a concept called community-based enterprise systems. Now, community-based enterprise systems, the model itself is cooperation, basket of goods, not just one particular good in which you develop competitive advantage. It is completely antithetical to the way the current paradigm exists. The farmer producer organizations, which the government, or vegetable producers organizations, the cooperatives, except the milk cooperative, the rest are failed. Now, why these are thoughts in that direction, but they have never been allowed to succeed. They only become, there are islands of success in oceans of failure. That is the kind of thought that people tell you that, oh, this model has failed and therefore this is not going to work. And that is because of the paradigm, the market-based model in which you drive down in whatever way possible the prices when you discover the economic efficiency by doing this, even if at the cost of destruction of the social capital. Social capital is not a factor, but in community-based enterprise systems where both scale and scope would be important. Currently, it is actually scale which is more important. Then I think we will be able to go there. It is not that the realization is not there, but I think, this is my honest feeling, it is much easier to plan in the current paradigm where you just create wealth by a group of people and you say your GDP has become this. Imagine this, a simple example, in a household of 5 people. If one person works and earns 10 rupees and the rest don't work and get 0, approximate, I'm just using a proxy, the GDP of the household is 10 rupees. You could also achieve 10 rupees by doing 2 rupees for 5 of them. But creating 2 rupees of wealth for each one of them would require to give them health, to give them education, give them opportunities, increase their capability. But giving one person, allowing him to make 10 rupees by whatever method, including all forms of capitalism. I'm not using some words. Then you can still get GDP. It's an easier process. And this is what we came from industrial revolution of a person. But the global failures of the financial markets and of the supply chain disruptions, the war and the pandemic, suddenly the people have started realizing this. Same Stiglitz was a Nobel Prize winner talking about market, doing everything. Now, every economist, including the University of Chicago, everybody has started thinking about different models because they realize that, there will be tremendous human strife if we continue with the old model. So the new one is possible. The models are probably there, the network models, that is the community-based enterprise systems. Even women SHGs being empowered, that's a network, that's a community-based system. But we are only doing lip service. The amount of training that we are giving to our, how many people want to do agri-based, community-based enterprise systems to create wealth? They would rather create an application in urban city and be a unicorn. Let us have unicorns in agriculture. Let's have unicorns in fishery. Let's have unicorns in, the machines that you are using for agriculture. I think these thought process, the entire paradigm has to change. And as you said, it's in the mind. So some of these people will have to make these changes. A lot of responsibility comes on all of us.
Okay, Pradeep, I've been a student of yours, and since I've not been so deeply inside with you, I've had the occasion often to ask Pradeep some questions about Rural Mart and the services he provides. And this morning I had a lovely discussion with the newest member of your team who's been here 7 days and is going to be part of your team in Chhattisgarh to work on getting the ecology connected with livelihoods and also the political situation there. It's in the red zone area. And this is what was occurring to me, Pradeep, as we talked also, is it's linked to what you just said and what you said earlier, that in India, there are, in our country itself, in the rural areas and amongst the poorest people, the solutions to what we want now. People living in social solidarity, living kindly with their trees and cows and things around themselves. There's a model of organization. So we call it informal, and we want to sort of formalize our ways that things should be. But that is the solution for the world, actually, and for ourselves. But when we go to help, that's where we as experts go to help down there, we then want to help them by, for example, saying, you need to market your stuff more efficiently, or you need to manage your organization more effectively. What are the models we are bringing to them? It's coming from where I've been educated in my experience. And I've noticed this, if I could say, in the social sector, which I've been spending all my time in, that the large people with a large amount of money, but with good hearts also, and they say, let's help them. What they're giving to them is what they believe they should have more of. Whereas actually we need to have more of what their ideas are and learn from them. So it comes back to a little humility for myself and for us who are wishing to help other people is, please don't go to say, I'm going to help you. Please go and say, you can help me. Let me just observe and listen to you. And maybe I'll ask you why you do those things. And my instinct will be to say, you shouldn't be doing those things because they are not going to help you to get the objective that I think you should have more income. So therefore do this. Whereas they gain the balance of some income, they do need their social solidarity, they live with it, which is what we want also. So this is my, not like a conclusion, but it's just for myself to learn more, to be respectful for. We're talking about rural, whatever it is. Let's be respectful for those human beings who, like Pranab, you said, entrepreneur. our definition is stand up and start up. People over there, what else can they do? They have to stand up. They have to start up doing something. Yes. And we say they're not entrepreneurs. We're going to teach them entrepreneurship. Who are we to teach them entrepreneurship? So this is my humble thought. There would be a chance here to ask 1 or 2 questions only, but please keep them. No, those questions here, further ones are here. If you, and I'm going to give you back those, but these I felt you'd answered already, because these are questions like, what do you think about women's self-help groups? What is your vision for what should happen in the rural areas? I think you've answered those, but the specific ones here, please.
This question which someone asked, which system will be sustainable? What needs to be done to make it more sustainable? Actually, we know what is sustainable. We definitely know. But our mental models are currently being ruled by the paradigm that those sustainable models cannot happen unless you first increase the size of the cake by whatever means. If you look at the sustainability development goals, you will have all these goals. The hunger should not be there, health, everything is there in that. But these are just remaining under goals. But the overall paradigm to achieve those goals is to create that wealth first. So we know these models, and I give you the example of that family household. You move it or you turn it upside down, and you will probably get the answer. And it is not that this is not happening. Many of the microsystems which are sustainable and sustaining communities in the face of even big disasters are not being talked about in literature, in books, and so no one is replicating them. We are only listening to what the people who believe in this is what is good for you model. That is why we don't talk about them. And when you go to, and they just become monograms for PhD research students, it has not been replicated to a policy level. If we are saying that now we are going to have primary agricultural credit societies, government has announced now in every panchayat of the, we've had these packs. I was Auditor General of Cooperative Societies for 5 years, Director Agricultural Marketing for 5 years. But I know at that time, the cooperative movement is a useless thing, it will fail, people are corrupt, this, that. The corruption is much more at in the existing model, where the money goes to only a few people. So I think we know the thing. What we have to the way we have to achieve this is that instead of keeping it as a goal to be achieved within the bigger paradigm of creating wealth by any means, we'll have to convert it upside down and say that we need these things in our policy level, in our preparation of budget. I read a beautiful article which I think you are going to have him as a speaker. He's quite close to me. He was with the PMO. I'm forgetting. He was the Rural Development Secretary earlier. He's coming here. No. Anyways, I'll just tell you. He is now in the PESB. He was earlier RD secretary, and until recently he was in the PMO. So he writes extensively on rules. So he says that the budget making itself, budget making can actually become bottom up. Why rural areas, they keep on demanding money, and people say, we are MPs say, aur bhi paisa do rural, because you don't think that you are a part of that process of creating wealth and distribution of wealth. You think your job is only to ask for the money for distribution purpose. You don't have to create wealth. But in the household, you don't have that problem. In the household, you are creating wealth. You are aware how much you are creating. You are also aware how much you have to distribute. If your requirements are more than what you are creating, then you have to take a loan which you know how much you can service. Everything is known. Everything is known. What the nation does is known to a household. But in the nation's process of resource mobilization and distribution of wealth, people think that my job is only to ask for wealth.
The question that's been put to me is, with the current pace of urbanization, how rural will be seen in coming 2 decades? Well, uh, let's put it this way. Our rate of urbanization is very, very slow. And if you remove the so-called census towns, it's extremely slow. So even in 2 decades, we're not going to see a lot happening. In fact, had the 21 census happened and whenever it happens, what you would find is that the reverse migration has been so large that the net migration over the last decade would probably close to zero. Okay, so the rural isn't going anywhere, right? The rural is going to remain rural. The question is in what shape and in what manner. And that, I think, is really the question. I don't think it is migration which is the problem. If anything, we should be thinking about reverse migration, which is taking talent from urban areas, sending it down into rural areas to be able to manage the kind of economic activities that we've been discussing out here, and to manage what Amar was talking about, which is rural health and rural schools. They're going to be going from here. That's something that we should be actively encouraging. So in a sense, I would submit that the paradigm that we've grown up with, where everything comes from rural areas into urban, and the government then provides at the urban level, let's rethink that. Let's ask the question, how can we take the urban system and provide what the rural system needs, but cannot generate on its own? And I think that's the model that we should be thinking about. It's doctors, lawyers, managers, entrepreneurs.
I think this is coming to a very good, in my mind, at more questions I'm getting, and sharper questions. And that's, I think, where I would like to end, and not answers, but sharper questions. Your last comment about come to the urban areas where we will provide you things. It is for our convenience, we say that. We don't know how to help people when they are in the rural areas to be able to live the way we want to live, actually. We don't know how to help them to do that. So just making it easy. वो कहते हैं like the Sheikh Chili ka thing that I had to find the key that I lost, but I'm under the lamppost. And the man comes actually and says, but why are you looking here? He said, at least yeah, there's some light here. So we are trying to solve our problems with what we presently know. And we think the problem must be defined the way we think of things, and then we can find a solution. Rather than open our minds, in the darkness somewhere lies the key. And so let's explore the darkness humbly and learn something.
And do something to implement.
But first, I must say this just do it paradigm that I get into action. When I say, look, let's think for a while, how long are you going to keep thinking? Let's do something. I said, if the doing is going to be with the same thinking, is going to make the problem worse. So please think more effectively, yes. Like I think you have really induced us to do today. Think more deeply, think more effectively. We need more of this. So thank you for setting up this thinking session this morning. Thank you, and thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. I request our partners, Mr. Ramesh Jena, Mr. Pankaj Mishra, and Mr. Biswadeep Palit, to hand over a token of our love and appreciation to our panelists for this session. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you, sir.
Everything. So when I first got into this kind of research, I never knew agriculture, and on my first posting when I was in saying that is direct agriculture. Bad posting now, bad posting, everything finance, economics. There's a rule I would develop. Then I realized the systems are so good. They haven't really started, they're self-sustainable.
So we'll have a short tea break, but I request you all to come back by 11:30 sharp so that we can start our next session. We're already running a bit late. Thank you so much.
हाँ ये सही एक भी मैं महीना का बोल रहा हूँ वो 6,000 जो बोल रहा है वो एक भी का हाँ तो महीना में से कितना बिल होना चाहिए मतलब 10-10-20 का अपना होगा और बाकी ये सब मिला के
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to take your seats, please, for the next session. Welcome back. And we now begin our next session on marketing and digitization. I request our speakers and the moderator to take their seats. Mr. Praveen Kumar Wilson Purthy. Sir, could you please come ahead? Mr. Puneet Vidyarthi. Puneet sir, can you please join the dais? Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanjay Panigrahi and Ms. Shruti Verma Singh, who will be moderating this session. I'll just introduce the speakers quickly. Mr. Purthy is Chief of Marketing, Branded Products, Tata Steel. Many of the brands like Tata Astrum, Tata Shakti, and Tata Kosh are embedded into rural lives and livelihood through agriculture, rural consumer, and farmers. He has been the head of corporate strategy and planning during which Tata Steel won the prestigious Deming Grand Prize. During his stint in business excellence, he has been representing the Indian steel industry and Tata Steel at the Economics Committee of the World Steel Association, developing outlook for steel demand in India. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Mr. Puneet Vidyarthi is currently head Marketing and Business Development, India and SAR for Case New Holland, India, which is one of the largest manufacturers of construction equipment in India and a wholly owned subsidiary of CNH Industrial, a 30 billion Fortune 500 CNH Group company. In his immediate previous assignment, Mr. Vidyarthi was Associate Vice President and Head Marketing and Digital Innovations of JCB India Limited, where he established and led the creation of a new marketplace for construction equipment industry in India, but also pioneered a new set of opportunities for rural youth under his innovative entrepreneurship for livelihood program. Mr. Vidyarthi was recognized amongst India's top 50 most influential rural marketing professionals by CMO Asia, the Leadership Award by RMAI, and the coveted Marketing Influencer Award by DMAI. Thank you, sir, for being with us today and also sponsoring this event. Mr. Sanjay Panigrahi is ex-Chief of Consumer Product Division, Pidilite Industries, having handled leading brands like Fevicol, M-Seal, Fevikwik, Dr. Fixit, though in his initial years, he was personally mentored at Amul under the leadership of Dr. Varghese Kurian. He was the CEO of Sahaj E-Village Limited, a rural e-commerce setup which created a network of 30,000 plus village level IT entrepreneurs or common service centers at the Gram Panchayat level. He has received the Flame Leadership Award by Rural Marketing Association of India and has been a member of the governing board of IRMA. Thank you for joining us today. And finally, Ms. Shruti Verma Singh is a media consultant with over 2 decades of broadcast experience as a journalist, a TV anchor, producer, and leading an infotainment television channel with NDTV. She was a speaker and jury member at the Manthan Award South Asia Grand Jury and NDTV's Car and Bike AAA Award for many years. Interestingly, she is also the founder of ZenBrain.com, a video content platform on cognitive neuroscience, mental and emotional health. And she is currently an independent media consultant for CXOs and events moderator for corporates and the social sector. Over to you, Shruti. Thank you so much.
No? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for those kind introductions. Let me also reintroduce the bad boys of capitalism here, right? The real practitioners. And in fact, we were speaking a few days ago, and I've actually requested them to talk a little bit about what they do on the ground itself, instead of, just talking about, generics. So I think it will be enjoyable for everyone. So this is what I requested them. And of course, let's see if they followed the rules, because I know most of you haven't, but this is my, brief to them. Let's look at number one, the changes that may have happened pre-pandemic, any changes that they have personally noticed as practitioners in terms of consumers, in terms of marketing and digitization. That's what we're talking about. Number two, what changed during the pandemic? Were there any changes? And what is the post-pandemic scenario looking like? And number three, crystal gaze a little bit, perhaps 3 years to 5 years, and tell us what they expect to see, what are they expecting to do. So let me just start immediately with Sanjay, and perhaps you can take us through a presentation that I've requested, each one of them to begin with, and then we can follow it up with questions. So, Sanjay.
Thank you, Shruti. I'm scared to speak. Because perhaps I belong to one of the titles of being the first batch from Institute of Rural Management. So who better than a first batcher from IRMA to speak at this conference? But I'm scared because we always fought this question, whether IRMA was about development of rural management or management of rural development. And we have not found an answer. So like the first session went, we have such sessions in IRMA where the one group goes and then the bad boys like us come in who go and work in the rural areas. And I remember when I was in Amul, I kept on thinking whether Amul was about managing farmers' money in the rural areas, or it was selling butter to urban consumers. So, and Dr. Kurian, I remember very clearly, he told me, he said, yeah, look, I manage lives of so many people who are in the rural milk producers. But when I sell them milk, it is at 100 rupees per liter per se. Your job is to make it 150 and bring back 150 to me so that I can pay them the profits. So when in the first session, they were talking about cooperation, and they said that Amul only, milk only had succeeded and others did not succeed. Other cooperatives did not succeed, but it's a model where both are important. The consumerism is important because that gives you money, and the livelihood is important because without the livelihood, you will have that same 5-member family, one earning 10 rupees and others not earning anything. Amul succeeded only because milk is perishable. Amul tried hands with oil when other goods, vegetables, and they did not succeed because in 4 hours time that the milk leaves the udder of the cows, if you do not pasteurize, the milk is gone bad. So they had no other alternative. No businessman got into it. Until today, very few get into it. Anyway, so let's leave that. So the rural definition has been given. So what we will do here is what we have seen. I worked in Amul, so I marketed the products for them. Then I worked in Pidilite, where I again worked in the rural areas with rural carpenters, plumbers, and electricians and masons, and improving their livelihood. I worked in Sahaj, where we worked with 30,000 rural entrepreneurs. So there is a trend. I realized that this trend, unless you understand the macro part of the rural business, you will never succeed. And I failed. I miserably failed. I tried to market some products in Assam which did not succeed. We succeeded in Tamil Nadu. Now, most of us, when we talk of rural market, we talk at one set. The urban wala, Delhi or Bombay wala alag hoga. Delhi or Chennai wala alag hoga. Chennai wala to idli sambar khayega. Delhi wala khayega nahi. But when it comes to rural, we'll talk about the rural market as if it is one geography which constitutes of all consumers which are of similar types. Most companies do this mistake, trying to market their products in similarly across India with very little differentiation. So one of the things, there are 3 things which happened in the 1990s, which we were all very excited about. I was in mid of my career. The first one was that the Indian middle class is going to boom, and they will give a lot of consumption and prosperity. Second, there is a large segment of our population will be under 25, between 25 and 35. So that is another huge consumption. And third was the rural market. The first one has vanished, and the second and third has remained. But in rural, if you ask me, the amount of changes which has taken place in last 10 years per se, which is only because of 3 or 4 key factors. One is electrification, much better road conditions. But I think some of the rural roads are much better than the urban roads. This is the second one. The third one is digital connectivity. And digital connectivity is something which I myself did not believe, because I was in a company which was giving digital connectivity to rural people in Sahaj. I didn't believe it would catch up so fast. So in my slides, I will give you this perspective, because most of us now talk about digital connectivity. In the urban area, we talk about the Flipkart, the Amazons, the bank apps. We talk about Uber. We talk about Ola. Everything is digital now. But in rural area, what has happened really? Has digitization been increased to the extent that has been in the urban area? So here I come to the presentation and show you some slides from Government of India. Boss, this moves very slowly. Okay. It's taking quite a bit of time. So we are talking about 5.82 lakh villages. 5.82 lakh villages, which is most of them are below 5,000 population. So this is the part that we have been talking about. But then the question comes is that when we talk as a marketeer, when we go to a market, is a district in Punjab and a district in Chhattisgarh comparable? That's the question we always have asked ourselves. And if you look at the rural density per se, you have top 10 states which have the maximum number of villages. UP stands at the top, followed by Bihar and Madhya Pradesh and things like that. But if you look at the market potential value, these are the rich market potential states of India as far as rural is concerned. UP, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Karnataka. So any marketeer will look at this figure, shows the total market potential value. When it says that UP is 1258, it would mean the rural MPV is 1943. It would mean that if Bombay sold any product of a value of 1,000, UP will sell 1943. So Bombay has been taken as a base. So these are the states which is the MPVs that this data we use a lot when we go to the rural market. So this is commercially available. Then you have got states which are laggard states in India as far as rural markets are concerned in form of consumption. And these are the breakout states. So in breakout states, you have Karnataka, Haryana, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan. Bihar is somewhere little higher up, West Bengal, UP, MP, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Orissa. So this is based on the monthly per capita consumer expenditure and their growth. And these are the priority states. So when in the earlier session, we are talking about if I become a development guy, if I think about development, then I will focus on these markets. This is where the more poor will lie. And this is where the money will lie in terms of in the hands of people. So these are some critical data points on rural market of India. I will just tell you a few. This is really troublesome here. I think we should. Yeah, so I will talk the gist of it. So out of this, what I would like you to note 2 or 3 points. One is that the agriculture, though it is giving 50% of India's people, it only contributes to 17 to 18% of our GDP. That's one thing which is of concern, which you should note. And there is a lot of non-farm income taking place today in the rural area. From construction, about 30% of rural income comes from construction, manufacturing 22%, and other services 43%. In the urbanizing states here, workforce in agri is low. Poverty in rural is 26%, again 14% of urban. Then there is something which we talked about, the migration, the reverse migration from rural area, people go to urban areas to work. They send as much as 2.5 lakh crore per annum, with 1 in 5 households in rural having a migrant work employed elsewhere. Now there was a thought saying that the people who went during the COVID, whether they stayed back in the rural area or they came back. I believe that they stayed back, because at that time there are a lot of schemes and coming up and things like that. But I have friends who work in organizations like banks, ECO, FINO, who constantly do transfer of money from urban areas to rural, which is called urban to rural money transfer. Though they told me 2 months after COVID, the level of money which was being transferred was 80% of pre-COVID level. Today it has gone up, which means that whatever we might have done, people have come back to urban. They have not stayed in rural, they have come back to urban. So that's one point worth noting. And I would possibly like to debate whether the urban, rural and rural urban migration net is 0. I would still feel that the rural to urban migration is much higher, mostly because of lack of opportunities. So let us look at the FMCG market, or the fast moving consumer goods market. It is the fourth largest market of Indian economy. It is about 6.5 lakh crores, which is supposed to go to 14.3 lakh crores. 45% of the total FMCG market is in rural. So when we are talking, I for one, I do not believe that if in the rural area you go to a pond and you see a person taking bath in with a Lifebuoy soap, and then we think that Hindustan Lever is sucking the money out of that guy. I don't think that's correct. You know, there is a need, there is aspiration, so people will use in any case. If this doesn't get used, the other will get used. The problem takes place when we profiteer rather than we make profit. In the rural guys, when he sells to grains also, he also makes profit. So that's the size of the market. So some of the big marketeer in rural areas who are in FMCG will be Dabur, Imami, Nestle, not to that extent. Hindustan Lever, they almost sell 40 to 45% of their total sales in rural areas. So that shows you the size of the FMCG market in rural. Then out of 102 lakh retail outlets which are there in the country, almost 60% are in rural. Rural women is emerging as a new consumer class in decision making in rural households. This is a significant change than our times. And more rural women, this is something which most people will not know, that more rural women work versus urban. 35% of rural women work against 23% of urban. And one can say that they work as farm labor or things like that, but that's a very big factor. 70% of rural consumption takes place just in 10 states. So आपका 30 स्टेट में से सिर्फ 10 स्टेट में आप 70% ऑफ द एफएमसीजी कंजप्शन टेक्स प्लेस. नॉर्मली हम एफएमसीजी कंजप्शन को बोलते हैं खाते पीते लोग होंगे तो एफएमसीजी कंजप्शन ज्यादा होगा. तो ये बोल सकते हैं कि आपका 30 स्टेट जो है उसमें 10 स्टेट जो है 10 स्टेट में 10% और 70% ऑफ द खाते पीते लोग आर प्रेजेंट. That's the one way of seeing. And 66% of this is Nielsen data. Can we change the battery? I think there is a problem with the battery only. 70%, 66% of the soft drink sales in rural occur in just 19,000 villages. So I will leave it here. So the rural consumer, the question that we ask, is it a confident class of consumer or is it just a populous one? Are we just taking 70% of India's population remains? So that is why it must sell, it must get sold here. So that is what our friend, the late C.K. Prahlad wrote, the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. इतने लोग हैं एक पीस करके खाएगा तो इतना पैसा बन जाएगा. ऐसा नहीं होता है, एक पीस करके खाते नहीं है. And that's why I don't agree with the later page of the book. In the earlier pages, what he wrote was correct, possibly. And this is the first question. And the second question to ask is that EG or C emerging as aspirational or still imprisoned in legacy? So what drives rural consumption? There are 6 things from which the rural guy makes his money. We make money in the rural area. One is agriculture, manufacturing, construction, services, social sector funding, urban remittances. This is vote bank. So this will keep on increasing. You and I will get taxed, but more and more money will be given in the rural area in terms of various schemes, whether it is a Narega. Narega is almost going to 1 lakh crore today. And which is a Prime Minister Gram Sadak Yojana or Indira Awas Yojana or whatever it is, this part is going to increase and urban rural remittances is going to increase. Agriculture share is going to fall and fall. I consider these parts is going to increase, and there is evidence to show that whenever there is a non-agri income is increasing in the rural area, the branded product consumption becomes higher. There is a study to show that. A few insights. What's new? Impact of digital technology. Some states number of smartphones is larger than that of TVs at rural households. तो पहले हम बोलते थे कि कोई प्रोडक्ट आपको अच्छा करना हो तो टीवी में डाल दो. अभी गांव के अंदर में टीवी से मोबाइल स्मार्टफोन की संख्या ज्यादा हो गया. This is from Hindustan Lever in the very recent times. They said that now we are scratching our heads of whether to put money in digital or are you going to put money in TV. This is first point. Second, rural-urban migration and its impact on rural aspiration. When the guy goes to the urban area, does he bring back the sentiments of urban area into rural? Rural does not insinuate poor. Organizations are now analyzing rural and urban in similar classifications. Rural women emerging as a powerful consumer group in case of FMCG and similar products. low ticket product category, 35% rural women work, improvement in income, awareness, empowerment, hence aspiration. Women, when empowered, they start taking decisions more by themselves. What is good for my family, decision of food, health, hygiene of brands, children's education, safety, cleanliness, they have larger bargaining powers, etc. So when we come to rural, this is what Rama Bijapurkar wrote, which I like very much. He says this is poor but not backward. Changing attitudes from pre-liberation of settling for less to stretch for more, reluctance to seeking experience, not for us to affordable indulgence, destiny driven to struggling, aspiring for better life, simple needs to states needs of the hour. Value productivity devices that help them to earn more, have complicated value processing, innovate jugaad, like smaller glasses to serve coding, community kitchen, missed calls. Technology embraces and not rejects us. So this is I had gone to a market to work with a Shakti entrepreneur in Bihar. And this is a slide I thought that I will show you.
Yes, sir.
So this guy still brings goods on the bicycle. He takes to villages which has less than 500 population. And this is deep rural area. Just see the kind of goods that he has got. I was supposed to find a bag full of pasta packet here. I couldn't believe that in rural Bihar you will have pasta. But now why does it happen? We can keep on doing saying that कि भाई आप क्या दिखा रहे हो ये पास्ता खा रहा है बिहार में
भैया
क्या सही चीज
पास्ता बिकता है
सही है गलत है
कहाँ पे गाँव
लेकिन
में?
उसको टेलीविजन के ऊपर जब रेसिपी देखता है वो जब स्मार्टफोन स्क्रीन में देखता है there is a change taken place in terms of aspiration which I also did not think it was correct or it would take place ever but today it is omnipresent.
अरे 6-7 हजार ने पूरा महीना महीने में कितना बिल कटता है अरे कंप्यूटर का छोड़ो ना कितने बार बिल बनता है महीने में 4 बार 2 बार तो 6
So this is a Hindustan Lever का Shakti dealer who also goes to the satellite markets to serve the markets. भाई इसको आगे थोड़ा बढ़ाएंगे. Next slide please. Yeah, so this is Jila Sultanpur in UP. Just see the number of villages which are there. So here the technology plays its part. So now this part of my discussion, I will say that what technology has done in FMCG. Because we हम तो नॉट एंड बोल्ट वाले हैं हम माल बेचते हैं जाके रूरल एरियाज में और रूरल माल भी अर्बन एरियाज में आता है वो बात भी सही है लेकिन क्या चीज हुआ एक तो ये चेंज था कि ये इतनी बड़ी जगह में इतने विलेजेस से जाए कहां तो एज प्रदीप जी हैज गॉट मास a market potential study system he has got where you can put a name of the village and it will tell you how much units of products you can sell in that village. There are two different use of technology I will show you. One is so of analytics. So this was done by Nielsen where they said that about only 2 lakh villages contribute to 80% sales. So अगर 6 लाख विलेज आपके गांव पूरा इंडिया में है उसमें से 2 लाख विलेज जो है वो 80% माल बेचते हैं तो 2 लाख prosperous villages. So as a marketer if you know which are the prosperous village because village marketing urban marketing rural marketing में बहुत बड़ी फर्क है. आप urban marketing में एक दुकान में चले गए माल नहीं बेच पाए the next shop is 2 meters away. When in rural if you go to a village you have already spent your money. If you don't get the sale you go to the next village which is 50 kilometers away. So you have to be very precise and clear to know. So here technology has helped significantly. This is a Nielsen study. And then there was another guy in Lucknow who used GIS mapping. He took the photographs of the village from the top and then defined the villages which the houses which has got thatched roof and the houses which has got pakka roof. And they say that the one in which there are more pakka roofs, there will be more prosperity in those villages. And then he validated this by going to the villages himself and 80,000 villages, and then he found a correlation which is existing. So this is a use of technology. This was not there in my time. To send a man like a carpet bombing. जाओ बिहार का रूरल करके आओ तो वो सेंसस का डाटा लगाएगा और सबसे ज्यादा जो पॉपुलेशन है वहां से लेके सबसे कम पॉपुलेशन तक आएगा. Supply chain is one of the most important factor in rural marketing, more than even brand awareness creation. आप सब कुछ कर लोगे आपका माल नहीं पहुंचेगा तो आप बेचोगे कैसे? तो and the distances are large. Companies are not willing to spend money. So how do you create an architecture based on data so that you do not waste money? That's one of the biggest challenges that the rural marketer faces. So LMC is another organization which is trying to do a syndicated distribution of multi-brands and single ISIN. So what they do is that they go to the village, the village retailer has an app. He gives orders to a VLE. The VLE comes back and gives order through his app to a distributor, and distributor supplies that information to the company. Company directly bills to the distributor. So here there is one or two channels are obscured, and what happens is that the model takes non-competing brands together. Now, earlier time, a Dabur or Hindustan Lever can only think of going to rural market. 6 lakh rural market में कौन जाएगा? इंडिया में 1000 सिर्फ टाउन्स हैं, उसमें से 200 टाउन ऐसे हैं जो 2 लाख से ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन वाले हैं, तो वहां मार्केटिंग करते हैं. 6 लाख विलेज में कौन लेके जाएगा? तो इट वाज ओनली यूनिलीवर और इमामी और आईटीसी और अमूल who could find, but there are large number of good products we just cannot reach the rural areas. So for them, this is a boon when this company takes their products by syndicating them into one. So it will take one biscuit company or one confectionery company or one company of culinary products, but not competing with each other. Technology at work in Bharat. So one technology I showed it there. So this is something which there is a lot of thought about. So I thought that I will access the latest data, which is November 22. Bharat में population है 94 crore rural और 49 crores urban आज के डेट पर. उसमें से number of subscribers of any kind of phones are about 62 crores and 51 crores. Tele density is 129 in urban area and 57 in rural areas, which means that in urban area we have more than one phone. Each one of us has got more than one phone, but in rural area only 50% of the people have got phones with them, right? And then number of internet subscriber, because if you may have a smartphone, but if you don't have internet, you won't be able to access. So number of internet, urban area में 70% is internet penetration, rural में only 37% is rural. So this is very important for us to know when we are talking about digitization, we are talking about digital agriculture, we are talking about people accessing content on mobile phones. So this is the data which is important. 35.1 crore out of 94 crore who has got a internet connection. So if you see at the top is Delhi, where in Delhi every person has got 2.7 phones. 270 is the all India average is 84, and Bihar is the lowest at 55. So if you are taking into a digital awareness creation, this is a form of data which for FMCG market which will be useful to you. Housewife using internet, it was only 2%. Now, if you have got a product which is for the women in the house, now you cannot use the digital media, of course, but just see the difference. This data was of 2015. By 2018, it had come to 9%, almost 4 times increase. And amongst rural men, 29% reported using the internet. So 30%, 1/3 of rural men use internet, and rural women only 9% use internet. So this is the wholesome game of what we do in rural. So this is the rural supply chain. So we have our people going to rural areas. So how to monitor their attendance? How do we get the order from the rural retailer? How do we manage their inventory? Suppose you have given them assets to them. How do you measure the assets, collections, receivables? This entire thing has become digitized today. The salesman goes to the shop, books order in his phone. So if you are in Bombay, you can see what order he is booking in a remote area in Bihar today, which was not possible in our time. He will come back at the end of the month and give you a big khata saying that मैं गया था मैं नहीं गया था वो भी मालूम नहीं. I remember I used to tell him कि वो गांव में तुम जाते हो तो गांव का पोस्ट ऑफिस से पोस्ट कार्ड डाल दो. So that I will come to know subsequently that वो पोस्ट कार्ड मेरे पास पहुंचा तो तुम उस गांव में गए थे. तो वो भी लोगों ने उसका जुगाड़ भी निकाल लिया. एक आदमी जाता है तो 3 कंपनी का पोस्ट कार्ड डाल के आ जाता है, तो वो भी जुगाड़ निकाल जाता है. लेकिन अभी ऐसे सिचुएशन है कि वो गांव के अंदर वो दुकान के अंदर गया कि नहीं, you can find out. We have made a robot out of him. Whether it is good, bad, ugly, we do not know. But smarter salesmen have used this very effectively, because it also shows you how much incentive you have made and things like that. Similarly, when this information comes back to you, the inventory supply takes place, how much time it takes for the inventory to go. This, I think, the impact of digital technology in rural FMCG is far, far bigger than what it is in urban area. Because urban was already accessible, but in rural was not accessible. So this is the second point. So I will end by saying that rural FMCG market is an immensely enjoyable exercise, rural trade ever full of zest and enthusiasm. But you must know how to enter the market and how to develop a precise go-to-market strategy. And most importantly, ये rural में ये बहुत ज़्यादा important है, because carpet bombing is very, very common in rural. एक जगह में चलेंगे spray and pray, जाके कुछ कर दो और भगवान को प्रार्थना करो हो जाएगा. So what we say is that what not to do, as most opportunities look deceptively feasible or attractive. With this, I will end. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take. Thank you.
We'll take the questions later, but we'll just have to speed it up because we have about 45 minutes. But I would like to ask you a few questions before we move to, the next speaker. So, when we were talking about the pandemic, during the pandemic, you mentioned that your wholesalers were affected, right?
Yes.
So you decided to, as FMCG companies, decided to go themselves directly into the market, right?
Yeah.
And this prompted, you said 10 to 15% increase in reach by FMCG companies.
Yes.
Can you describe a little bit?
So what happened during,
to us?
rural, like I showed you in that slide, there are many places which has less than 1,000 population. It is impossible for companies to go there. Even 2,000 population only Marico has reached, that's also in Maharashtra. I don't think Unilever has reached to all 2,000 population villages in India directly. I mean, the company goes and delivers directly. So there is this animal which is known as the wholesaler, whom all of us dislike, who are in the urban areas, because he sells what sells. He does not sell what does not sell, does not make an effort, discounts a lot, and takes your price. There is a tremendous price disparity in the market once the wholesaler comes. But these are the guys who goes to deep rural and try to sell, because the rural retailer comes to them and buys the whole basket of goods of many companies from them, and he gives credit. तो ये जो सर्किट था, ये जब कोविड हुआ तो रूरल रिटेलर तो जाना बंद कर दिया उसके पास में, वो भी कहीं भाग गया, और वो भी माल भेजना चाहता था रूरल एरिया में तो भेज भी नहीं पाया, भेजेगा कैसे, गाड़ी भी अवेलेबल नहीं थी. तो कंपनीज वर वेरी स्केयर्ड कि मेरा मार्केट का भी रूरल में क्या होगा. सो दे स्टार्टेड सर्चिंग आंसर्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ पुटिंग डायरेक्ट रीच, of going directly to this places, which they wouldn't have tried for years. I can give you a guarantee, because the khata does not show, the ankara does not show that it will be profitable by going to these areas. But they started going. So this is a change which took place in that area, and many companies, Dabur, HUL, even Nestle is a very urbanized company, but I think post COVID their rural penetration has gone up significantly. So this is a change which took place after COVID. When COVID went and the wholesalers came back, but the companies by that time had tested the blood of going to this market. They had set up their own distribution infrastructure. So I think net to net, there is a 10 to 15% increase in the reach of the companies in the rural areas.
And one more thing, regional brands. We've spoken about how regional brands are doing much better and better. But during the pandemic, it was actually the big brands that benefited. Regional brands were not able to keep pace with it, especially because of the supply chain issue.
Yeah, there is a consultancy agency which had done a consumer survey during the time of recession. And it had said that when recession affects, your income goes down. And but that is the time you do not buy cheap products. But you say that if I have less money, I will buy the product which I trust, because I can't waste money. So I may buy less, I may downtrade. From in the 100 gram pack, I may go to a 50 gram unit. But I will not buy a product which is local. So that time, two things happened during COVID. एक तो है local or regional brands जो थे, they normally give a huge discount and try to push the product only on discount. उनका supply chain एकदम खराब हो गया. Either their factory stopped or they were not able to supply the goods to the rural areas. So there was a supply gap. So the bigger brands which had muscle power, they could go to the rural areas and supply the stocks to them. That's the first thing which took place. Second thing, because of this, people started buying the trusted products, trusted brands. So I think if you have seen the company's statements to their investors, almost all companies in certain categories like food products, culinary products, health and hygiene products, they had tremendous growth during the COVID period in the rural areas. Phase 1, phase 2, the rural was also massacred. The phase 1, they had tremendous growth over there. And local brands did not come up. So post COVID, the local brands and regional brands have tried to come back, and they will get their major part of the share. But I think overall, if you look at it, COVID had a very positive impact for most of the food companies and health and hygiene companies in the FMCG space.
Okay, let's get a perspective on roofing sheets, right? May I request you to, show us your presentation, and if we could restrict it to about 10 minutes, that would be great.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think Sanjay has done an excellent job of describing and defining the rural space and the changes that has taken place. So I will be brief on that part. So from our perspective, when we looked at what changes have taken place and what is likely to take place. So we look at the last 2 decades and also the coming decade. So between 2000 and 2010, we are looking at a rural space where there was an emphasis on productivity. A lot of work was done. We also saw purchasing power, which was going up. There was, but that was mostly on agriculture base because it was there was a focus on productivity and some emergence of digital technologies that were taking place. And when we come to a decade of 2010 and 20, we found that with a lot of government support and the debate that we heard in the first session about urban versus rural, and that is a time when with that same paradigm and construct, there was a development of infrastructure, rural infrastructure that was taking place, connectivity. So there is electricity, roads that were coming up, and farm sector, while it remained a dominant source of employment, there was some emergence of non-farm sector also that started taking place. But the most important thing is with the rising incomes and aspirations, brand awareness and preference for the good brands and big brands started coming up. And somewhere in between this 2020 and the next decade, that is where we had the pandemic and the role it has played. We heard from Sanjay also. So, but going forward, what we are going to see is which we are already witnessing, and we heard in the previous presentation, internet, how it is spanned out. So there is a lot of, we are going to see a lot of social media impact on how rural consumers will choose brands and how their lives are changing. Brand preferences will change. And we will also see in terms of, while there is a lot of internet, social media and e-commerce that will come up, the last mile connect, because convenience is something that the rural consumer will continue to seek for. And thereby last mile connect and supply chains will continue to remain important. And most importantly, we also heard that 50% is non-farm income. And this is something which is going to and continue to grow. Just to introduce the products that we, as Tata Steel, we serve. So apart from Tata Shakti, which is the roofing sheet primarily, we have various products which have found way into the rural markets. So, and that is why there was a need, which we had earlier, just a home builder who makes a house in the rural setup. We have consumers who are the homemaker, where there are doors, windows, there is steel furniture, there is agricultural tools that go into the rural market space. And that is where the homemaker with the homemaking mindset is how the buying and purchase takes place. The home builder continues. We have steel, which goes for the construction of the building, as well as we have roofing sheets, which is color-coated roofing sheets, Durashine. And in the agriculture and the rural space, we have Tata Shakti, which is also a roofing sheet. So there is a roofing sheet which is of galvanized and corrugated, which is more into the rural. Whereas in the urban, I would say there is Durashine, which is the color coated. So there is an emergence, and that is how we have also segmented our customers differently. And over a period of time, from rural life, we have started moving into livelihood. And that is where we are touching the fabricators, and especially for with products, which is both for in terms of the retailing space and ensuring that they create small businesses and employment in the rural space. Few of the things which we are seeing, the needs of the rural consumers, which is getting accentuated in terms of they are seeking experience. And when I'm saying this, I'm saying from a steel perspective, because what is happening in the FMCG space, we heard in the previous presentation, is also getting in terms of the same consumer is wanting from other categories like steel also. So the difference between, say, an FMCG and steel, the steel being a heavier product and reaching the last mile connect, the supply chain is even more challenging. But the needs of the and the expectations of the consumer are getting triggered by what is being provided in the FMCG space. So whether it is experience, value for money, smart buying, growth, and especially instant gratification. So what we are finding in terms of impulse purchase in the urban consumer, the same is also we are finding getting embedded into the rural consumer also. Some of the things which we did, and here is in the previous presentation you saw, we used to do mapping of the rural space in terms of where are the shops which should be located. And we had a tool called Rural Value Management, RVM, and where actually we did on the ground surveys. But now with the emergence of digital, we have kind of the example that you gave, we have also done, Sanjay, exactly satellite imaging of the houses which are there, the places where you have urban and pakka as well as kacha houses, and where should we place our dealers where the dealers are not present, etc. So that is something that through a digital tool, we have been able to enhance our reach, and the work that we are working on just now is ensuring that we are present in 100% of the districts, 50% of talukas, and 25% of pin codes. So this particular digital tool has helped us to actually penetrate and increase our reach. But the traditional channel, in the quest of increasing reach, the traditional channel used to be from the company to the distributor to the dealer consumer. To enhance reach, the first step that we did is we said that we need to reach even further into the rural consumer. So from a dealer, we went into a sub-dealer model. From a sub-dealer model, we went into a booking counter model. While this was linear for some time, but with digital, this has become a slightly complex in terms of, because of two reasons. The decision-making journey of the rural consumer has also changed with the emergence of digital. So it is no longer a social connect. So there is an influencer. Today that influencer has also become a seller. The seller is also an influencer. So I think the roles are also getting, you can capitalize the roles of various stakeholders differently. So that is what has started emerging, and we have started using it that way. But importantly is how to continue to keep a track on how the decision-making journey is and will change is something that we are working on. So if you see a consumer at the center, whether it is a dealer or a sub-dealer, the consumer can get influence from anywhere. And hence we have started even people who are in the FMCG space, who are Kirana Bhandar is also our booking counter for selling steel. So to that extent, things have changed in the steel space. We also have an e-commerce portal called Ashiana, from where consumers can buy steel. There is online booking counters where consumers can do booking for steel, for making their taking care of their routine needs. Very quickly, so there is since there is instant gratification, there is a need, and the only way we can address that need is through digital, and that is why we have provided in terms of there is e-booking counters where the consumer, because Shakti for the rural space when the consumer buys, actually वो consumer क्या करता है, वो save करता है पैसा through the harvest, and it's a seasonal product. So through that income that is generated through the produce, and is saved, and through after saving of 2-3 months he buys. So there is also some time between booking as well as buying. So that is what we have capitalized on. So there is a e-booking facilities that have been made available to the at the fingertip of the consumer. Also, in terms of whenever the sales is required, there is a Ashiana portal for selling to the consumer. And we have also tried to reach the consumer, or the other way around, also to enable the consumer to reach us. We have also have listed ourselves into various digital platforms which the consumers have been using, including social media handles. This is what, when we reached the consumer physically, this is how we were reaching the consumer physically. And what is so the engagement levels were very high. So whether it is in terms of through games or through rewards or any kind of product displays, technical sharing, etc. Steel still being a technical product, and the superiority also comes from in terms of the quality of steel and the technical side of it. So there is quite a close physical interaction and engagement that takes place, and I believe it will continue to take place. But and hence the sales force, feet on street, actually needed these skills. But over a period of time now, with the digital also coming in to engage and touch consumers, the sales force also needs to be equipped accordingly. So apart from what you saw in the previous slide, the sales force today is being equipped by another digital solution. We have a Learners Academy where we touch almost more than 800 sales force on a daily basis to see in terms of how they are equipped. Their training needs are also based on AI methodology. We find out the reports that they send onto the platforms, the sales that they make. So most of it happens through this, and it is linked to their performance. And through the performance, training needs are identified and also driven through this app. Apart from product, as I said, which is the a roofing sheet, whether it is a GC sheet for a roof or a color coded sheet for a roof, we also are now moving into solutions. And when I say when moving into solutions, this also kinds of dovetails with the need to entrench ourselves in the livelihood part of the rural consumer. And to ensure to get into the livelihood, fabricator then becomes one of a major, who was a major influencer, actually is part of a selling value chain. So to that extent, what we were selling as first as sheet, which the consumer would buy, then connect with the fabricator, we have now started making a complete roof. So a shift from selling a sheet to a complete roof with all the accessories that are required. Secondly, what we are doing is in terms of as the commerce in rural areas is going up with increasing non-farm income or employment, there are a lot of shops or commerce related establishments which needs, say, for example, shutters. So instead of supplying sheets or steel sheets for shutters which get fabricated, a factory made knockdown kit of shutters is being supplied to the rural consumer, and this is a fabricator who is now become a salesman of this particular. So the activity that he was doing from an end-to-end fabrication, there is a knockdown kit and installations. So the role of the fabricator is also changing from being an installer and also being a seller. So that kind of a shift is now taking place. As I had mentioned, that different roles that different influencers are now playing. Apart from these, there are many other solutions that we have gone into. For example, we have wires for poultry farming, and that is designed in such a way, the wire mesh, so that the productivity of the poultry farm goes up. We have in terms of nest-in houses, so which is there for the rural schools. So as education influence and focus increases, that is where the number of schools will go up. And nest-in is a kind of a steel plus non-steel based house which is erected, which is also a knockdown kit erected in 7 to 9 days time at any point of time. So that is another full solution that we are giving in terms of full house for certain segments. We also have many other solutions which are there. For example, for farm produce and the wastage that happens in the farm, we have storage solutions, onion, potato storage solutions. We are now working on the tomato storage solution and other likes to ensure that we help the farmers in terms of, and also the trade in terms of productivity as well as income generation. So these are some of the things that we are engaged. So moving from product, we have moved to solutions, and moving from an influencer, we have now started making the influencer as part of the selling system. So thank you very much. I just wanted to make it clear.
Thank you very much. Before we move to Puneet, I was surprised when you said that the pandemic had absolutely no impact on seasonal roofing sheet demand. But the question that I have is that you mentioned there's a demand for color-coated sheets that have gone up in the last 5 to 10 years, and you've had to follow that demand, really.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit,
So-
very quickly about that.
So I would request the audience to connect to Sanjay's slide where there were 4 quadrants, and there was one set of rural villages which were doing well. There was another, and he mentioned that there is one area where the marketeers will focus. There is another area where the marketing, the development side will focus. So if you notice, there are 2 types of roofing sheets we have. One is the GC roofing sheets, which is Shakti, and there is a color-coated roofing sheet, which is the Durashine sheet. Traditionally, when people in the rural side built houses, they used to traverse in their aspiration from a thatch roof to a tiled roof to a metal or asbestos roof, and then into a pakka house. That is how the cost structure is laid out. So as your income increases and aspiration increases, that is how you used to travel. But now we find that there are people are crisscrossing and jumping from not in a very linear way, but in any way. And the challenge that has started happening because of this is that the top box is which we had to find out where there was a pull for the box where there is prosperity. There is a pull for color-coated sheets, which is almost 1.5 times costlier than the GC sheet. Whereas, so when we found, like, we were also guilty of one plan all across the country, and there is a rationale to do that, because I think the cost of moving that way, as long as you can afford and sell your products, we have one game. But we were forced to then actually look at where are the areas, these development areas, or where people would still need the GC sheet instead of the color sheet, because they would not be able to pay for it, even if they aspire. So to that extent, we had the concept of priority districts. And within priority districts, we had, through this geotagging process, we could actually see where Tata Shakti will sell more versus where Durashine as a color-coated sheet will sell more. So, and this migration is continuously happening, and how to actually track this, it's a very tricky thing, how to actually monitor this migration as to how aspiration and income levels are changing, and hence people will then shift from Shakti. So our challenge is both continue to find more and more customers for Shakti, because both businesses need to grow, as well as take care of this color-coated sheet, which is addressing the new aspiration of the consumers.
And the consumer of the future wanting ready-made solutions, that is something that you have noticed.
Yeah. So I think people, just like we used to have, we used to buy clothes and then go to a tailor and get a shirt stitched. I think that time has gone, and same thing is happening. The instant gratification or the convenience that is, and the impulse buy also. So no longer can the consumer wait. So to that extent, there is a need for a solution, because it's not the roof sheet that the consumer wants. It's a roof that he wants, a peace of mind that the consumer wants. It's a good sleep that he wants, a security. So the needs are that actually, and the faster we are able to cater to that need, and that is where solutions come in.
Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the construction equipment sector.
So while they're changing the slides, with your permission, Shruti, I just wanted to, go in the memory lane, because it's a 30 years for March. So just allow me 2 minutes to, mention what I learned from Pradeep sir and through March. So, I think within your 30 years of Mart, I met you somewhere, I think around 2005, 2006. So I've also lived those last 15, 16 years with you. I still remember in your Noida office, and those were the days, when rural was something very alien for most of the corporates. Maybe Marutis and Hero Hondas of that time in our automobile space would have tried rural other than, some of the FMCG companies. So I'd gone to him and, those were the days the rural portfolio was given to the marketing guy who's either absolutely good for nothing, within the organization, or he's a star salesman and, organization just wanted to do something different. तो वो एक ऐसा एक जोकर ढूंढते थे कि तू सब कुछ कर लेगा तू जा. So I was correct. So as the history repeated, and I was given this portfolio. I had no clue what rural is, honestly speaking, that point of time. So I had gone to his office and I said, "Sir, मुझे बताओ करना क्या होता है?" But thankfully, I think that was a turning point for my career as well, sir. The hour and a half which you spent and you gave a lot of insights. And then I'd gone back in thought, and I still remember you had used a word of payback. So you had mentioned at that time as well that, as a marketeer, we should also pay back to the society where we are getting the, our revenues and business from. So wo mantra kahin na kahin chala, and the roadmap which I'm going to present is basically the roadmap which I have personally lived through multiple organizations in this similar space of construction equipment. I'll just take you through. And probably I'll take not more than 7-8 minutes, but happy to have the questions. So within this, in our space, what we found and what Sir has also given a insight of giving it back. So the construction equipment was a space where generally you don't find many consumers like a FMCG product. So the thought which we took was, can I create livelihood through the entrepreneurship, and in that process, can I see a fit for my product? So there's a slightly different perspective which we had gone to the marketplace with. And I'll just try and explain and just take you through the same journey and how it happened. And as Sanjay had said, the 30% of the income today is coming from the construction activities in the marketplace. What we found, and as we speak, say, for example, today, there are almost 100,000 machines would be sold this year itself in India, construction equipment. Now, each machine requires minimum 3 operators, right? So 300,000 employment. Plus, you need another 20-30,000 of people who can service those machines. Plus, you need another 40-50,000 who can finance those machines. And then you need the back office people and things like that. So we estimate around 500,000 employments gets generated through construction equipment every year now on. Now, yes, there is a sector skill council. Yes, there are organizations, NGOs working on skilling and reskilling. But as an organization, as a sector, we thought the onus of creating the right skill set for this sector also lies with the players who are in this sector. So there is an opportunity of creating or maybe changing lives of around 450,000 to 500,000 people, and that's where the rural program which we devised at that point of time and then further nurtured and improved over the period of time is what a typical construction equipment rural program you would see. So just for the benefit of those, construction equipment basically एक तो bulldozer होता है जो हम सब जानते हैं बाबा की कृपा से. But bulldozer के अलावा, so typically this is the kind of machine which is called a bulldozer. Though it's a backhoe loader, but ठीक है, बोलचाल की भाषा में इसको bulldozer बोल देते हैं. But there are multiple machines. So you have machines which go into the road construction. There are machines which go in the mining sector. There are machines which go into the infrastructure sector, the crushers, and some material handling equipment. So there's a whole list of equipment which are called construction equipment, just for these reference. So as you can see, just by looking at these machines, the minimum ticket size of a machine is around 25 lakhs today. So not everybody will jump on this kind of business, and not everybody would be keen. So we decided initially which is the geography which I'm going to target. And this insight also came from one of the conferences like this, where the word of Rurban was, and Raj sir was particularly kind of originator of this word, if I remember, Rurban was the word, which actually fitted in the whole strategy of ours, which is like top end of rural and probably lower end of urban, and that's the depletion layer which was of interest to us. So we focused on that. And then we thought, okay, what are the growth drivers which are driving or probably will drive the economy of those rural areas? So there were some, for construction equipment perspective, there were some known growth drivers, which like, the material handling or infrastructure, housing, real estate, infrastructure, mining, quarrying, expansion, blah, blah, blah. Now, majority of these areas, the ownership in the pre-2005 areas was largely in the metro station. So Hyderabad used to be a hub, Ahmedabad, maybe Delhi, Bombay. So most of the buyers used to, live there. In the next 10 years, 7-8 years, we found that the usage of the machinery have moved from the urban centers to semi-urban kind of thing. The ownership has also started moving from urban centers to semi-urban kind of thing, which was the opportunity, or which was the way which we could sense. Then came the government's initiative, very specific initiative of investment and focusing on infrastructure spend in the rural areas. And that's where the things changed. Somewhere, I think around 2012, 2013, 14, that was a time where the tables got turned. And we found that the ownership of the machine has no longer a phenomenon of urban centers. The ownership has moved to probably semi-urban or large villages, tehsil level kind of thing. The usage of machine has further gone, deeper into the India, which is like villages. And the requirement of servicing of those machines is also now into the villages. So which means the infrastructure or the ecosystem has started getting developed in the rural areas. And that's where the whole rural concept started. And the last piece is actually expanding now, as we see. So wherever, and it's very interesting to track because the machines have got telematics, so we know where exactly the machines are being used. So as any new highway progresses, Bundelkhand highway banta hai, तो मुझे पता चल जाता है कि उसका machines का usage कहाँ पे हो रहा है, और वो ownership pattern भी I can see it's moving from along with the highways. So it's very interesting to note that actually the usage and ownership has moved completely now towards the even deeper than the tehsil level, further into the villages. So when we started, we also, and sir, this chart I have taken from your original old book of rural marketing, so you can remember. So we found that in which all sectors within the rural economy, the construction equipment usage can be expanded. So we wanted to make, we took a simile from the case study of Nokia. So Nokia phone was just for a telephony, wherein iPhone changed the whole landscape with the apps, and the phone is no more a phone. So that is what we actually tried to create with our product, that instead of just digging a hole, can it do multiple things? And that's where the application and the usage of machines we started to work on. And then again, learning from Pradeep sir, we developed this model, the basis your 4 A's, and try to superimpose it on 4 P's, and the typical cliched Philip Kotler process of selling any product. And then we try to create our own model, how it can work, how we can take the learnings of, the proven model of selling, and then, extrapolate it to the rural landscape. So we created our own model, and life was going smooth. We were getting sales. My share of retails when I took over was, the rural share of retails was, I think, close to 0.4%. It has reached to 10%. So getting a lot of incentives and recognition and things like that. So that was a time actually we could also start sowing the seeds of using the digital. And that was a time again, digital used to be like the in thing. So आपने कुछ YouTube पे एक video डाल दिया या website पे कुछ कर दिया तो पूरे organization में people used to recognize, and there was something new to talk about. So those seeds were sown, but then came COVID. And that's where the whole the entire thing got changed. So what we did, that was a time we thought, okay, so the COVID has changed the paradigm. The COVID has changed all the advantages probably into disadvantages, and there are a lot of things which needs to be explored. So we went back to the drawing board. We thought, okay, let's redesign the process. Because if the process is correct, the outcome will be different. And if we just follow the same process, probably the same outcome will come. So we analyzed our sales funnel, and then we also superimposed it with the customer profile whom we were catering to. And we found that, there is a significant shift of my consumer, who's a typical progressive farmer or a person who has got some money, which he can put on the table, get the machine financed. So that, which means he has got some backing of, his property papers or something like that. That guy has started moving or started consuming digital content, but he was still not getting influenced by the content which we were putting in. Whereas his son or daughter or his grandson is completely hooked onto it. And he's the biggest influencer within the family. So we changed our narrative, we changed our audience, provided a lot of content in vernacular language, started giving a lot of content in vernacular languages, addressing to those younger generation, which actually worked for us. So for the entire sales cycle, from a physical distribution process or selling process, we identified what all interventions on the digital platform we need to, alter the process to, and therefore reach out to the audience which is intended for us to reach to. So within the reach, we deployed a lot of social media engagements and emails, marketing, digital ads, the SEOs, the content, influencer marketing, and even promotions over digital platforms. So we started doing all that in addition to the physical. And during the COVID and probably those 1.5, 2 years, probably these activities took the center stage, and now life is coming back to normal. So we are actually now living in a phygital world, which is another jargon, but it's actually working. For the action part, marketing, remarketing, landing pages, online reputation management, CRM, all that stuff we deployed. Conversion also started happening, at least the process started happening over the digital platforms. While we still know and believe, and it's a fact that the final deal happens only when our team and the customer actually sit across in his drawing room over a cup of tea, which his wife or daughter-in-law would have prepared. And that's how the deal happens. This is the industry we are in. But we started, helping and managing that process, and obviously engaging post-sale. So we changed the process, selling process, which was purely physical. And thanks to COVID, we changed that. And probably because of this, as I was talking to Shruti the other day, we didn't see a major dip in the demand even during the peak COVID periods. As a matter of fact, May 2019, my market share was highest. So we could change very quickly, adapt to the situation, and got into the performance marketing thoughts on the digital platform. And then later on, we found that, as Sanjay was talking about the morning, I think 2.5 crore people, they reverse migrated. While most of them have probably come back, but there's still a significant chunk of people who are probably in their mid 30s or early 40s who had stayed back. Those guys have got money, and they are looking for some opportunity to invest and earn their livelihood within the perimeter of whichever village or township they are living in. So that's a smaller segment, but that's a segment which has moved into these kind of professions which we had targeted. And those are the people who are also looking at deploying these machines into newer applications. So our original thought of creating an iPhone out of a construction equipment is actually getting manifested. So when we had moved from a physical world to a digital world, the whole narrative about our communication had to change. So we had gone back to the drawing board, and we have redevised our communication basis. What is my hero communication? What is my hub? And what is the hygiene? And we did a lot of work, kind of redesigned everything, including in the vernacular languages. And that's where technology has helped us to create those targeted campaigns. Once our messaging was done, which is still there. So one of the elements which most of the thought starters like Pradeep sir, Raj sir had talked about the influencer, and in the rural, and Sanjay sir has done it a lot. In the rural landscape, the micro influencers plays real. They are the real game changers. So when my communication was redesigned, I could address to many of these micro influencers to further get into that space, and therefore getting benefited. In addition to the advocacy from the customers who are already in. Now, once these elements are there, we started doing a lot of hyper-local marketing. This is happening for the last 3.5 years. This is something which is now driving and helping me to be absolutely sharp and pinpoint my target audience, both geographically and demographically as well. And influence and reach out to that person, and also track his sales, his journey with us within the sales process, which has helped us to create measurable KPIs also out of this whole process. So what has happened now, what we have also realized, because this digital tools and digital way of doing business in rural areas is catching up so fast, and people are getting used to it. There is a big opportunity of training the people who are in this ecosystem, who are doing the business, whether at the dealership or at our level or at the customer level. So currently what we are doing is to train one of the focus is basically to retrain some of these last mile feet onto these digital tools, so that the efficiency goes up further for a sector which otherwise is not so fashionable, not so widespread like your sector says. But all these initiatives have helped us, and it's very evident that in the last 5 years, the construction equipment industry had grown at a CAGR of close to 14%. And Shruti was asking me what's next. So Shruti, next 10 years, we are expecting a CAGR of 10%. So on a higher level of growth after 14% CAGR. So looks like this combination is working, and what happens in next 10 years, 3 years, 5 years, we don't know. But whatever will happen, we'll change and learn from that and move on. Thank you.
Very much. Since you don't know, let me ask you that question. Let's crystal gaze into the next 3 to 5 years. We are talking about 900 million consumers. We're talking about 1/3 having smartphones. What is the future, perhaps 3 years, looking like in terms of the consumer, in terms of marketing strategies, in terms of digital? I know it's a huge question, but
sure,
do try.
So, we can already see the green shoots. The amount of usage. Okay, so machines are also now getting more smart, right? Smarter. There's a lot of IoT in the machines. There's a lot of apps based on AI, which is helping both us as well as the user to improve the efficiency. Fuel is getting costlier, so fuel efficiency both and the productivity. People are doing a lot of fleet connectivity, so because the machines are equipped with telematics, so there's a lot of data which gets thrown in. So much so a customer probably, and we have seen in a couple of applications, machines are we got inquiries for machines, autonomous machines, which a customer can operate through their mobile phones. Specifically, one application which I can mention is a landmine sweeper. So in the mining sector, we have started getting inquiries, but those are the customers who are at the top end of the usage. But generally, we have seen the usage of telematics, the usage of apps. Today, my customers are also getting habitual of ordering parts online through the mobile app, doing the payment online. When we started this, we thought, who will pay in this industry? Who will pay through his credit card? So we actually thought of cash on delivery and all that stuff. But to our surprise, I think the usage of UPI on our parts portal is pretty high. That has worked to the advantage of customer because the owner or the purchase guy is sitting in, say, Delhi. The machine is working somewhere in deep rural area. He orders the parts through his portal. The parts get delivered over there. So we see a lot of interventions, digital intervention, as far as the usage of the machines is concerned. Services are being booked now online. Going forward, we definitely see IoT taking more relevance, prominence. Connected machines, connected fleets is another area where we see things moving. The alternate fuel is another area where we see a lot of work will happen. And I was talking to a customer and he was mentioning that probably electric machines will be, their penetration will be faster compared to the dual fuel machines because of the availability of resources over there. So we see a lot of action happening over there, which will be probably app-based, will be driven by app-based technologies in a big way. So in next 3 years and up to probably next 10 years, we see a lot of digitization happening of the product and the usage as well.
But not there yet.
They've already started. That's where I said, the reskilling of people who are in this ecosystem on the digital platform is something onus which is on to the manufacturers.
And I think right now, as you mentioned, the micro influencers play a very important role,
Yes.
even where digitization.
Yeah, so they have also gone digital. You can see a lot of videos on YouTube, just as a use case, about how someone has created wealth for himself and has helped the local community. So a lot of stories are there like that, fueled by the micro influencer going on digital platforms.
Well, speaking about digital and storytelling, I think the one story that has really stood out was a father gifting his daughter a bulldozer, which went viral, and everybody was talking about it. And she had to explain that it was not dowry; it was something that the father gave so that they could have an alternate source of income.
Absolutely, that's very interesting. And this father eventually he explained his point of view on multiple platforms, and it's very interesting. How the thought process is changing. And he was very, very clear in his mind that when he's gifting a machine to his daughter on her marriage, he's not giving dowry. And he's very clear, has gone on record saying that. He says, if I had given a car, the car would have just, consumed money and, it would have been a guzzler, while a machine will earn livelihood for my daughter. It will be a support system for my daughter. So, I mean, the underlying thought is women empowerment, right? Underlying thought is entrepreneurship. And that's probably where the mindset has changed. And that story got a lot of eyeballs. Yes, there was some negative, reaction also. But I think it's worthwhile going on the net and listening to the father's perspective, which is really a progressive one, I would say.
Wilson, your point of view, looking ahead 3 years, perhaps 5 years, what is the consumer looking like? What about marketing initiatives that are driving you? Not just about what they want, but what is it that you need to give? And thirdly, about digital, of course.
So instead of answering, how do I see the consumer 5 years down the line? I think I would step back and say that with the onslaught of digital, there is a need to know the rural digital consumer better, because there is a lot of change that has taken place and will continue to take place, and that is what is one work that as a marketer we will continue to do. Second, I feel in the next 4 to 5 years, with whatever we are seeing in terms of trends, we are seeing solutions as one area which will, as a marketer, we will continue to offer. And apart from that, ecosystem is becoming one of the most important aspects of doing business. An ecosystem, because livelihood is becoming more important, and that is where involving the ecosystem and doing business along with them and is the way forward, I think, in the next 4 to 5 years.
Sanjay,
yeah,
we'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, so I think 3 things may happen. One is that the increased digital adoption that is going to take place, like they have also said, be it adopters on e-commerce or platforms or digital apps. For example, payments when we see in the FMCG segment, a retailer paying to the distributor in a non-cash modality, in paying, earlier you should pay to the check. The digital is still at about 25 to 30%. People still pay through check. But the consumer paying to the retailer is completely cash. It's not even 1% UPI, it is there. I'm talking of rural. Urban, we might have gone and we may be scanning the code and paying and things like that. So that did not take place. So those kind of things will happen as smartphones becomes cheaper, connectivity becomes cheaper. So we are already seeing that increase that will take place. Number two is that e-commerce players like Flipkart, Amazon, they are saying that we serve about 99% of the pin code. But if you say a one pin code is not one village, one pin code is a conglomerate of 10, 20, 15 villages based on number of pin codes in India is only 19,000 or 20,000 pin codes are there. And we have 6.5 lakh villages and plus about 5,000 towns. So I think the e-commerce players, the last mile logistics is the most difficult and most costly part of the e-commerce chain. So we will find a lot of investment by the big e-commerce players into the rural space. Third one, I think I may not know much. Maybe Rajbhai will be able to talk about this because he does a lot of work on in his village on the agriculture. Is smart agriculture, in the use of IoT, ML, AI in the agriculture and increasing productivity for the small farmer. The big farmer is already doing his part. As for the small farmer, because 80% of the land holdings is less than 2 acres in India. And that is not going to change overnight, and we can talk about community farming, etc. But what will be the implication of technology in smart agriculture will be the third change. These are the three changes I can think about.
So we are talking about digital acceleration, definitely. With 5G and the government's plans to fiberize all villages by 2025, this is likely to increase for sure. But on that note, this is a great way to also wind up. Thank you, gentlemen. As I say, the bad boys of capitalism, for giving us your perspective on your specific sectors. I think it would have been quite enlightening for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful session. The insights are very realistic and many practical tips to take back. Maybe we have one or two questions from the audience before we break for lunch. Yes, Ritima.
India. So do you think that the social solidarity that we've been talking about as the baseline of rural India, do you think that there is going to be an impingement on the social solidarity because of the digital intervention, or is it because of the digital, taking over so much of the rural consumers? Do you think that there is going to be some kind of impingement on that, or some change which would happen in the social solidarity? That's
No, you.
So the social capital that we've been talking about in rural India. So do you think that the digital intervention or the digitization of the entire thing, do you think that the social capital is going to be abrased or kind of disturbed the social part of it? Yes, because of the digital intervention. Yes, in urban India, exactly.
So I'll just give you an example. I think 2 weeks back, I'll just quote one example probably that may answer, and that is something which I can reflect back now since you had that question. I had gone to some small village in Hamirpur district, and I just wanted some activity was going on. So the Sachiv of that panchayat had called a couple of people to know about one of these sessions and the speech which we had to give. And it was very interesting to know the way Sachiv had addressed to the, the jo bhi 20-25 log the, they were from different walks of the village, different sections of society, independent of caste, creed, and all that stuff. And all of them they were talking about how they can generate income for the next generation. So I believe with the help of technology, it will get strengthened. I'm a born optimistic person, so I think it will further get strengthened, but you may have a different perspective on that.
So, because this question is asked, so somewhere at the back of mind, all of us have this kind of a fear that there could be a disintegration and or individualization, if I may say. That is what digital is doing. Every consumer is a segment. And to that extent, I feel there will be some inroads of this particular concept which will take place. But the larger issues which the rural population has to deal with will be common. To that extent, the social fabric which is there and the social capital, I think, will continue to be strengthened. And in the first session, we heard about how execution has to take place. Execution, whether it is through corporate or through government or through democratic bodies, will take place on these common issues. And that is how that fabric will continue to remain intact.
Improve. I will give examples of Pidilite where we had masons, carpenters, and plumbers. You know, they have communities. Earlier, this is a very uninstitutionalized kind of workforce. You have never heard about a carpenters association or a plumbers association or electrician association. So when we created that, the digital has helped in making the community come closer. They talk to each other. They have meetings. Like in one village, I was having a meeting. The Pidilite की दुनिया हमने एक entrepreneurship program बनाया था. उसने अपनी एक program बनाया तो सारा community को उसने WhatsApp में बुलाया. पहले इतना आसपास के गांव में से इतने लोगों को बुलाना possible नहीं था. So the question to ask is very interesting, that earlier we had this key opinion leaders in the villages. So if I want to buy something, I will go and ask someone. So will I now see the mobile screen and say that product अच्छा है और किसी को पूछूंगा नहीं, जाके खरीद लूंगा? Is the trust factor will be taken away and I will start believing everything that appears on the screen? I don't know. Maybe the advertising people can say this, but I believe that the community will come closer due to the advent of digital.
May I also add something? I don't think we should undermine our consumers as well. I think also look at what all technology has done, and especially the pandemic has proven to be a huge example of where education got such a fillip, and so has finance and financial products, right? So, you know, I don't think we should undermine digital acceleration, but not undermine the consumer as well.
Any other questions before we break for lunch? Okay, so I request Pradeep from MART and Akshayji, Nirod Bhuyan, and Mr. Ambarish to please come forward and hand over a token of our love and appreciation to our speakers and moderator for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So may I request you to join for lunch, and we'll all come back to the session by 2 o'clock. And please keep your mobile phones on silent. It's very disturbing for the panelists. Please, it's a request. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure, I'll send it to you. तो आप जो बोले ना, हम लोग भी कारपेट कॉम्पोनिंग करते रहे। हाँ, जब सीट जब आया में जाने के बाद पता चला कि वहाँ पे मिला नहीं और
technology and how technology has started migration and now there are few places where Pakistan where technology companies are lost. So what is your advice for the market? Talking about how technology has reached many parts of India and how technology has promoted migration from the urban sector. There are places in rural India that technology has reached as much, but then we do not want to promote migration. In fact, we want to make sure promote migration. So, how would you help us, or how would you apply it more in ensuring empowerment of the community while ensuring that migration does happen? Something that touches their heart and help our young market. We would love to have you on board. And that I would like to thank you for being part of us and being part of our program today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
पूरा नहीं करना पड़ता but
अरविंद, अरे ये सर संजय सर का गिफ्ट कहाँ गया? गिफ्ट गिफ्ट हाँ, संजय सर का हम नहीं देखे थे। ये बोल रहा है क्या?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats and switch off our phones, please? So welcome back to our third session on the transformation of Indian agriculture and allied sectors. I request our speakers and moderator for this session to take their seats. Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, Mr. Harveer Singh Panwar, Mr. Kedar Sadalgekar, and Mr. Pankaj Mishra. I'll just introduce the speakers while we are waiting for the, Yeah, sir, please join the seat. Mr. Asthana is currently Chief Executive Officer, Patanjali Foods Limited, Ruchi Soya Industries. He has earlier been President and Chief Executive at Retail Reliance and as a director on the board of Cargill India. Mr. Asthana has also served as an independent director on the boards of IndusInd Bank, NCDEX, E-Markets, and NABARD Consultancy Services. He has worked closely at policy level at GAIN, UNICEF, World Bank, IFC, ADB, etc. He was also the Chairman Task Force of Planning Commission for the 12th Five-Year Plan. Some international affiliations include the Chicago Council, a leading think tank of the US on policy issues. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Mr. Harveer Singh is Editor-in-Chief, Rural Voice, and past editor of Outlook India. Sir has also worked with United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. He anchored several discussions on All India Radio, DD News, Rajya Sabha TV, Lok Sabha TV, contributing big time in bringing agriculture, rural economy, and rural development related issues to mainstream media and policy making. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Mr. Pankaj Mishra is partner, MAT, and practice lead research and consumer insights. He has a decade-long of experience of handling research and consulting assignments for the BOP segment in the emerging markets of India and Bangladesh. He has been instrumental in developing consumer-centric innovation research tools for rural, which have been extensively used in different sectors for generating consumer insights. Thank you, Pankaj. And finally, Mr. Kedar Sadalgekar. He is currently GM Market Research and Analytics, John Deere, and will be moderating this session. Thank you, sir, for coming all the way from Bombay. He is responsible to bring in market insights and advise business directors in the region, as well as global small tractors and global high-value crops. Mr. Kedar's career spanning 29 years, including Force Motors and Mahindra Tractors, where he was originally, gave him an opportunity to handle a variety of roles with increasing responsibility across 4 continents. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divya, for the kind words and the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is by far the little difficult session to get going because you have to give justice to the hard work of the chefs on one side and listen to some thought-provoking session on agricultural transformation. So thank you for being on time and helping us to get started. It's an honor and privilege to have Mr. Kashyap in the audience because you have learned a lot of rural marketing using his books. About a year and a half ago, when I met him in his office and I was thrilled, having met him after the COVID lockdown. I was asking him about his work and sharing what I was doing, and he said, "My best is yet to come." And when he unveiled the book today, I could relate to what you meant then. So what we're going to spend the next few minutes together is to look at perspective of how the transformation in agricultural and allied sectors is happening. It's a very vast canvas. We're trying to touch about 3 aspects of it in interest of time. And of course, we are open for questions both from audience here and online. So to get started with Mr. Rastan, I would request you to give your opening comments, and then will request Mr. Panwar to give his opening comments, or encourage you to follow, and then we'll start with the questions. You have to push the button now.
So good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, my hearty congratulations to Mr. Pradeep Kashyap and the team at MART for their 30th sort of anniversary celebration, what they have. And it's quite a remarkable journey. Sort of we've known each other for a while. I read about him and the work, what they do, extremely relevant and very important, from the perspective of the importance of rural market as one, and also the sort of the role that rural sort of markets play, both in terms of as a supplier of, agriculture and range of other products which comes out of rural areas, much less spoken about, but also as, almost one amongst the more critical sort of element of any company's expectations today. And as you would naturally expect, that almost for the last 1 decade, most of the questions in the media and discussion really is centered so much around what is the demand in the rural market. So every time I'm on the media discussing on, on the quarterly results, one of the questions which are regularly there is that how's the rural demand reacting? Is it down? Is it up? And so the centrality of sort of rural India in the overall economic continuum is extremely important today. Coming back to the sort of issue of agriculture that we have on hand today to discuss in terms of, the emergence of agriculture and where is it truly headed, and so what are the changes? So there is a discourse, what we've heard over last almost 3 decades. And if you look at the presentations, what were made 30 years back, and if you like most of the presentations today when agriculture is spoken about, it's pretty much same, 60-70% of that you'll find the set of issues are pretty identical, whether it's about productivity, whether it's about mandi, as part and parcel of what we speak about, or the low incomes or small farmers, or you name it, inputs and distribution and all that. So I don't want to dwell on that at all. I would submit in terms of the changes which have happened, some which are very positive, and some where a lot of work needs to be done. And if we can continue sort of progressing in that direction. And so to that extent, I find that it's very important that let's look at some of the trends. And by far, the complexity the agriculture has in 3 or 5 minutes, I won't be able to cover. But I certainly want to submit in some of the welcome changes which are there, and I think which can become a catalyst for growth in agriculture and how it can sort of look at things differently. The first one, I would say I can see the green shoots which have happened, whether policy sort of did that or it happened by the market forces, is that there's a certain amount of demand-led agriculture which is taking its root. And primarily what I see is that, the growth in high-value agriculture, which is almost constituting more than 75% of the ag GDP today, and could be even 80% now, is it's a great welcome change. It has other complications in terms of food security, what the country has, issues around cereals, which are, important too. But that is one part which I think willy-nilly, whether the sort of demand, for, more protein foods, more nutritious food in the form of horticulture, the dairy sector, if you look at areas like, crops like tea and coffee and palm and rubber and those areas which are much more industrial use, there's a demand impulses sort of tending to reach better. So that is one side, which is a welcome change. And I think that certainly needs to gain momentum and much more like the agriculture invest. Can we develop that and start to work towards it? So I'll just leave it at that. Maybe we'll address other questions. The second big change is a policy tool that this whole collectivization process, and I was told that there are representatives of farmer producer organizations as well. So whether it was the cooperatives or SHGs or FPOs or farmer producer companies or whatever that form of legal entity is there, that how do we make a viable proposition for much smaller players in that entire economic system, and what is it which can be done, and the tools, whether it's the financial support, whether the market support, whether the ability to negotiate better, bring in the technology, etc. So FPOs, I believe, are here to stay, though there are some disappointments on that front, with both the policymakers feel as well. And likewise, in terms of the sustainability of those FPOs and how exactly they can be made part of the economic continuum with the agriculture supply chain get connected to. Third is the technology piece, which is largely digital today, but there's a lot of science and technology bit of it, which is working, whether in terms of the high yielding variety seeds or, the usage of, focused biofertilizers and biopesticides, and a lot of areas in terms of sustainability that is important. And my last piece, which I want to touch on, which is, I think, very germane to the overall discourse and the narrative around agriculture, is really around the whole sort of, which we talk a lot, but there's very little by way of action that is right now happening, is the climate change and the resilience of, the agriculture to the climate change which is happening. And those things we are seeing almost every year now. So, for example, the loss of wheat crop last year on account of excessive heat in the time when it was entirely evolving. And we have a series of such instances which have got a pretty significant impact, not just on the farmer income, but country's food security overall and otherwise. So what kind of technologies, what kind of resources, how do we get in the stakeholders together, what kind of steps that the government needs to take and the private sector needs to work on? And how does this entire sort of narrative which can be built up so that the policies are made where the resources are getting allocated to especially the vulnerable crops which are there? I think that is exceedingly critical that we look towards. So I will stop my initial comments with that, and then we can discuss it in the other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asthana. Transforming in the light of technology and data. इसकी कहानी एक वेटरन मिस्टर पनवर के अलावा और कौन बहुत अच्छी तरह से बता सकता है? मिस्टर पनवर, योर व्यूज प्लीज.
Thank you, Kedar. And actually, I'm thankful to Mark for me to be here. It's a good opportunity to interact such a good audience and experts in the subject. So I'll go, basically, I'll talk with my experience as a journalist. And closely, I'm watching agriculture and rural India since last 3.5 decades as a professional. So definitely, agriculture is going through a big change. And I think if we look the different section of our economy, whether it is manufacturing or services and agriculture, the next big thing will come only through agriculture. Because both these sectors are either will depend on agriculture or basically, I think a big leap or jump is not coming, particularly from manufacturing side. Our manufacturing story is almost same what it was earlier. But in agriculture, definitely change is happening. But at the same time, we have to understand whether those who are residing in rural area or the farming community, are they part of this change? That is more important for us. And at the same time, we should basically have in our mind that still more than 60% people earn their livelihood from agriculture, all allied sectors. And in my opinion, agriculture, when we saw the number from NSSO or GDP data, so it comes around 18-19%. But my point is that agriculture is still 50% of our economy. We should not forget the processing of agricultural produce and the industry in the rural area. Without the raw material, nothing is there. So basically, and a lot of value addition also happens in the rural area. So more and more value addition will happen there. It will enhance or increase the income of the rural community per se, not only just farmers. So on policy front,
Government tried to do something 3 years back, but that did not basically happen. Big change. But at the same time, I think the change is happening gradually. Whether these 3 laws were taken back or so. One thing is important. If you rope in stakeholders for any kind of change or policy making, that always helps because it builds the trust with all partners and stakeholders. If you will impose just, so it is not that everybody will readily accept that. So, and as per our economic policy and the decision making and the priority of government or allocation of funds and making policy, we are still living in that there will be a trickle down effect in rural and agriculture area. When industry will grow, urban area will grow, big corporates will grow, the benefit will be passed on to the rural and agriculture in the long run. But I think we should leave this kind of policy now. We should start thinking from their point of view. How can we make our farmers and rural people more prosper, more better, more equipped, more skilled, so that they earn their livelihood there. And this gap between urban and rural, maybe we must be talking earlier, this rural and Dr. Swaminathan started talking about Pura, all these things. So basically, it is a recognized fact that there is a huge difference between urban and rural life and earning opportunity. And basically, but now what is happening? Aspirational gap, it is basically, I think, getting narrowed down due to this blast of technology and media and social media and internet connectivity. Earlier, it started with television, but now it is everywhere. So this gap is basically bridging. And the youth or a farmer or a middle-aged person, he or she is also equally aspirational about the better life like we have in urban areas. But when NSS survey comes and all these things comes to us, that when we find that the average income of a farmer is still less than 10,000 a month. So maybe that can be challenged and argued, but still farming is a profession with very low earning possibilities and the realization of income from producing agricultural produce. Sthana is a veteran in commodities and all these things. So, and we talks about that our Atmanirbharta or self-reliance, and I think the latest news is that we are importing a lot of record edible oil, and November to January, huge import. There is a crop started coming to the market, mustard crop. At the same time, we are importing edible oil. So what kind of message we want to send to the farmers for next year? And we still consume 60% of our edible oil imported. So you can think the value of that produce, which must have been go to the farmers. So there are policy failures. And it is not that suddenly we are talking about all these things. There was a oil seed and technology mission in 1984. So what we have achieved in the last almost 40 years. What is that? So somewhere there is a, I think, huge gap is there in policy making. And we need to basically to fill that gap. And now I think this new technology is also coming in agriculture. We are talking about digitalization, and we are talking, I was basically in the earlier session, a lot of things are happening through digital, through mobile and internet and all. But the change on the ground will come through basically proper technological changes, and which can change basically for better income enhancement for the farmers and rural. And there are surveys that now we are talking about that almost 50% of the income in rural area comes now from non-farm activities. If we see it in this way, that it means there are more and more opportunities for earning in the rural area, including the farming income. But I don't believe this still, that this huge, you can think about the value of our agricultural produce, and that value is going to the farmers. And now, I don't know from where this 50% of that is coming. Maybe some government schemes and programs like Manrega, rural roads, and Awas Yojana, and now this Jal Mission, basically, because some funds are being pumped to the rural area and with infrastructure development also. So, and those who are able to do farming, it's okay, but those who are landless farmers and with small holding, they get their earning through these other schemes also. So it's like that. Still, rural area is not, I think, even on market side, very, I think there is a huge gap between urban and rural. Maybe the need for input material for agricultural produce or FMCG products is different. Definitely, Mr. Kedar is here. They are in this joint there. And recently, I think there is a big spike in tractor sales. So, and I think one of the highest number we have seen. A reason is that because last 4 or 5 monsoons were very good. And procurement was also very good. Except last year's wheat crop was bad due to this climate change, whatever we can say, that sudden temperature rise in early March. And but at the same time, we must accept the fact, honestly. 2 days back, government released the data for current crop and with 112 million ton of wheat production. And for last year, it gave a number of 107 point something for wheat production. We exported some quantity of wheat, but suddenly on 13th of May, export was banned. Prices, I think, increased almost 50% over the MSP. When we banned the wheat export, almost entire quantity was within the country. Why prices were increasing? It means that there is a huge gap on real number and the data released by the organizations, government organizations also. So, and market tells the real story. If it was available, prices would have not gone at this level. So point is that still there is a gap. Whether the kind of one more interesting story I want to tell, I think I'm taking a lot of time, but we are facing a crisis on the milk side. We are there was an international conference on dairy sector a few months back. We are the largest producer of the world, but I don't know how do we measure the quantity. Recently, there was a big increase in milk fat. Milk prices increased in last 1 year, more than 6 times. And we are not importing. We have exported some quantity of fat and SMP. But at the same time, there is a crisis. And I think government will have a meeting this in the near future. So if so much production is happening within the country, nobody was ready to accept that after this pandemic of lumpy disease, milk production went sharply down. So these are the hard facts which needs basically properly addressed by the government and the policy maker. On the other side, that definitely there is a big push by the government because we have almost 85% of the farmers are small and marginal, and our average land holding has come down below 1 hectare now, 0.8 hectare per farmer on an average. So now this collectivization, basically the farmers collective, like earlier it was in the form of cooperative, then we started FPOs through this some 15-20 years back, small farmers agribusiness consortium was started that farmers can form their own company and can start this thing. But now since last 4 or 5 years, there is a push. Government wants to establish 10,000 FPOs basically. And on cooperative, we have seen even yesterday government said that we are going to create 2 lakh packs in the next 5 years and
a huge number
of money. So basically, one point, there are some contradiction also, I can say.
So if I may interject,
FPOs and
we can convert, talk about this opportunity and the flip side as we go along in the session.
I want to say this point and another technological point. Technology, one thing is that information technology, at the same time core technology, whether it is biotechnology or good research on the good crop, new variety development of the crop, or all these things. So that is the need of the hour, and I think there is a what kind of investment and push should be there. It is not like that, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I mean, given the wealth of experience Mr. Panwar brings to the table, और पॉलिसी का जो इम्प्लीकेशन है फार्मर्स के लिए, जो कि समझाने की अपनी एक खूबी है, I'm sorry to interject, sir, but we are just short on time. So thanks again. And we'll of course touch upon the gaps and the paradox that you touched upon. Mishra ji, aapka view.
Thanks, Kedar, for inviting for this beautiful session on agri transformation, and what Asthana ji and Panwar ji has shared. Already they have covered the landscape regarding agriculture में क्या हो रहा है और क्या चीजें होनी चाहिए. But मैं यहाँ पे चूंकि कुछ फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनीज के भी लोग आए हुए हैं, तो मैं चाहूंगा थोड़ा कन्वर्सेशन को हम बाइलिंगुअल रखेंगे. और सिंस मैं आता हूँ प्रैक्टिशनर बैकग्राउंड से, आई हैव सीन द रूरल फॉर लास्ट 20 years or more, from the farmers who are not having doing the bullock carts, and today they are having harvesters and TMCs or even other machines. So I think the transformation which has happened, we need to understand why it has happened. So I will try to project the consumer point of view here कि फार्मर क्या था कि अगर आप देखिए एग्रीकल्चर का कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो आज भी सबसे बड़ा है रूरल में, तो सबसे बड़ा कंपोनेंट है वही है. कोविड में किसने बचाया? एग्रीकल्चर ने. That was remained the strongest pillar of the economy, where everybody has fallen by double digits, more 30-40%, but agriculture has remained resilient. हमने कुछ स्टडीज करी उस समय, जो गांव में पहले जो गांव के लोग थे कहते थे एग्रीकल्चर हम क्यों कर रहे हैं, जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं कर पाए इसलिए खेती कर रहे हैं. मेरे भाई वहां कमा रहे हैं, यहाँ कमा रहे हैं. जब कोविड आया, जब वो घर में लौट के आया और उनको रोटी जो है उन्होंने खिलाई, जो दिल्ली बॉम्बे में काम करते थे और उनके पास में स्मार्टफोन थे और सभी चीज के गैजेट्स थे, जब वो उनके ऊपर डिपेंडेंट हुए, देन रियलाइज द पावर ऑफ द रूरल इकोनॉमी. तो आई हैव कंडक्टेड सम इंटरव्यूज एट दैट टाइम. बोले आज हमें वो सेटिस्फैक्शन मिला है जिंदगी में जो कभी नहीं मिला था. आज मेरी अपनी वैल्यू रियलाइज हो रही है कि व्हाट इज, आई एम द सन ऑफ द सॉइल. मैं जमीन से जुड़ा रहा तो मेरे ऊपर इस विपत्ति का असर नहीं हुआ. और आज मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैं अपने भाइयों को उनको मैं खिला रहा हूँ, घर में रख रहा हूँ, और अभी भी कुछ लोग वहां पे हैं. और ऐसा भी हुआ कि कुछ लोग वापस उन्होंने ट्रैक्टर खरीदे, जो ट्रैक्टर बिके, ऐसा नहीं कि केवल वो खेती में बिके हैं, कई लोगों ने ट्रांसपोर्ट शुरू कर लिया, कुछ और एक्टिविटीज शुरू कर ली. लॉट ऑफ सेल इन एग्रीकल्चर, इन द ट्रैक्टर इंडस्ट्री हैज हैपेंड इन नॉन एग्रीकल्चर एक्टिविटीज, जहां पर ये चीजें हो रही है. इवन द अदर पीपल विल एग्री विद दैट. सो व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इन द रूरल कि टुडे द फार्मर हैज रियलाइज्ड हिज लॉस्ट ग्लोरी एंड द पावर. आज उसको लगता है कि नहीं, मैं एग्रीकल्चर कर रहा हूँ, देयर इज अ पर्पस टू, आई एम फीडिंग द कंट्री. मैं अन्नदाता हूँ, ऐसा नहीं कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाया लाइफ में इसलिए ऐसा कर रहा हूँ. एंड इसी की वजह है कि आज फार्मर ये सोचता है कि मैं केवल फार्मर नहीं हूँ, मैं एक एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ, मैं एक बिजनेसमैन हूँ. वो एक ट्रैक्टर इसलिए नहीं खरीदता कि मुझे अपना खेत जोतना है. हमारा स्टडी बताता है कि जब गांव में एक ट्रैक्टर आता है तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के 8 कस्टमर कम हो जाते हैं. दिस इज द रियलिटी. दैट मीन्स कि एक ट्रैक्टर जब आता है गाँव में तो उस कस्टमर को, उस फार्मर को 8 और कस्टमर मिल जाते हैं. So the agriculture income is not the income which is only coming from अनाज बेचने से नहीं आ रहा है. उसके अलावा उसके पास एग्रीकल्चर की अलाइड एक्टिविटीज है. 30-40% लोग डेयरी करते हैं. उसके अलावा जो लोग ट्रैक्टर रखते हैं या और मशीनें रखते हैं, उनको आसपास के 8-10 गांव से काम मिलता है. So lot of the things even in the agri system is adding lot of value to the agriculture. अगर मैं दोनों की बात करूं, एक तरफ बड़ा फार्मर है, एक तरफ छोटा फार्मर है. हाँ, बड़ा फार्मर आप बोलेंगे टीएमसी रख सकता है, बड़ी मशीन रख सकता है, ट्रैक्टर सकता है, कमा सकता है. लेकिन छोटे फार्मर के लिए क्या हुआ है? तो द पॉइंट हरवीर स्टेटेड राइट नाउ कि जो कलेक्टिविज्म आया है, जो कि कभी कुरियन ने अमूल डेयरी सेक्टर में लाया था, आज वो कलेक्टिविज्म का पावर आज कंज्यूमर और फार्मर फील कर रहा है. आज हम 200 एफपीओ के साथ काम कर रहे हैं पूरे देश भर में, और आज हम उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं कि आपको कैसे रजिस्टर मेंटेन करना है, कैसे अकाउंटेंट को रखना है, सीईओ को रखना है, कैसे अपना बिजनेस चलाना है. So we are helping them through the 10,000 FPO program to empower them कि they should be the next generation entrepreneurs. They should be the people कि जिनके साथ हिंडाल्को या महिंद्रा या जॉन डियर को डील करना चाहिए. So that will be the power like Mahagrapes या Mahanar create हुआ. So those kind of companies will get created. You often think why 10,000 numbers? There's a very strong logic to it. We have 5,000 blocks in the country. The vision is that every block will have 2 such companies to start with. To think about visualization, how much depth and width you are getting for marketing. The moment these companies come up, what we are grooming right now, already हमारे काफी सारे companies are input में deal कर रहे हैं. We are tying up with Hindalco, with many other people for input buying. We will tie up again for other things. जो custom hiring centers है वो भी उनके माध्यम से आ रहे हैं. So the whole ecosystem of dealing with the rural is going to transform if this dream becomes a reality in the next 5 years. और सबसे अच्छी बात क्या है कि इसमें फार्मर के पास एक्सक्यूज नहीं है. Government is giving 6 lakh money every year to each of these companies to run your business. You keep a CEO, you keep an accountant, but we don't want excuses from you. We will even give you 2 crore worth credit guarantee fund for this. So today the government is very serious. So that second point I want to bring ki the seriousness of government from the Agri Infra Fund or the PM Kisan or other initiatives that government has announced recently, accelerator fund for promoting innovations, कि आप ड्रोन्स ले आइए, आप नई टेक्नोलॉजी आइए, प्रिसिजन फार्मिंग में जाइए, तो ये सब चीजें बहुत ज्यादा इंपावर करने वाली हैं. नंबर 2 पॉइंट क्या है कि फार्मर के लेवल पे आज इंडिया में लगभग सबसे सस्ता डेटा मिलता है. जो डेटा है ऑलमोस्ट वी आर द लीस्ट कॉस्ट डेटा. नंबर 2 मोबाइल फोन अफोर्डेबिलिटी. आज गांव में 2,500-3 हजार रुपए का भी एक स्मार्टफोन आता है. हम बिहार में गए थे जहाँ पे एक जियो का फोन है जिसमें कि मोबाइल में डेटा भी चलता है, फेसबुक भी चलता है, एंड इट कॉस्ट 2,500 रुपीज. एंड इसलिए क्या हुआ, जैसा पहले भी सेशन में आया कि आज द एक्सेस टू द कंज्यूमर हैज बिकम वेरी इंडिविजुअल देन कलेक्टिव. द इमीडिएट बॉक्स इज ऑफ इन द हाउसेज. फीमेल अपने मोबाइल पे देखती है, मेल अपने पे देखता है. सो यू हैव टू एड्रेस द कंज्यूमर आल्सो इन अ इंडिविजुअल वे कि कैसे आप उसको एड्रेस करेंगे. सो लुकिंग एट दिस थिंग, स्मॉल फार्मर एंड बिग फार्मर दोनों के पास ही आज आपके पास में एवेन्यूज है, स्कोप है. और एक डेटा और डिजिटल एक्टिविटी और डिजिटल एक्सेस होने से, जहाँ की जियो और एयरटेल पहुंचे हुए हैं गांवों तक, तो आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है वहां तक पहुंचने का. आज हम जो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं इन द सिटिंग इन द ऑफिसेज, द कंपनीज वॉच द डिस्कशन ऑफ विद द फार्मर फ्रॉम देयर ऑफिसेज बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. हम जूम प्लेटफॉर्म पे या और प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर हम सीधे बात करते हैं, सीधा संवाद होता है. So the point is the digital connectivity has empowered the consumer with the real data and information what you have sitting in your boardrooms. तो आज अगर वो एक खरीदने जाता है पेस्टिसाइड, तो वो ये नहीं पूछता है या उसके पे भरोसा नहीं करता दुकानदार पे कि मेरी गारंटी है, ले जाओ, नहीं हुआ तो मैं वापस कर लूंगा. He check the YouTube में क्या लिखा हुआ है, क्या ये दवा सही है. तो then he believes more. That is a neutral data, not even a marketer or any other person. But digital and social has become a more neutral information channel than any other person interference. So these things are empowering rural in a very different manner, what has not happened in early 50 years. So at the end, what I'm trying to say, the companies who are entering the rural or who are trying to get into the agribusiness sector cannot ignore these facts. And consumer is empowered today with this.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you for a very elaborate view. इससे अच्छा और कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या सेट हो सकता है? दो चीजें मुझे, जब मैं when I was listening to the eminent panelists, we are in right business at right time. अपने आंखों के सामने तरक्की होते हुए देख रहे हैं. ये शायद किसी और जनरेशन को मौका ना मिले. दूसरी बात है कि इतना सारा जब कुछ हो रहा है ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, तो उसको समझने के लिए हम शुरुआत करते हैं एंड से. यहाँ पे रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर अस्थाना टू गिव हिज पर्सपेक्टिव की डायरेक्ट प्रोक्योरमेंट जो आप करते हैं, एरिया दैट यू आर करंटली वर्किंग ऑन, उससे जो शिफ्ट हुआ है डिमांड, उससे जो अभी मिश्रा जी ने बात किया एम्पावरमेंट का, तो आपका अनुभव कैसा रहा है? हाउ हैव यू बीन विटनेसिंग दिस चेंज?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि डायरेक्ट प्रोक्योरमेंट का एक जो कार्यक्रम है वो अभी काफी तेजी से गति पकड़ रहा है. उसके डायरेक्ट प्रोक्योरमेंट के काफी सारे पहलू भी हैं जो कि हम लोग को समझना बहुत आवश्यक है. पहला पहलू ये है कि और ये पुराना एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जैसे 3 चैनल्स प्रोक्योरमेंट के होते हैं. जैसे आपने ट्रेडर के माध्यम से खरीदा, या आपने डायरेक्टली मंडी से खरीदा, या तीसरा आपने किसान समूह से खरीदा, डायरेक्टली किसानों से खरीदा. तो कंपनियों के सामने जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि जो आप ट्रेडर से खरीदते हैं, जो कि एक प्रकार से बीच में बिचौलिया जो अपना खुद रिस्क लेके दे रहा है, वो सबसे सस्ता होता है, लेकिन उसकी जो गुणवत्ता है, जो क्वालिटी है, वो सबसे नीची स्तर की होती है. जो आप मंडी से खरीदते हैं उसका भाव ट्रेडर के भाव से थोड़ा ज्यादा होता है, लेकिन उसकी जो क्वालिटी होती है उससे ट्रेडर के हिसाब से थोड़ी और अच्छी होती है, लेकिन भाव ज्यादा है. और जो आप डायरेक्टली किसान समूह से खरीदते हैं, एफपीओ से खरीदते हैं, या आपका डायरेक्ट फार्मर कलेक्शन सेंटर से खरीदते हैं, उसका भाव सबसे ज्यादा होता है और उसकी क्वालिटी भी जो होती है वो बेस्ट होती है. अब इसमें एक प्रकार से जो मुश्किल आती है कि कंपनियों को कई बार जस्टिफाई करने में, चाहे एनजीओज हैं जो कि ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं उनको, या एफपीओ से खरीदने में कि कैसे अपने को जस्टिफाई कर सके कि मैं इतना भारी दाम पे खरीदी कर रहा हूँ। अब उसके कई फैक्टरीज कारण हो सकते हैं। ये ट्रेडर जो है हो सकता है टैक्स ना देता हो सकता है किसानों को कम तौल के दे रहा हो, या अपने उसके अलग प्रैक्टिसेस हो। मैं किसी को उसके मेरिट पे नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ। मंडी में भी सेम चीज है कि एक प्रकार से कि क्या क्या प्रैक्टिसेस है, कैसे हो कि उसका खर्चा कैसे कम करके लेकिन हायर प्राइस पे दे रहा है। तो पहला चीज मैं ये बोलूंगा कि एक एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से ये करेक्ट 15 साल पहले था, ये आज भी करेक्ट है कि आप जब डायरेक्टली किसान के साथ जाते हैं तो आपका खर्चा जो है कंपनी के लिए सबसे अधिक होता है, लेकिन आपको क्वालिटी भी बेस्ट मिलती है। तो अगर कंपनी का बिजनेस मॉडल में एक बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी के बेसिस पे लेना है तो कंपनियां जाती हैं उसमें। जो डायरेक्ट मॉडल अच्छा वर्क करता है, जैसे रेस्ट्रिक्टेड एरिया में ऑपरेट करना है, जैसे शुगर केन में, उसमें कोई इशू नहीं है, आपका कैचमेंट एरिया उसमें आप ले लेते हैं। गन्ने की खेती में उसी प्रकार से आपका जैसे ऑयल पाम का है, आपका रेस्ट्रिक्टेड है कि ऑयल पाम में आपको खरीदी करना है तो आपको मिल रहा है, उसके हिसाब से चल रहा है, वो लिंक बना हुआ है। और उसके हिसाब से आप छोटे जैसे चाहे तो चाय के बागान है, छोटे बागान वाले, बड़े बागानों की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, चाहे कॉफी के एस्टेट्स हैं, चाहे स्पाइसेस का वो हो रहा है, वो धीरे धीरे पिक हो रहा है, लेकिन उस गति से नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि उसमें एक हमेशा थोड़ा सा आपस में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बना हुआ है। और किसानों को बुरा लगता है कि मैं अच्छी गुणवत्ता की चीज लाया हूँ, मेरे को टाइम से पेमेंट चाहिए, टाइम से पेमेंट होना चाहिए, पैसा मिलना चाहिए, सारी चीज पे उनका एक्सपेक्टेशन जब कंपनी जाके खरीदी कर रही है, डायरेक्ट परचेजिंग हो रही है तो हाई होता है, और वो सही भी है, उनको बिल्कुल होना चाहिए। लेकिन कंपनी के सामने जो एक ये मैंने बताया कि एक हमेशा एक प्रतिद्वंद बना रहता है, या एक तरीके से दुविधा है कि मैं किस प्रकार से इसको बड़ा करके स्केल करूं। तो मेरी दो स्तर पे एक क्योंकि जो हमारे एफपीओस के प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पे हैं और जो किसान भाई हैं, मेरे को सिर्फ दो चीज बोलनी होगी उनके लिए, और दूसरा कंपनियों के लिए भी। तो कंपनीज इन्वेस्ट तो करती हैं, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने कारगिल में भी ट्राई किया, रिलायंस में भी ट्राई किया, बहुत सारी कंपनियां करी, अभी भी कर रहे हैं हम लोग। लेकिन वो एक हमेशा टेम्पटेशन, क्योंकि उनको भी उनके स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, उनके सामने जस्टिफाई करना पड़ता है उसको, कैसे दोनों को एक तरीके से समीकरण ऐसा बैठे कि किसानों को बेस्ट प्राइस भी मिले, उनका जो वैल्यू ऐड कर रहे हैं, उनका जो मेहनत है उसको वैल्यू मिले, और किस प्रकार से कंपनी अपने स्टेक होल्डर्स को भी जस्टिफाई कर पाए, हम कर रहे हैं। ये अभी चल रहा है, उसका हम लोगों ने आखिरी उसका फाइनल वो कंक्लूजन नहीं देखा है। सोल्यूशन क्या निकला क्या मेरे को मालूम नहीं है अभी, लेकिन ये है कि जैसे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग का एक अच्छा आलू के उसमें एक अच्छा धीरे धीरे बनना शुरू हुआ है। यहाँ पे जैसे मैकेन बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, कई कंपनियां बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही हैं। ओपन एकरेजेस में अच्छा काम हो रहा है धीरे धीरे करके, हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप्स में, डेयरी में अच्छा बनता जा रहा है, जैसे कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट्स का है। तो ऐसा नहीं कि कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, काम बहुत हो रहा है, लेकिन एक अल्टीमेट लेवल पे पहुंचना की पूरा डिमांड लेड, वो एक प्रकार से कमर्शियली वो ठीक बैठे सब सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए
बैलेंस,
वो एक बैलेंस होना आवश्यक है, एक तरीके से उसका तालमेल बैठना बहुत आवश्यक है अगर इस व्यापार को आगे बढ़ना है। और एक तरीके से कैसे जोड़ा जाए, तो दोनों पक्षों को एक तरीके से उसको देखना पड़ेगा कि कैसे उसको चलाया जाए, कि किसानों की अपेक्षा जो है या एफपीओ की अपेक्षा है उसको कैसे एक तरीके से मॉडरेशन करके कि क्या धरती पे क्या रियलिटी है, और उसी प्रकार से कंपनीज को देखना पड़ेगा कि हम लोग को इन्वेस्ट करना है उसके पीछे। और हम लोग खुद जैसे 150 एफपीओ सेट कर रहे हैं, उसके पीछे काफी कार्य भी चल रहा है। लेकिन ये एक प्रतिद्वंद है कंपनियों के उसमें दिल में, और एक प्रकार से ये प्रैक्टिकल एक इशू है, लेकिन काफी सारा कार्य हो रहा है इसमें, इंप्रूवमेंट भी हो रहा है उसमें।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अस्थाना साहब। अब इसी मुद्दे को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, पनवर साहब मैं आपके पास आता हूँ। हमने बात करी कि हमारे किसान भाइयों को हम एम्पावर कर रहे हैं और एफपीओ भी सेट कर रहे हैं। आप पॉलिसी को रिलेट करके कॉमन मैन तक पहुंचाने में बहुत प्रभावशाली रहे हैं इतने सालों से। आपके रेडियो स्पीचेस में भी आप बहुत पैशनेटली उसको ड्राइव करते हैं। तो आपसे मेरा क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि जब ये एम्पावरमेंट हो रहा है तो किसानों को मिडिलमैन की श्रृंखला से कैसे मुक्त किया जा रहा है? आप जैसे अभी 10,000 एफपीओस की आपने बात की, तो अगर मैं मोटा मोटा जोड़ दूं तो हर ब्लॉक में 2 एफपीओस हो जाएंगे। तो आपको कैसे लगता है अगले आने वाले 3 या 4 साल में चित्र कैसे बदलेगा, या बैलेंस की जो अस्थाना साहब ने बात करी वो कैसे प्ले आउट होगा?
देखिए ये मार्केटिंग एक हमेशा चैलेंज रहा है एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस के लिए, फार्मर्स के लिए खासतौर से। या तो एक जो मेजर कमोडिटीज हैं उसमें जैसे है कि जहाँ गवर्नमेंट का रिक्वायरमेंट है पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए, या फिर कुछ एक तरीके का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग ही है। शुगर केन तो पूरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग है, उसके पहले आपका टोबैको भी था और कुछ और प्रोड्यूस में उस तरीके से आया। वहां तो रूल्स सेट है कि आपको ये दाम मिलेगा, आपको मुझे ये सप्लाई करना है, इतना क्वांटिटी करना है, ये शेड्यूल रहेगा, तो पहले से तय है। बाकी अगर आप देखो कि ज्यादा चैलेंज आता है छोटी कमोडिटीज में, और जो जहां पर अभी गवर्नमेंट ने कोई सिस्टम उस तरह से नहीं बनाया, खास तौर से जो एमएसपी के बाहर की प्रोड्यूस है, डेयरी सेक्टर हो या आपका हॉर्टिकल्चर हो जिसमें फ्रूट्स वेजिटेबल्स ये सब आते हैं, और स्मॉल ग्रेन की बात अगर हम करते हैं, उसमें प्रॉब्लम वही है कि गवर्नमेंट का तो फोकस है अपना एक सर्टेन रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसने ले लिया, एकदम पहले से तय हो गया, उसके लिए सिस्टम भी है। और उसमें जो प्रोक्योरमेंट के बाहर का मसला होता है वहां फिर मिडिल मैन का रोल आता है। एक ये लगातार चैलेंज रहा है कि किसान और उपभोक्ता के बीच से मिडिल मैन को कैसे बाहर करें, और जो फार्म टू फोर्क की बात आती है, ये सब चीजें होती है। लेकिन पहली तो बात यह कि ये बड़ा मुश्किल काम है कि आप मिडिल मैन को बाहर कर देंगे। हाँ, ये है कि रूल को आप फेयर कर सकते हैं, या फिर फार्मर्स के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो, जिस तरीके से पहले कोऑपरेटिव था, लेकिन कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट के दोनों पहलू हैं, अच्छा रहा है, बहुत जगह बहुत कामयाब रहा है, बहुत सारे मसलों में उतना कामयाब नहीं रहा है। लेकिन ये जो एफपीओ का भी कॉन्सेप्ट है वो इसीलिए आया है कि देखिए फार्मर के लिए चैलेंज क्या है, वो सब कुछ ये एक पहले से बात चलती है कि वो सब कुछ रिटेल में खरीदता है और बेचता होलसेल में है, तो उसको उस तरीके का दाम नहीं मिल पाता। अब अगर ये फार्मर्स कलेक्टिव की बात है कि एक तो किसी भी बड़े बायर को, वो प्रोसेसर हो या इवन बड़ा ट्रेडर हो या एक्सपोर्टर हो, उसको बड़ी क्वांटिटी चाहिए। तो ऐसा तो नहीं कि वो एक गांव में 1000 फार्मर्स को टच करेगा या एक ब्लॉक में 1 लाख फार्मर को टच करेगा, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो उसमें यही कॉन्सेप्ट आता है, या तो फार्मर्स अपने कोऑपरेटिव ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना लें, और या जो अभी एफपीओ का जो चलन है वो बना लें। सो एक तो ये उनको पहचानने में आसान होगा कि उनका किस प्रोड्यूस की डिमांड है, तो मे भी उनका जो क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न है वो भी चेंज हो जाए, और वो एडवांस में भी एग्रीमेंट कर सकते हैं और अच्छे से बार्गेन कर सकते हैं, और जो बायर है उसे भी एक प्रॉपर क्वांटिटी मिल जाएगी। और एक जो क्वालिटी का भी इशू आता है उसमें, जो यूनिफॉर्मिटी चाहिए या प्रोसेसिंग के लिए चाहिए, या जो अभी अस्थाना जी ने कहा कि जो उसका क्वालिटी की जब बात आती है, तो मंडी में तो मान लिया 50 ट्रेडर बैठे हैं या 500 ट्रेडर बैठे हैं, उन्होंने सबसे लिया है और वो डंप कमोडिटी की तरह करता है। लेकिन हाँ, हो सकता है कि आप कोऑपरेटिव के पास जाएं या आप एफपीओ के पास जाएं, तो वो पहले से आपके बीच में अच्छा तालमेल और इस तरीके का एग्रीमेंट हो कि वो आपके जो डिमांड है उसको मीट करने के लिए प्रोड्यूस आपको दे दे। और ये, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक थोड़ा सा ड्रॉबैक मैं देखता हूँ कि जो कोऑपरेटिव का स्ट्रक्चर है वो प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट यूनियन और स्टेट फेडरेशन या फिर नेशनल लेवल पर, तो वो थोड़ा उनके पास कैपेसिटी है फाइनेंशियली भी, और खासतौर से प्रोफेशनल स्किल भी है, क्योंकि दे कैन हायर कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन टू रन देयर बिजनेस। यहाँ पर एफपीओ में यही एक चैलेंज आने वाला है अभी, क्योंकि एफपीओ का जो साइज है बिजनेस का भी और उनका जो टर्नओवर का वो छोटा है, तो वो क्या उतना बड़ा प्रोफेशनल जो कॉम्पिटेंट होगा पूरी तरीके से, उसको उतना पैसा दे पाएंगे क्या? हम कुछ एफपीओ को देख रहे थे, उनका टर्नओवर ही 50 लाख है, 20 लाख है या 1 करोड़ है। तो इफ यू वांट टू हायर ए वेरी गुड प्रोफेशनल, जो कि जिसको अच्छा समझ हो, अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हो, तो आपको पैसा खर्च करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन हाँ, उसका यह है कि या तो कोई पिरामिड आपको ऐसा बनाना पड़ेगा, जैसे ये सीबीबीओ की बात आई है कि कई सारे एफपीओ इकट्ठे होकर के एक जगह आ जाएंगे और वो फिर उनके साथ डील करेंगे, उनको गाइड करेंगे। तो आई थिंक दैट मॉडल कैन वर्क, बट अभी करीब शायद 5000 एफपीओ बने हैं, अभी एक प्रोसेस है, इसको अभी हमें सीखना है। एक चीज मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आप कोऑपरेटिव भी बना रहे हैं और एफपीओ भी बना रहे हैं। एफपीओ कंपनीज एक्ट में है, कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट में है, वो स्टेट के अंडर चलता है। कोऑपरेटिव जो है आपका कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट, अगर मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव नहीं है तो अब ये देखना पड़ेगा कि वो मॉडल सक्सेसफुल होगा या ये मॉडल सक्सेसफुल होगा, क्योंकि वहां आप कह रहे हैं कि जो अभी इस तरीके से अनकवर्ड जो विलेजेस हैं वहां 2 लाख कोऑपरेटिव आप बनाएंगे। एंड अब कोऑपरेटिव में भी पहले प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चरल कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी क्रेडिट के लिए बनती थी, अब मल्टी फंक्शनल कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी बनाने का कॉन्सेप्ट गवर्नमेंट ला रही है कि वो कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस का काम नहीं करे, सिर्फ कर्जा ना दे, वो सब कुछ करे, बाकी जो बिजनेसेस है वो भी करें। तो ये मेरे ख्याल से ये एक बड़ी चर्निंग मार्केटिंग के फ्रंट पे, बट इस ओवरऑल प्रोसेस में फार्मर्स का एम्पावरमेंट हो रहा है, ये मैं क्योंकि उसकी जो एक तरीके से जो स्ट्रेंथ है वो बढ़ रही है, और वो जरूरी है क्योंकि हमारे जिस देश में जहाँ इतनी बड़ी तादाद फार्मर्स की है और बहुत बड़ा मार्केट भी है और हमारा एक्सपोर्ट पोटेंशियल भी बहुत है, तो उसमें अगर फार्मर को एम्पावर करेंगे, उसका कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग होगा, तो वो एक आई थिंक वो सही डायरेक्शन।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर पनोज साहब। तो देयर इज लाइट एट द एंड ऑफ द टनल एंड हमें ये समझ में आया आपके कमेंट्स के साथ कि द एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम इज हियर टू स्टे, एग्जिस्टिंग प्लेयर्स आर हियर टू स्टे एंड इवेंचुअली इट विल ट्रांसफॉर्म इन द बेनिफिट ऑफ द फार्मर्स। मिश्रा जी, आप आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि आपने जो प्राइड की बात की ड्यूरिंग द कोविड टाइम, जो रेसिलियंस दिखाया फार्मर्स ने और जिस तरह से अपने आप की एक नई पहचान उन्हें फिर से मिल गई, तो इन फार्मर्स के एम्पावरमेंट का दूसरा पहलू है ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन। एक समस्या हम बार बार सुनते हैं कि जैसे रसायनों का छिड़काव करना है खेतों में तो मजदूर नहीं मिलते, तो जैसे हमने टेलीफोनी में देखा कि नो टेलीफोन्स, नो लैंडलाइन फोन्स टू 3G 4G एंड नाउ 5G, ऐसा ही कुछ केमिकल के छिड़काव के साथ हो रहा है कि नो पीपल टू ऑल ऑफ अ सडन टू ड्रोन, एक दिन लगता था अब 8 मिनट में हो रहा है। तो आपकी नजर में अगले 3 या 4 साल में जो एम्पावरमेंट की पहलू है फ्रॉम टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, क्योंकि हमें जब कोई ये होता है कि व्हाट इज दैट फार्मर वांट, वी डायल पंकज नंबर, आई एम श्योर यू आर हियर एंड यू मस्ट हैव एक्सपीरियंस दैट एज वेल। So Pankaj, would like to see from your crystal ball how you see it in next 3 to 4 years for technology adoption, for empowering their.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, thanks, Kedar, for the question. I think what we have seen among the farmers in the technology adoption in last few years, that there has been a transformation and a very good inclination towards new technology, whether it's the technology towards drone or it is the technology towards going for mechanized harvesting and other things. So farmer is very, very attuned and very, very open to adoption of new technology. So what we see that whether it has not it has not remained to the crops like wheat and rice, but even beyond that, farmers adopting technology, whether it's a precision farming, whether it's adopting new machines for other agricultural operations. So everywhere that thing is multiplying, and farmer is finding technology as a friend rather than a foe. So he is open to, and because of the digital revolution and other things, his inclination towards adoption has also gone up. So what I see in the coming times, whether it's the tractors or drones or across the value chain of the crop, we are likely to see more and more adoption of technology and lesser dependence on the farm labor for various agricultural processes.
Thank you, Pankaj. Anything you would like to add? Yeah. Okay. So, Asana Sahab, I'd like to come back to you to understand your comment, to build on to what Pankaj just mentioned. टेक्नोलॉजी की डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए काफी सारी कोशिशें की जा रही हैं। एक रिसेंट कोशिश को मैं टच करना चाहूंगा, जो बजट में इंक्यूबेशन की बात की गई है, तो मैं आपका पर्सपेक्टिव जानना चाहता हूं उसके बारे में।
देखिए केदार जी, ये बात सही है पंकज जी की कि टेक्नोलॉजी का जो एक रोल है एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत बड़ा है और अक्रॉस द बोर्ड बढ़ा है। उसके 2 मुख्य कारण रहे। एक तो टेक्नोलॉजी सस्ती होती चली गई, उसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन आसान होता चला गया, उसके एग्रीकल्चर लेबर धीरे धीरे बहुत कठिन होती जा रही है देश में। तो आपको जैसे कई एरियाज में क्रॉप्स में एग्रीकल्चर लेबर मिलना ही एक प्रकार से बहुत बड़ा मेजर इशू बन गया है, जिसमें कि एक कंट्री में बहुत बड़ा मेजर मूवमेंट चल रहा है कि अगर ये जो माइग्रेशन ऑफ लेबर है जो इंटर विद इन द कंट्री है वो बहुत बड़ा चल रहा है। जो पूल ऑफ टैलेंट पहले आता था कि साहब वो पहले राजस्थान से लेबर जाते थे पोर्ट्स पे, वहां पे वो सब खत्म हो गया। अब आपको यूपी से जा रहे हैं, बिहार से जा रहे हैं, आपको यहाँ के यूपी के लोग केरला में मिल रहे हैं। तो डेमोग्राफिक चेंज हो रहा है देश में, बहुत एक डिफरेंट लेवल का एक वो स्टडी और मुद्दा है जो कि बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है देखना कि यूपी वाले केरला में जाके मलयालम में बोल रहे हैं, वहाँ पे नेपाल से नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जाके मलयालम में। वेरी स्ट्रेंज साइट, लेकिन बहुत ही एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है जो कि देश में बहुत मूवमेंट चल रहा है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का, चाहे डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन की हो, चाहे वो साइंसेज और बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की हो, चाहे रिसर्च अराउंड की रासायनिक उसमें उसको करके बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स, बायो पेस्टिसाइड्स, बायो उसका ऑर्गेनिक का, नेचुरल फार्मिंग का, सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग का, सब टेक्नोलॉजी के उसी में आते हैं। तो एक प्रकार से देश के एग्रीकल्चर के लिए बहुत ही वेलकम स्टेप है और बहुत अच्छा स्टेप है, जिसमें दो प्रकार से बेनिफिट मिल रहा है कि एक पहले की जो लेबर का शॉर्टेज है वो फुलफिल हो रहा है, रिसोर्सेज का जो यूटिलाइजेशन है, चाहे कम पानी का क्षेत्र में बहुत काम हो रहा है, चाहे कम उसका खर्चा करके ज़्यादा एफिशिएंट यूटिलाइजेशन हो सकता है, क्योंकि ये भी फैक्ट है कि बहुत वेस्टेज होता था पहले हमारे एग्रीकल्चर इनपुट्स में, लेबर में इनएफिशिएंसी बहुत थी, वो धीरे धीरे करके बहुत मेजर इंप्रूवमेंट है। तो वो तो एक तरीके से पक्का है, और ऑफ कोर्स ये डिमिनिश नहीं करना है कि सरकार का बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट रहा है, और कंपनियां जैसे आपकी हैं उन्होंने बहुत मेजर काम किया है, चाहे एरियाज में, और उसको मैं एक्सटेंड भी करूंगा, चाहे कैटल फीड में, चाहे इस एरियाज में जहाँ पे साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी का एक बहुत अहम रोल है कि प्रोडक्टिविटी को इंक्रीज करना। लेकिन मैं अभी भी बोलूंगा कि वो जो सारा इम्पैक्ट हो रहा है इन अ लार्ज वे, या तो हो रहा है दो एरियाज में, हाई वैल्यू एग्रीकल्चर में जहाँ पे प्रोडक्टिविटी इंक्रीज है, एनहांसमेंट हो रहा है, एक तरीके से अच्छा हो रहा है, क्योंकि आज सरकार किसानों की आय उसमें अच्छी हो रही है, उनका मार्केट एक्सेस इंप्रूव हो रहा है, कस्टमाइज वे में प्रोडक्ट को दे पा रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा है, और वो ग्रो भी करेगा, चाहे ड्रोन्स का हो, चाहे मैकेनाइजेशन का हो, किसी प्रकार से भी, क्योंकि उसके मल्टीपल यूसेजेस हैं। या आपका स्प्रेइंग जो है अब बिल्कुल पूरा एक तरीके से चेंज हो गया, उसका एफिशिएंट यूसेज भी है। तो मेरा तो सुझाव एक प्रकार से सरकार के लिए, किसानों के लिए, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए यही है कि वो अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत ही एक वृहद पैमाने की है, बहुत बड़े प्रकार से इसको टेकअप करके उसको ग्रो भी कर सकते हैं, और उसमें गेन्स भी हैं। जैसे आप देखेंगे कि जिस प्रकार से कंपनियां आपके फार्म इनपुट्स की हैं बड़ी हुई हैं, चाहे बेयर क्रॉप साइंसेज हो, चाहे आपका जॉन डियर हो, या एक से एक बड़े कंपनीज हैं जो कि ग्रो किए हैं, और उनके पास एक क्रिटिकल रोल भी है कि किस प्रकार से वो दोनों डायमेंशंस ऑफ डेवलपमेंट एग्रीकल्चर का कर सकते हैं, कि कैसे अफोर्डेबल टेक्नोलॉजीज को अफोर्डेबल कॉस्ट पे और एक एफिशिएंट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन स्ट्रक्चर को बनाए जिसके अंतर्गत वो किसानों के पास जा सके। और दूसरा रोल ये क्रिटिकल ये है कि कैसे वो बेस्ट इन क्लास टेक्नोलॉजीज को लेके आए, क्योंकि आपके ट्रैक्टर्स में कई बार विदेशों में वहां जाके देख चुका हूँ कि जीपीएस रन और ऐसे ऐसे टायर के साइजेस हैं और क्या क्या है, वो मतलब देख के वो शायद हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ना बैठे, लेकिन किस प्रकार से कैसे वो बनाए, कंपनियां काफी बहुत अच्छा काम करें, जैसे कि कैसे कस्टमाइज कर सकें कि अपने देश के रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से देश का एग्रीकल्चर जो उसमें कैसे फिट बैठ सकें। तो ये बहुत मैसिव स्केल पे अडॉप्शन होगा, लेकिन हमको जो डिलीवरी मैकेनिज्म्स हैं, चाहे फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, या कंपनियों का एक प्राइवेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल है, या विलेज लेवल पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, या इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स हैं, या जो एक देखिए देश में तो इतने बड़े देश में 50 चीजें साथ में चलेंगी तब आपको एक उसका आउटपुट मिलता है। आप एक चाहे कि एक चीज से पूरा सोल्यूशन मिल जाएगा, वो नहीं मिलता है, चाहे कोऑपरेटिव जो भी हो। लेकिन उनको सबको एक तरीके से ऑल हैंड्स ऑन द डेक, जो मैं बोलता हूँ कि सबको एक तरीके से टेबल पे बैठ के मुद्दों को समझ के प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशंस को निकाल के कि कैसे किस प्रकार से करें। लेकिन मेरे को लगता है इसमें किसानों के लिए तो एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल चेंज होगा, क्योंकि उनको भी जो बैक ब्रेकिंग काम करना पड़ता था, गलत एक तरीके से ज्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ रही उस कम काम के लिए, उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा। तो एक बहुत अच्छा एक स्टेप उस डायरेक्शन में, बहुत वृहद पैमाने पे ये ग्रो हो रहा है पूरे देश में।
थैंक यू अस्थाना जी। तो आपने बहुत ही अहम पहलू को स्पर्श किया इसमें कि एग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस पर एकड़ के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, वो डेमोग्राफिक्स को टच कर रहा है, वो गोइंग बियॉन्ड जस्ट द प्रोडक्ट। आपने ये भी कहा कि हम सब लोगों की ये जिम्मेदारी है जो इस मार्केट में आज वी आर ऑल ब्लेस्ड टू बी पार्टिसिपेटिंग एंड कंट्रीब्यूटिंग, बट इट्स अ क्रिटिकल रोल टू मेक श्योर दैट मैसिव अडॉप्शन हैपेंस इन द राइट स्पिरिट। और क्रिटिकल मार्केट फोर्सेस हमें जज करते रहेंगे, which will be beyond our pay grades and our performance seen by our colleagues and our shareholders. It will be more from the market adoption. Now, पन्नू साहब, आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूंगा ऑन दिस बैकड्रॉप, एक बहुत अहम मुद्दा आता है कि एक सपना कभी किसी ने देखा था कि फार्मर की जो इनकम है उसको बढ़ाना चाहिए, और एक नया टर्म कॉइन हुआ था डबलिंग द फार्मर इनकम। अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि इनकम बढ़ रही है, एम्पावरमेंट बढ़ रही है, बट आपका जो पॉलिसी और फार्मर के बीच में जो ब्रिज का काम होता है, आपके पर्सपेक्टिव से वेयर डू यू सी व्हेन दिस गोल इज लाइकली टू बी मेट? अगेन, इंडिया इज सच अ बिग एंड डाइवर्स कंट्री, आई अंडरस्टूड द पैराडॉक्स यू टच्ड अपॉन, एंड इट्स नॉट इजी टू गिव एन आंसर इन वन वर्ड, बट आपको क्या लगता है कि एक सपना देखने के बाद किस दिशा में हम लोग प्रगति कर रहे हैं और कैसे वो प्ले आउट हो रहा है?
नहीं देखिए, एक्चुअली ये डबलिंग फार्मर्स इनकम वाला इस टाइप का फ्रेज हमें बंद कर देना चाहिए, मेरा तो ओपिनियन है। बिकॉज जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने 2016 में कहा है 5 साल में, तो दैट टाइम इज ओवर। ऑल फार्मर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से साहब वो तो 22 तो चला गया, हमारी तो फार्मर यहाँ फार्मर्स बैठे भी हैं, सो है ना, कोई डबल तो नहीं होता। हाँ, हो सकता है कई बार ट्रिपल भी हो जाए, इट डिपेंड्स कि आप क्या ग्रो कर रहे हैं, किस तरीके का प्रोडक्ट आपका है। और दो चीजें बड़ा रोल अदा करती हैं इसमें। एक है, या तो आप प्रोडक्टिविटी और यील्ड को एनहांस कर लें, सेम प्लॉट ऑफ लैंड आप ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन ले लें, और इनपुट कॉस्ट आप कम कर दें। तो यहाँ दोनों में टेक्नोलॉजी का रोल आता है मेरा। अगर आपके पास बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है, और वो सबसे पहले आपका सीड से शुरू होता है, अच्छी वैरायटी है, अच्छा सीड है, प्रोडक्ट क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन का अच्छा आपके पास विजन है, और तो आप अच्छा प्रोडक्शन ले लेंगे। और या फिर जो है आपका इनपुट में बाकी जो दूसरी चीजें हैं उनको कम कर दें। आपका जैसे पानी का है, पानी का यूज आप एफिशिएंट कर दें, जिसमें आपका ड्रिप या स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन सिस्टम है, तो आप जो अभी फ्लडिंग सिस्टम है उससे आप घटा करके 25% में काम चला लेंगे, और या फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन में आप चले जाएं। बट इस सब के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए। मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि, और फार्मर्स का अभी हम बात कर लें, ठीक है, ये जो कलेक्टिवाइजेशन है, ये इसमें इसका सबसे बड़ा रोल बेसिकली वो मार्केटिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से है। लेकिन जब इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात आती है, मे भी कुछ कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर्स बनाने की तो बात है, बट दैट इज अगेन इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिविजुअल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात है उसमें। तो यहाँ पर जब इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक चैलेंज है, एंड एग्रीकल्चर में अगर मैं पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात करूं तो वो एकदम बिल्कुल उसमें अकाल पड़ा हुआ है। हम सारा कुछ प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर डिपेंड कर रहे हैं, वेदर इट इज कॉर्पोरेट या इंडिविजुअल फार्मर। अभी देखिए, हमने रिसेंटली बजट हमारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने प्रेजेंट किया, और उन्होंने 10 लाख करोड़ का कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट का उसमें प्रपोज किया है। अभी अगर मैं कहूं कि उसमें से एग्रीकल्चर के लिए कितना है, तो आप मेरे ख्याल से बड़ा मुश्किल है बताना। एनी गैस जी? लेस देन 100 करोड़। यस, लास्ट ईयर इट वाज 138 करोड़, दिस ईयर इट इज लेस देन 150 इन्वेस्टमेंट, कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट, कैपेक्स अगर आप देखेंगे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर का, नहीं, इट्स नंबर हार्ड फैक्ट वो है उसमें। तो सवाल है कि ये बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से है, और एग्रीकल्चर में आना चाहिए अगर आपको बड़ा चेंज लाना है तो। देखिए, हम लोग इरिगेशन की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, कोई बड़ा इरिगेशन के ऊपर मैसिव कैंपेन नहीं है, इंक्लूडिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स जो सिंचाई योजना है उसका आउटले इस बार घटा है, ठीक है। दूसरा आता है आपका क्रॉप के प्रोटेक्शन का, फार्मर्स को आप एक तरीके से सिक्योर करें, उसका रिस्क मिटिगेट करें। तो जो हमारा प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना है उसका भी आउटले घटा है, और उसको कई राज्यों ने उससे एग्जिट कर गए हैं, क्योंकि जो उसमें प्रीमियम का लेवल ज्यादा हो गया, और फार्मर तो नहीं दे सकते, तो या तो आप इंडिविजुअल स्मॉल फार्मर्स के लिए फ्री कर दें। तो ये वही है, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि लागत कम होगी, कुछ आमदनी भी बढ़े तो उसकी आमदनी बढ़ जाए, तो दैट इज माय पॉइंट। और उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का बहुत क्रिटिकल रोल है। जैसे अभी अब टेक्नोलॉजी, एक तो फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन हो गया, एक आपका हो गया क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन के लिए हो गया, एक आपका हो गया न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी का आप इंट्रोड्यूस करें नई वैरायटीज के लिए। अभी हम लोग एक बड़े चैलेंज से गुजर रहे हैं, जैसे जीएम टेक्नोलॉजी है, और मस्टर्ड के लिए अप्रूव किया गवर्नमेंट ने उसका, लेकिन अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस है उसके ऊपर। और अभी हम लोग पहले बात ही कर रहे थे इंपोर्ट की एडिबल ऑयल पे, सो मे बी आपका पाम प्लांटेशन से शायद कुछ आ जाएगा ज्यादा, बट जो हमारा ट्रेडिशनल ऑयल्स है, तो अब उसमें हमें या तो एक राय बनानी पड़ेगी कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी का अडॉप्ट करें या ना करें। बिकॉज सिर्फ मैकेनाइजेशन टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है एग्रीकल्चर के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर के लिए आपको पूरा पैकेज है। और यहाँ एक पॉइंट मैं कह रहा हूँ कि जो सबसे बड़े स्टेक होल्डर है, जो हमारे करीब 13-14 करोड़ जो लैंड होल्डिंग्स के जो फार्मर्स हैं, जब हम पॉलिसी मेकिंग प्रोसेस करते हैं उसको सबसे कम हम लोग शामिल करते हैं, उसकी राय लेते ही नहीं। चलो अच्छा है, आपके अभी आपने एपीओस के लोग बुलाए, देयर जेन्युइन फार्मर्स, गुड, बट आप सबसे बड़े स्टेक होल्डर से बात ही नहीं करते। एग्री स्टैक कितना बड़ा बन रहा है, मे भी बहुत अच्छी कंपनीज के साथ एमओयूज किए हैं गवर्नमेंट ने, बट मेरा है कि एक भी सेशन क्या फार्मर्स के साथ किया, क्योंकि उनको भी तो पूछिए ना आपकी क्या जरूरत है, आपकी क्या, क्योंकि उसी के लिए आप कर रहे हैं, जिसके लिए आप कर रहे हैं उसको आपको लाना पड़ेगा टेबल के ऊपर, उसको भी शामिल करना।
थैंक यू पनवर साहब। मिश्रा जी, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा टू बिल्ड ऑन टू व्हाट मिस्टर पनवर सेड कि उनकी जो एस्पिरेशंस है ऑन वन साइड और एक्सपेक्टेशंस ऑन द अदर साइड, दूसरी बात है उनके जो अनुभव रहे हैं अभी तक के, वो इतने खुशी वाले नहीं हैं, बट उम्मीदें ज्यादा हैं। और रेजिलियंट के साथ जो कॉन्फिडेंस आया है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी का ज्यादा से ज्यादा एक्सपोजर मिल रहा है, the point that they are trying to bring to the table is how do we build the trust? So in your view, being so close to the farmers across the country, across the value chains, especially with the high value crops, what do you see in the minds of customers, in the farmers? Because that is not only giving them some good revenue, but that is also giving them the social status and giving them the trust in leveraging the technology and adoption of newer, little high risk compared to the traditional practices.
So having that's a good point you raised, I think. और क्योंकि फार्मर भी कुछ हमारे साथ में है यहाँ पर, तो मैं हिंदी में बोलूंगा ज्यादा। तो हाँ, तो मैंने ये क्या अनुभव किया है कि जैसे ये चीजें हुई हैं, आज फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनीज का पॉइंट है, या फिर गवर्नमेंट की काफी सारे एफर्ट्स हैं कि हाउ कैन बी, जो क्रांति एक समय अमूल के माध्यम से डेयरी सेक्टर में आई, उसको किस तरह से रेप्लिकेट किया जाए एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के लिए, क्योंकि आई थिंक हम उसमें बहुत ज्यादा आगे नहीं बढ़ पाए। पैक्स बनाए हमने, बट वी कैन नॉट टेक, हम उसको उस लेवल तक लेके नहीं जा पाए कि वो एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल फार्म में अमूल जैसा कोई एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन खड़ा हो पाए जो कि कोऑपरेटिव से ड्रिवन हो। तो आई थिंक वो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया है। और जो एफपीओस का जो इनिशिएटिव किया गया है 10,000 को लेकर के, और हम भी लगभग काफी सारे एफपीओ के साथ काम कर रहे हैं कई सारे स्टेट्स में, तो हमें वो चुनौतियां और वो चैलेंज आते हैं। और जहां पर कोशिश ये होती है कि एक तरफ उनकी लिटरेसी का चैलेंज है, दूसरी तरफ उनको मार्केटिंग स्किल्स या बाकी चीजें सिखाने का चैलेंज है, एट द सेम टाइम कि वो कैसे मार्केट से कम्पीट करेंगे। तो इन तीनों पहलुओं को देखते हुए हमने देखा है कि वो फार्मर रिजिलियंट है, वो तैयार है अपना एक रिस्क लेने के लिए। एंड फार्मर हमेशा से रिस्क कर रहा है, क्योंकि बारिश नहीं होगी तो भी उसको वो रिस्क लेना है। तो कंपेयर टू एनी अदर इंडस्ट्री सबसे ज्यादा रिस्क टेकिंग तो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में ही है, क्योंकि यू नेवर न्यू कि नेक्स्ट ईयर क्या होने वाला है। ऑल्दो वी हैड गुड मानसून्स इन लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स, बट ये पॉइंट यहीं पे आता है कि जब ये चुनौतियां हैं किसान के सामने और फार्मर ग्रुप्स जो भी बने हैं उनके सामने भी, तो हाउ दे कैन कम आउट ऑफ इट, वो कैसे उस चीज को एड्रेस करें। और उसी इनिशिएटिव को लेते हुए जो अभी 10,000 एफपीओ प्रोग्राम भी गवर्नमेंट ने शुरू किया है, उसमें कोशिश यही है कि कैसे वो एक फार्मर जो कि केवल अपना पेट भरने के लिए खाता था, आज वो कैसे एक एंटरप्रेन्योर के रूप में निकल के आ पाए, कैसे वो एक बिजनेस के रूप में उस एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को अपने एक्टिविटी को डील कर पाए। और उसी को लेते हुए बहुत सारी जगह पे काम हो रहा है, हम भी कई सारे स्टेट्स में काम कर रहे हैं, और जिसमें हमने फील किया है कि फार्मर अपना सब कुछ देना चाहता है, वो कमिटेड है, वो रिस्क लेने को तैयार है, क्योंकि वो बाय नेचर स्टे कर रहा है, क्योंकि उसको पता नहीं कि बारिश होगी नहीं, मैंने सीड लगाया हुआ है। तो आई थिंक इन पहलुओं को देखते हुए यही लगता है कि आज के टाइम में जो सपोर्ट या जो गाइडेंस की जरूरत फार्मर को है, हालांकि वो खुद अपने कामों में एक्सपर्ट है, बट बिजनेस करने के लिए या किसी एक चीज को सक्सेसफुल बनाने के लिए जो जरूरत है, वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्रोवाइड करने की जरूरत है, और जो हम बहुत सारे एफपीओ कर रहे हैं।
Thank you, Pankaj. I'll touch the one common area, and I'll request all three of you to give your perspective, which is most least spoken amongst all. And that is the farmer as an entrepreneur. आज हमने सुबह मायरा साहब से सुना कि हमें जाके सीखना चाहिए कि बिजनेस कैसा करते हैं. They are already entrepreneurs, but we are trying to teach them a corporate way of doing it. Now I'm building on to that comment. In corporate, we talk a lot about diversity, inclusion. In farming, ladies are pulling a lot of load, and they are the silent contributors. They have lion's share in the efforts, responsibility, and very least of the respect or the status. How do you see, Mr. Asthana, the ladies in farming getting empowered with technology, not just the tools, but also the going beyond the digitalization? How do you see this changing in the next 3 to 4 years? And then I'll pass on that same question, Mr. Farmer, to you and Pankaj to you as well.
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा बोला आपने। और जैसे वुमेन का कंट्रीब्यूशन है जो कि एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन उनके मुद्दे बहुत हैं। वो बात और मैं मुद्दों के ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन उसमें लीगल स्ट्रक्चर्स का काफी वो है कि लैंड किसके नाम पे है, उसके नाम पे सारा जो सरकार का जो सब्सिडी निकलता है वो लैंड होल्डर के नाम पे निकलता है। लेकिन अगर जमीन पे उसका नाम नहीं है, तो अगर वुमेन किसान का काम कर भी रहे हैं, तब भी उनको कई बार सब्सिडी मिलने में एक दिक्कत होती है। दूसरा चीज एक बड़ा मेजर इशू है कि जो सारा सपोर्ट स्ट्रक्चर, सपोर्ट सिस्टम्स जो अभी करेंटली डिजाइन है, वो औरतों को माइंड में रख के नहीं है। वो एक तरीके से पुरुष के ओरिएंटेड है, और जिसमें कई बार लीगली या प्रैक्टिकली भी जो करना है वो उनको एक प्रकार से उनको उसका लाभ नहीं मिल पाता है, और उस पर काफी सारा कार्य होना है। तो लेकिन उसमें बहुत बड़ा चेंज इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको कि फैक्ट इज कि विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप गांव के स्तर पे और वहां पे कार्य करने एक बहुत मेजर लेवल पे कार्य चल रहा है, जिसमें कि उनका एक डायरेक्ट रोल है, ना कि सिर्फ कोर एग्रीकल्चर एक्टिविटी की उगाने के हिसाब से, बट उसका जो वैल्यू एडिशन के हिसाब से। जैसे डेयरी सेक्टर में तो ऑफ कोर्स आप सब मालूम ही है कि औरतों का बहुत एक मेजर कंट्रीब्यूशन है, लेकिन जैसे उसका वैल्यू एडिशन के कार्य के लिए, या आपका जो ग्रेन्स के व्यापार में उसका फर्ज आजकल मिलेट्स और इन सब का चल रहा है, फल सब्जी के लिए। तो परेशानी क्या है कि हम लोगों को जो एडजस्टमेंट्स बेसिक करने हैं वो उस प्रकार से उस स्पीड पे नहीं हो रहे हैं। उसका बातें करते हैं, नैरेटिव बोलते रहते हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में सरकार में सब जगह विमेन विमेन कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, बट अगर आप उसके पीछे एक्शन देखोगे कि हमारा क्या हो रहा है, कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर क्या कर रहा है, रिकग्निशन क्या है, या आपके नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस किस प्रकार से लेडीज को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं कि उनको लोन्स मिलना बैंक से, बड़ा मेजर इशू है कि अगर कोलैटरल के उसमें आपको जमीन का पट्टा लिखाना है, उसके नाम पे नहीं है, उसके या तो पति के नाम पे या भाई के नाम पे या पिताजी के नाम पे, उसको नहीं मिलता है। तो ये वाली चीजें तो एक तरीके से जो फाइनेंशियलाइजेशन की बात चल रही है कि विलेज लेवल पे उनको कैसे सपोर्ट किया जाए, या सरकार की जो नीतियां हैं वो कैसे सपोर्ट करें, या प्राइवेट सेक्टर पे हम सबका ही एक प्रकार से रोल है कि कैसे सपोर्ट करें। तो सारा एफर्ट एक प्रकार से हो जाता है कि साहब ये एनजीओ का वो काम कर रहा है, कुछ थोड़ा सा ट्रिकल्स में काम चल रहा है, लेकिन उस पर बहुत कार्य होना है, क्योंकि उनकी जो अहम भूमिका है हर प्रकार से, मतलब खेती में आज उसका हम लोग का रिकग्निशन है, बातें बहुत हैं, लेकिन उसका रियल एक्शन के स्तर पे जो कार्य होना है वो है। और आपका जो मॉर्निंग का सेशन का मैं छोटा सा एक कमेंट देना चाहता था, ये सब जानते हैं कि किसानों को अल्टीमेट एंटरप्रेन्योर ये सब वो बातें करना अच्छा है, लेकिन हम लोग को सही टूल्स देना, ये नहीं कि आपको कोई मैनेजमेंट की बड़ी कंपनी ऐसे चलाती है तुम ऐसा अकाउंट बन, वो तो बिल्कुल फुलिशनेस है। मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि एक प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशंस क्या हम लोग ढूंढ रहे हैं कि क्या उनकी रियल दिक्कत क्या है गांव के स्तर पे। अगर वो जैसे जो ग्रेन का किसान है उसके मुद्दे बिल्कुल फर्क है कंपेयर टू फल सब्जी वाले के, कंपेयर टू डेयरी वाले का टोबैको वाले से बिल्कुल फर्क है, ऑयल पाम का जो है उसका रबर से टोटली फर्क है। तो उस टाइप का जो एक रिसर्च चाहिए, जो उसके ऊपर इंटेंसिव वर्क चाहिए, जो उसके ऊपर डिटेलिंग चाहिए, उसके हिसाब से कस्टमाइज उसके सॉल्यूशंस चाहिए, उसके ऊपर आई एम अफ्रेड कि देश में ज्यादा काम नहीं होता है। वो सब छूटा हुआ एनजीओस के बारे में अपना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे, कुछ यहाँ पे चलता रहेगा, जबकि बहुत अच्छा काम था, लेकिन उसके बारे में एक ओवरऑल नैरेटिव की कस्टमाइज सोल्यूशन उनके बने, उनके मुद्दों को एड्रेस करके बनाया जाए, वो उसमें काफी काम होना है।
अब स्केलेबल सस्टेनेबल नहीं हुआ है आप कह रहे हैं।
उस स्तर पे तो एकदम नहीं है, लेकिन हैविंग सेड दैट कि काम बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, लेकिन उस पर बहुत कार्य भी होना बाकी है।
So IRI is one of the sponsors of the session. IRI has one scientist more than 15 years ago. She dedicated her life for empowering women in farming, and she's been respected for that, to start that thought in the world of farming, especially in the Southeast Asian markets for us. Mr. Panwa, we have some customers from South who are online, so if you could use more English than Hindi is one request that I have received. So with that, if you could put your thoughts on table about women in farming and empowering.
No, actually, when we talk about farming, we just speaks about crop agriculture. And now if we see that the farming other than crop this thing, production, the share is going up, growth is there, whether it is horticulture or dairy and fisheries. More and more growth is coming from there. And particularly in dairy, I think the main this dairy thing is being run by the women. And if you go to the cooperatives, and you will find, and even I think NDDB formed a women cooperative in Andhra Pradesh some 20-25 years back. So around that time, we can think that, and that cooperative dairy was running very well successfully. So we have to see, and it's a practical approach also, because if we go to normal traditional farming, then whether women are landowners or not, they will get subsidy or not, or even traditionally, it is for small farm. marginal areas where women farmers are more into main agriculture, I think. But if you go to like Western UP, Haryana, Punjab, the main agricultural activities are basically male dominated. And but in dairy particularly, even fisheries also may be dominated by the male. But these are the new areas. But horticulture particularly, like even fruit and vegetables, I think there are huge potential for women farmers. And again, government should design the policies like that. Maybe in dairy cooperative, it is good because you don't need land for that. You have to be the owner of a animal, and you can be member of a cooperative society. And these are the high value basically products, and where farmers are getting more price, and growth is also there compared to the crop production growth. So I think we have to equally focus, and our value of our milk production has gone more than entire food grain production. So the value is also coming from that area. And again, fruit and vegetables are also that kind of crop. But definitely government should design, and it should not be that this is Women Farmers Day or that day just to have some seminar or some discussion. We should go beyond that. And if you go the ownership pattern of land ownership, I think it varies from 3% to 11% or 14-15%, not more than that in different states.
If you could give your thoughts, please.
Yeah, on the same
topic. On the same topic, and then we'll open the floor for questions.
okay, can you please give me your question?
Yes, what we're trying to understand is in farming, women are the silent contributors. They have lion's share. So, in the loose terms, we say घर गृहस्थी हो या खेती, घर वाली पे भरोसा रखना ही बेहतरी. तो that dependence is not acknowledged and not taken to the next level. They are taken for granted is one. And technology, just by giving them the mobile phone, is not enough. How can we take it to the next level in this journey so that they can?
Yeah, I think the participation of the fair gender has the women has limited to some of the very unskilled activities. For example, if we talk about sowing or harvesting, which has been done traditionally in a manner with using hand tools and all, so that's where the engagement has been. But we have not acknowledged the contribution and role in other aspects of agriculture. So what I think, one orientation has to first come from the industry, whether we are manufacturing the implements and machines which are oriented to women or not. So if a tractor is there or other machinery are there, is it comfortable enough for a woman to operate? I think somebody talked about a JCB or something being run by a woman. So I think this is something where do we really see their role when we are designing a product itself? Are we seeing their role, or we are presuming that it will be run by a man? I think the change, first of all, has to come at the industry level, where we make the vehicles. So if the vehicles like cars or scooty or other things are oriented towards unisex, then why not the other machines, whether it's JCBs or whether it's harvesters or other things? So that is the first change which needs to come. And as far as the women participation is concerned, you'll be surprised that the participation of women in the agriculture is far more than their participation in the non-agriculture economy. Almost all the harvesting activities, which is manual, done by them. The sowing activity for rice and many other crops are largely taken care by them. So they are still assumed as a low-cost labor force. Still, we do not have equality in the payment system for the men and women. Although NREGA provides that leveling platform, but I think how much they get from that. But the larger thing is, do we really see fair gender as active participation in the agriculture sector per se? If you look at the dairy sector, if you look at the allied sectors, they are far more participative than men in most of these things, whether it's milking of the cattle or it's other things that they're handling in the allied sectors. So at the same time, we have to see that how the orientation and of the machines and other systems can be done towards that. How many of you would have seen a female driving a tractor or spraying the chemicals? So that is something, do we design the product per se, keeping her in the mind while doing that thing? If it requires some kind of tweaking or thing in terms of rising platform, because they might be wearing sari or something. So the vehicle like a tractor may itself not be a suitable one to operate by women in that case.
So Pankaj just put the right pressure on right people because we are responsible for designing machines, and your point is well taken. So we have to make it is not just the government who will do all the jobs. We'll have to play our share. Interestingly, a couple of weeks ago, there was a research published that in diversity, India is second in the world to have women pilots running the commercial planes, with little over 12% diversity ratio compared to. So farming was far ahead, but it is not structurally acknowledged and empowered to take it to the next level. With that, thank you so much, panelists. We'll now switch to the last part of the session where we'll open the floor to take questions. Divyaji.
Thank you. It's been a very, very enlightening session, very deep insight. So are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
So, particularly when it comes to the part of digital intelligence being available on tech-enabled devices, there is one stream of thought that says that a lot of this intelligence is available at the level of the data collection and leading thoughts being available, but its dissemination or the confidence that the farming sector has in expecting positive results out of it is actually very, very low. So I wanted to know what is your opinion in this matter, because there are a lot of startups that seem to be solving for this problem, at least intent-wise.
I think it's an excellent point that you raise because, and that's where the fundamental challenge with the startup ecosystem is as well. So agriculture, see, there's a side of technology. Basically, it's information collection. But how's that information getting transformed into analysis, which is giving either solutions or solving some problem specifics of that, is a big issue because there's a massive gap. So most of and nothing against in terms of what people are doing. I think they have brought in a lot of good stuff to this place. But I think that is one gap which has to be seriously thought through. So the domain of, there are complexity, there are multiple sort of vectors of anything as you get into that whole issue. And I think there's a lot of, so most of, for example, that I can tell you that what I see most of it, I just find it information. So I harass my team as well. One of them is sitting here all the time. That this is only information that you are providing. Usko tum kaise analysis karke, what does it mean? उसका यूटिलिटी क्या है, मतलब वेदर पॉलिसी साइड में या कंपनी के साइड में या किसानों के लिए या ट्रेडर्स के लिए या जिसके लिए भी यूटिलिटी क्या है उसका, उसमें अभी बहुत बड़ा गैप है. लेकिन मेरे को क्या लगता है कि एज एंड वेरी लार्ज स्टार्टअप्स आल्सो जिन्होंने 2000 करोड़ 5000 करोड़ रेस कर रखा है, उनके यहाँ भी वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है कि रियली इशू क्या है, उसमें क्या चल रहा है. तो लेकिन वो मेरे को लगता है एक समय की बात है कि जब तक ये टेक्नोलॉजी वाले सीमलेसली अंडरस्टैंड करेंगे एग्रीकल्चर के डायमेंशंस को, उनका वो एनालिसिस पोर्शन आएगा और एग्रीकल्चर साइड को समझ में आएगा कि डेटा का क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, उसको कैसे दो का फ्यूजन होके वैल्यू एडेड तरीके से एनालिसिस आ रही है. लेकिन ये आपने बिल्कुल स्पॉट ऑन बात करी है कि वो एक बड़ा मेजर इशू है करेंटली. मतलब उसको इवन आई एम टेलिंग यू टू द गवर्नमेंट आल्सो व्हेन द इंफॉर्मेशन इज गोइंग, इज जस्ट इंफॉर्मेशन. उस इंफॉर्मेशन का करना क्या है, उसकी एनालिसिस हो रही है, यहाँ पे गैप्स हैं, इसको ऐसे करो, ये चेंज करो, या इसका एफिशिएंसी है, मार्केट का प्राइसिंग में क्या डायनामिक्स है, वो एक मुद्दा है. उस पर बहुत अभी काम होना है. लेकिन मेरे को लगता है कि वो थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट एवरी डे बेसिस पे हो रहा है कंटिन्यूअसली.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. When we talk of access to digital, means, so how do you think that we also promote, digital and financial literacy? Because, when there is a certain amount of income that they make out of all this agricultural engagement, the women, how the saving could be invested. And certain financial decisions that they can make out of it. So how do we factor in when we devise certain policies? Secondly, as part of value addition, when in the entire production value chain, how do we promote access to cleaner technologies as part of sustainable agriculture? So, and how do we factor in when we're thinking of policies, which is more progressive moving forward? Thank you.
Because it's very close to your heart.
No, actually, it's very important. जैसे आपने कहा कि जो income generate कर रहे हैं उनको निवेश कैसे करें, कहाँ उसका पैसा लगाएं। एक तो देखिए अभी भी अगर महिलाएं एक जैसे कहा कि अर्निंग उनके पास हो रही है, तो डेयरी से हो रही है या फिशरी से या आपका जो हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप्स है उनसे हो रही है। छोटे फार्मर्स का तो बहुत कम सेविंग्स है, बट हाँ ये है कि जो ओवरऑल जिसे हम जैम कह रहे हैं, जनधन मोबाइल और ये सारा जो हुआ है, अकाउंट तो ओपन हो गया है, बट आई थिंक अभी अभी वो लेवल के जो इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए उनको एजुकेट करना कि उनको कहाँ लगाना चाहिए, वो एक अभी भी चैलेंज है। वो तो इवन मिडिल क्लास के लिए अभी चैलेंज है, एंड आई फेस द चैलेंज रेगुलरली ऑन माय शोज। सो क्योंकि एक तो इतना बड़ा अमाउंट नहीं होता, दूसरे हाँ ये है कि वो एफडीज में जाए या स्मॉल सेविंग्स में जाए, उनके लिए यही हो सकता है। अदरवाइज वी कैन नॉट एडवाइज के भाई आप स्टॉक्स में लगा दें, है ना, या फिर कमोडिटीज में भी कर सकते हैं। बट हाँ ये वाला पार्ट अभी कोई इसके ऊपर बात ही नहीं कर रहा है, एंड रूरल एरियाज पर्टिकुलरली उस तरह से, और एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट के लिए जो वो मानते हैं कि उनके पास सरप्लस उस तरीके का है ही नहीं कि उसको उस तरीके से फ्यूचर के अपना उसमें इन्वेस्ट कर।
Thank you, Mr. Pandey.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Do you think we are close to PPP model in agriculture?
Pankaj, would you like to? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, yeah, can you please repeat your question?
Yeah. All the Samruddhi marks and now are we somewhere thinking from the policy point of view or from the end farmers perspective that do we have a PPP model coming in agriculture as well? Very wild thought.
I can address part of that, but you can just do that. See, it has been done. ऐसा नहीं कि हुआ नहीं. Private mandis is one example.
Right.
That, but उसमें challenge वही था ना कि मतलब उसमें का मंडी तो आप सेट कर लो for procurement, but आपका जो रेवेन्यू पूरा है मंडी टैक्स वो सरकार के पास जाएगा. तो कोई भी स्ट्रक्चर जो है जब तक इसमें नीतियों में पॉलिसी में एक प्रैक्टिकलिटी नहीं रहेगी तब तक एटलीस्ट आई एम नॉट अवेयर. अगर उसको एक ब्रॉडर डेफिनेशन के अंतर्गत आप करो कि आपने सरकार ने बनाया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग, शुगर कैन का कर दो, ऑयल पाम का कर दो, रबर का कर दो, एक अलग चीज है. लेकिन कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेसिस पे जब तक आप मतलब जब क्या इंसेंटिव है प्राइवेट प्लेयर को कि इन्वेस्ट करने का, जब उसको कोई रिटर्न का वही नहीं है. अपना छोटा सा सेंटर बना के लगा लेता है, कर देता है काम, लेकिन बाकी और कोई इंसेंटिव नहीं. सो इट इज आई एम नॉट फेमिलियर अनलेस द पूरा एक तरीके से वर्क हो कि वेयर इंसेंटिव है. जैसे एक ही एग्जांपल मेरे को लगता है आपका हो सकता है, बोल सकते हैं आप, जैसे ये एफपीओज में है कि उन्होंने बोला चलो प्राइवेट सेक्टर भाई तुम सेट करो, उसका प्रोक्योरमेंट करो, उसके हम कुछ फंडिंग कर देंगे एफपीओज की. वो सब कुछ हो सकता है लेकिन बहुत ही लूज डेफिनेशन है उसका. तो
Right. There's an adjoining question to this one. We talked about frugal innovations and the low cost innovation affordable to a farmer. At the same time, if you want to import something from outside, then it's still equivalent to a custom duty which a typical automotive would have. Do we think from that perspective that an FPO can import a good technology somewhere which is, so in terms of globalization, that the technology is there, but we cannot import it, then it has to be always a government who would import or a private company who would import. Could there be empowerment of an FPO who would import a technology in India?
So there is one more question from online I just received, which is somewhat similar in what you just asked about FPOs importing the technology or adapting from overseas. They're also talking about how can FPOs be trained in terms of human resources and handling this challenge, because that has not been thought or discussed at a wider forum. There are some bright spots. I like the word that was used in the morning. There are some bright islands in the failure of ocean. So ocean of failures. So how do we get FPOs up to speed to meet with these changes? And we asked that and we deliberated on this point about building the trust, building the transparency and hand holding, so that when they are they're newborns, they have to be made toddlers before we let them run on their own. And what Mr. Panwar described was in 5 years period is laid out, of which 3 years there will be hand holding, and then there will be a expectation that FPO will run on its own. There is also an expectation that FPO cannot be fed forever by the government funding. They'll have to make investments to bring in the talent. Mr. Panwar, if I'm articulating it right, you said if you need that experienced and talented person to run their business, then they'll have to pay that individual, he or she. So you would like to add some more comments to that, or Mr. Asthana, you would like to add anything more to it?
I can give you my 2 bits. I think to the point is noble, but that should be done. Lekin today FPOs are not at that stage to really do that, to be honest with you. I think they will need support, and I think that's where your implementing agencies में जैसे बड़े कंपनियों को उन्होंने बोला है, जैसे बेयर है अपना, इवन हम लोग एज पतंजलि भी 150 FPOs का कर रहे हैं, या ITC है, जैसे बड़े उद्योग हैं जिनको करना चाहिए अभी तो, और जब एट स्टेज में जब वो सक्षम हो जाएंगे तब अपने उसके करते हैं. बट द वेरी फंडामेंटल पॉइंट दैट यू रेज इज वेरी गुड कि आपको उनको आर वी अलाउइंग देम चीपर इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी फ्री. आप उसको, वो तो एक पॉलिसी लेवल का डिसीजन है, करना चाहिए जरूर से, मतलब उनके जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट है 100% होना चाहिए. लेकिन अभी वो शायद उतना समर्थ नहीं है कि उसको उस तरीके से लेके उसको आगे बढ़ सके. तो करेंटली एक्सेप्शंस होंगे, जैसे आप आइलैंड बताया, टोटल एविडेंस हर चीज का इंडिया बहुत अच्छा रहता है. एक जगह देश में एक जगह हो गया अच्छा, वी कीप टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट, पर सक्सेस का वाइड स्प्रेड स्केलेबिलिटी ऑफ सक्सेस सबसे आवश्यक.
Absolutely, absolutely. Pankaj, you would like to add your comments?
The PPP thing, I think recently the new technologies which are coming, whether it's AI or remote sensing, GIS, I think under the digital mission, digital agricultural mission 21-25, government has signed MOUs with many big giants like Cisco, ITC, and maybe other Ninja Cart as a player, where they are trying to see that how this marriage can happen, which has happened in many other sectors. If you look at the social sector and all, so there is a intent and drive towards that, where these kind of things are coming up, and probably if that happens, would change the landscape on the agri domain.
Kamalji, you had one last question?
Yeah.
Close the session.
It's not a question, but only answering to whether a PPP model in agriculture is available or not available. Just to add, and I'll take only 1 minute to answer this, that the first PPP model was taken up by my organization in Hoshangabad district. The model was prepared by Manage Hyderabad, and we ran this particular model for 10 long years in Hoshangabad. As a result, the productivity of soybean increased by 30% in that district, and we received twice the National Productivity Award.
I have a point to make, and maybe you can comment on it. I think the farmers can grow if a private sector take their own responsibility. This is my comment, and also open for your suggestions. What is happening is that the bigger players which are there in the market, not naming any specific company, is actually trying to extract profits from them. जैसे कि when I was listening to you कि farmers high quality और high price पे देते हैं, तो उन सब statements से ऐसा लग रहा है. जबकि आप देखिए जो सोशल एंटरप्राइजेस हैं, जैसे एक कंपनी का मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ, विनग्रीन्स है, तो वो क्या कर रहे हैं कि लोकल लेवल पे जा रहे हैं और वो स्मॉल फार्मर्स के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं जिनका 2 हेक्टेयर से नीचे का लैंड है, और वो उनसे सामान जरूर खरीद रहे हैं. तो अब वो कैसे प्रॉफिटेबल हो रहा है, देखिए सामान डायरेक्ट खरीद रहे हैं वो फार्मर से, बीच में से जो मंडी है, इंटरमीडिएशन है, सब हट गया. वो क्या कर रहे हैं कि उनको एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, उनको साइंटिफिक प्रैक्टिसेस बता रहे हैं, तो उससे एक तो उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है, कॉस्ट नीचे आ रही है, तो उनका खुद का रॉ मटेरियल का पोजीशन का कॉस्ट कम हो गया. तो इंस्टेड ऑफ, मतलब मेरा मॉडल ये है कि इंस्टेड ऑफ कॉम्पीटिंग विद फार्मर्स, और ये केक है, आप हम जितना काटते हैं हम ज़्यादा ले लें, एज ए प्राइवेट कंपनी आप कम ले लें, उससे ज़्यादा अगर हम उनको एम्पावर करें और उनको हम बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस ट्रांसफर करें, उनसे सामान को लें और फिर उसमें हाई वैल्यू ऐड करें. अब देखिए विनग्रीन्स क्या कर रही है, चटनी बना रही है, बड़ी आम सी चीज़ है, कोई खास बात नहीं है वो स्प्रेड और चटनी, मगर वो क्या कर रही है, वो जा करके बेच रही है अर्बन में, और वो कह रही है हैंडमेड है और डायरेक्ट फ्रॉम फार्म है. अब आपको पता है अर्बन में कितना क्रेज ऑर्गेनिक और इन सब का, तो वहाँ पे जबरदस्त उसको प्राइस करके दोनों हर तरह से प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी होगी. विनग्रीन्स भी कमा रही है, फार्मर भी कमा रहा है, और फार्मर को जो है उसको उसने रेंट पे दे दिया. तो फार्मर को जब उसने रेंट पे लिया, उसका जो जमीन है आधी, तो फार्मर को 2 फायदे हो रहे हैं, एक तो रेंट मिल रहा है, दूसरा फार्मर को बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस सीखने को मिल रही है. तो इस तरह के मॉडल जब तक कंपनीज नहीं लाएंगी, जो कि पॉसिबली इस गवर्नमेंट ने भी करने की कोशिश करी थ्रू फार्म लॉस, और बहुत ही मिसगाइड हुए फार्मर्स, तो उसके ऊपर आपका क्या कमेंट है?
देखिए सर, मैं आपको एक तो प्रैक्टिकल साइड मैंने बताया था कि वो एक रियल इशू है, और इशू नहीं है, एक प्रकार से मार्केट का रियलिटी है. तो उसमें कोई मतलब उसमें कोई डिस्कशन का बात नहीं है. जैसे आपने बताया विनग्रीन का मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है, लेकिन जैसे ऐसे सोल्यूशन बहुत है, ऑलरेडी चल रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि कुछ काम नहीं हो रहा, बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. वेयर एग्जैक्टली व्हाट यू सेड कि किसानों को भी बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, प्रोडक्टिविटी इंक्रीज का लोकल लेवल पे तो एक मेरा जो पर्सनल व्यू है कि जब तक इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी ग्राउंड लेवल पे नहीं, विच मीन ट्रांजैक्शन ग्राउंड लेवल पे हो रहा है, वैल्यू एडिशन ग्राउंड लेवल पे हो रहा है, जब तक वो पैसा ग्राउंड लेवल पे इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी नहीं, तो अगर कुछ होती जैसे उसने चटनी बनाई गांव के स्तर पे, या अचार बनाया, पापड़ बनाया, या इवन लार्जर वैल्यू एडिशन के एग्रीगेशन वहां पे हो रहा है, तब आपका क्या होता है कि इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है, लेबर को डिप्लॉय करते हैं, टैक्सेशन कलेक्शन होता है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होता है, एक बहुत इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी उसका डेवलपमेंट और एक इमीडिएट प्रॉस्पेरिटी आ जाती है। तो ये वाला बात एक तरीके से सरकार ने भी समझी, जो एग्री इंफ्रा फंड बोल रहे हैं बार बार कि आपको वेयर हाउस बनाना है, या सॉर्टिंग ग्रेडिंग लाइंस बनानी है, या आपको वैल्यू एडिशन करना है, या ट्रांसपोर्ट का हब बनाना है, या 50 एक्टिविटी उसके अंतर्गत आ सकती है। तो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मॉडल है कि गांव के स्तर पे एक्टिविटी होना बहुत आवश्यक है कि वहाँ पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट हो, इनकम जनरेट हो। और उसमें मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि कोई सक्सेसफुल मॉडल नहीं हुआ, इंडिया में हजारों सक्सेसफुल मॉडल्स हैं इस प्रकार के, लेकिन जो स्केल पे जो सोल्यूशन की जो आवश्यकता है वो शायद अभी उस स्केल पे नहीं आ पा रहा है, जो मैंने सिर्फ एक बड़ी कंपनियों का बताया, क्योंकि उनके कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर ज्यादा हाई होते हैं। तो परेशानी किसानों की नहीं है, मैंने एक सेकंड को भी नहीं बोला, उनका तो एक्सपेक्टेशन क्लियर है कि मैं तुमको बेस्ट क्वालिटी दे रहा हूँ, मेरे को उसका सही भाव मिलना चाहिए। परेशानी कंपनियों की है कि उनका जो खर्चा, जो मैनेजर्स को हायर करते हैं, लगाते ये लगाते हैं, उनका अफोर्डेबिलिटी कई बार ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है, जिसके बारे में उनका कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर वायबल नहीं। तो किसान का अगर आप देखें, मैं तो अभी बोल रहा हूँ आपको, बेस्ट क्वालिटी है, अगर मार्केट पे करने को तैयार हो जाए उस क्वालिटी का जो प्रोक्योरमेंट आपका हो रहा है, वो तो आपको बेस्ट, आपको 100% वो मॉडल ही बेस्ट है, क्योंकि आपको डायरेक्टली आइडेंटिटी प्रिजर्व, एक रीजन से ट्रेसेबल क्लियर कट वो मिल रहा है, कंपनीज के लिए तो बेस्ट है वो उनका अपना एक तरीके से प्रॉब्लम है कि उनका खर्चे ज्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं, बड़े कंपनियों का स्पेशली, क्या मिड साइज कंपनीज का, उनके लिए थोड़ा सा एक चैलेंज है। तो इसीलिए बिचौलियों का रोल आप कम नहीं कर सकते, चाहे कमीशन एजेंट्स हैं, ट्रेडर्स हैं, उनका एक बहुत ही अहम भूमिका है इसमें सक्सेसफुली इसको चलाने की। तो उसको तो सब्सटीट्यूशन हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वो बिल्कुल एफिशिएंट कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर पे उसको करते हैं। लेकिन ये एक इकोनॉमिक रियलिटी बड़े स्तर की जो है वो एक है थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम, उसके ऊपर कार्य होना है। जैसे विन विन टाइप के इंडिया को तो रिक्वायरमेंट, हजारों ऐसे कंपनीज आके सक्सेसफुली इसको बिल्ड करके ग्रो करके बढ़ाएं, होगा, मतलब बहुत सारा काम हो रहा है। ऐसा नहीं कि सब चीज खराब है, क्योंकि इतना इंप्रूवमेंट्स हुआ है, इतना हर चीज बढ़ी है। हॉर्टिकल्चर का प्रोडक्शन 300 मिलियन टन के ऊपर पहुंच गया है, डेयरी का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहा है, तो एग्रीकल्चर में ग्रोथ तो जबरदस्त है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत आएंगी, निकलेंगी। लेकिन स्केल लेवल के सोल्यूशंस और जो सेंस ऑफ अर्जेंसी है कि जल्दी होना चाहिए, क्यों ये 20 साल क्यों लगे किसी चीज को होने में, बात सिर्फ उसकी है कि उसको कैसे फास्ट ट्रैक करके एफिशिएंट वेज में इसको बढ़ाया जाए कि वो काम हो सके। क्या उसके कोई सोल्यूशंस हैं जो कि एक वो मुद्दा है क्लियर कट। तो over to you, Divya.
Thank you so much to the audience also. Great participation for this particular session. So I'd request Vijay Tripathi ji from MART and Sandeep Gupta, Premanand Biswal and Mr. Sushanta Sahu to please come forward and hand over a token of our love and appreciation to our speakers and moderator for this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and please join us for tea outside this hall. We'll return by 3:45. Thank you. Please take your gifts before you leave, before the end of the program. That is at the reception, at the registration counter. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to take your seats and we'll start the last session for the day. So I'll just announce the speakers while we are all settling. May I request our speakers and moderator for the session to take their seats, Mr. Sanjeeva, Mr. Osama Manzir, Mr. Raj Jha, and Mr. Sanjay Panigrahi, who has kindly agreed to moderate this session. I'll just introduce the speakers quickly. Mr. Sanjeeva currently serves as the current commercial officer of Prism Johnson Limited, where he is responsible for driving the company's overall growth, commercial strategy, and revenue growth. Additionally, he is also leading special projects within the organization, which is of paramount importance to the company's growth and success. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Mr. Osama Manzir is Director, Digital Empowerment Foundation, whose mission is to digitally empower the masses, so far 20 million directly, with a footprint of 1,000 locations and 9,000 plus digital foot soldiers across 130 districts in 24 states. He is an international visitor for the Leadership Program Fellow of the US State Department. He was also instrumental in making National Digital Literacy Mission for DEF and its co-creators, which later got adopted by the Indian government. He was also a part of the team that developed one of the biggest Indian schemes called Common Service Centers. He has also instituted 10 awards for recognizing digital innovations for development in South Asia. Mr. Raj Jha is currently director at Rural Campus and they have a community radio. Prior to this, he was National Creative Director Ogilvy, where he worked in the media, film, creative departments, and finally in rural advertising, selling soaps, shampoos, and tractors. Mr. Jha then started working in immunization, TB, HIV, sanitation, and finally joined the political advertising team of Ogilvy and managed the campaign for the BJP. He is also a visiting faculty to many institutes, a TEDx speaker, and was past president of the Rural Marketing Association of India. Thank you, Raj sir. I think you have seen our journey very closely. Mr. Sanjay Panigrahi, thank you, sir, for moderating this again and coming to Delhi all the way from Mumbai. He is ex-chief of Consumer Product Division, Pidilite Industries, having handled leading brands like Fevicol, M-Seal, Fevikwik, Dr. Fixit, and in his initial years was personally mentored at Amul under the leadership of Dr. Varghese Kurian. He was the CEO of Sahaj E-Village Limited, and he received the Flame Leadership Awards by Rural Marketing Association of India has been a member of the governing body of IDMA. Thank you, and over to you, Sanjay sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Divya. I think we have some of the finest brains in this rural domain with us today. So it will be wonderful to hear you all on digitization and marketing, rural marketing. Sanjiba is a industry veteran, 33 years, IIT and SP Jain product. He is the chief commercial officer of Johnson and Prism Johnson. And Sanjiva, the first thing that we would like to know is about the rural consumer. As far as your categories goes, your industry goes, how has he evolved over the last few years, and what are his preferences, changes, what are the choices, the response to marketing campaigns, etc.? Is there any change that you are seeing?
So before I start to answer your question, I take this opportunity to congratulate Mart on the 30th anniversary, and also would like to acknowledge that whatever little bit of marketing or rural marketing I know is because of the first Mart workshop that I participated in Mumbai, and thereafter I engaged some of the Mart consultants, realizing this evolving rural consumer behavior. So we engaged some of them we have three divisions: tiles, cement, and ready-mix concrete. So we engaged them for projects to drive rural markets in all the three divisions. And for last 5 years, my learning is through Mart only. So now coming to the question of evolving behavior, I see that the rural consumer is getting more and more product conscious. We recently interacted with the prospective customers for our ready-mix concrete division. So we had targeted individual house builders, which are mostly located in the rural urban continuum, which is the vicinity of the rural area. And they were very keen to know about this ready-mix concrete. Earlier, they were exposed to site mix concrete. Now, as far as tiles is concerned, the brand consciousness, the knowledge of the product, and their eagerness to spend money on the branded product has improved during last 4 to 5 years that we have seen the changes. And cement, we are anyway catering to rural markets in Bihar, UP, and MP. So cement, by and large, we are in a rural area. And for ready-mix concrete and tiles, we are trying to explore market in the rural area. So, as I mentioned, product awareness, the readiness to spend more on the non-essential items,
Then brand consciousness. They are the three major changes I see in
the rural consumer.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you see this across India, or there are specific states where you see this?
See, in cement, we are in UP, MP, and Bihar. So by and large, if you see the urbanization at national level, almost 70% is the rural population. Bihar, UP, Bihar is almost 89% rural. So in cement, we are anyway in the rural. So there, we have what we are discussing is more relevant to this ready-mix concrete and tiles.
Right.
So tiles across the country, we see that behavior, and ready-mix concrete is a difficult product. It is a technically more difficult product to get into rural area, but the behavior that we see, the perception of the people is changing across the country.
Right. So, Raj Saab, the same question, if I were to flip it and ask you that, what are your thoughts on the changing rural consumer, especially in youth or the household in general or the agri sector? Do you say that?
A lot has changed because of constellations of on the 30 years of MART, and one has been part of it. In fact, एक बहुत interesting सी बात है कि मैं गांव से भाग के शहर आया था एडवर्टाइजिंग में, और कुछ दिन ही काम किए तो उन्होंने मुझे वापस गांव भेज दिया। तो मैं रोता हुआ सर के पास आया था कि मैं ये करूं कि नहीं करूं, कि ये फंसा रहे हैं मुझे। तो इन्होंने मुझसे पूछा था, तेरे पास अपना घर है? मैंने कहा हाँ। बोले कर ले, मेरे पास वो भी नहीं था। So I plunged into it and been part of rural. So you see rural consumer in categories. You see them as youth, women, entrepreneurs, agriculture separately. Just within say 30 to 40 years, we've come a long way. 1971 में मेरे गांव में हमने देखा था माचिस की तीली लूज बिकती थी, 3 पैसा में 10 तीली लूज बिकती थी। सबके पास माचिस नहीं होती थी, आग मांग के चूल्हे जलाते थे, हैंडपंप एक आधा, कुआं, और अब आप कोई भी चीज सबके पास है। और सबसे मजेदार लगता है जब आप मेरे गांव के चौराहे पे एक प्लेट मोमोज खा के पेटीएम से पे करते हो ना, दिल सर खुश हो जाता है। एक तो वो मोमोज खा रहा है और फिर पेटीएम से पे कर रहा है, तो आपको कितना शिफ्ट और चाहिए कंज्यूमर में। मेरे दरवाजे से कम 20 से 25 डिलीवरी बॉयज, वो चाहे डिलीवरी के हों, इको क्राफ्ट के हों, मिंत्रा वाले हों, फ्लिपकार्ट वाले हों, निकलते हैं। मेरे गांव के लड़के अंडरवियर भी उनसे मंगवा रहे हैं और फिर रिटर्न भी कर रहे हैं सीओडी में। तो मतलब दुनिया काफी बदल गई है। पहली बार जब सर ने मुझे पंप कार्ड के बारे में बताया था तो मैं बहुत हंसा था, इनको याद है। पंप कोई साले खरीदेगा ऑनलाइन? अब यहाँ पंप छोड़िए सर, सब कुछ ऑनलाइन मिलता है, दवाइयाँ ऑनलाइन लेते हैं हम लोग। मैं गांव में पिछले 2 साल से परमानेंट हूँ। पहले अगर आप 1 महीने के लिए जाते थे तो हर 10 दिन पे वो जो एक कॉइन के लिए गाड़ी में बना नहीं होता गड्ढा सा, वो भर जाता था। किसी को भी कुछ दो, वो चिल्लर दे देगा, वो उसमें पड़ा रहता था। और अब हमको नोट या पैसा छुए हुए महीना हो गया। मोबाइल से ही सारी दुनिया चलती है, सब कुछ तो बहुत बदल गया सर, बहुत बदल गया। आप और इस वक्त सबसे बड़ा सर्च इंजन हमारे रूरल एरिया में जो है वो यूट्यूब है, इट्स नॉट गूगल। और उसमें फायदा ये है कि मतलब टाइप वाइप तो कुछ करना नहीं होता, एक बटन दबा के पूछते हैं ये वाला ताला कैसे खुलेगा और 10 वीडियो आ जाते हैं। तो जिंदगी बड़ी अच्छी हो गई है जी, बहुत आसान हो गई है, बहुत बढ़िया हो गई है। 50 हजारों चैनल आ गए हैं, भैंस के अलग, गाय के अलग, बकरी के अलग, मछली के अलग, धान के अलग, गेहूं के अलग। सारा दिन लड़के ऐसे ही चलते रहते हैं। इनकी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऐसे ही पैदा होने वाली है, ये हाथ खुलेगा नहीं इनका। और मैं डेटा से तो नहीं बता सकता हूँ, मैं पढ़ा लिखा आदमी नहीं हूँ ज्यादा, पर जिस घर में एक यूथ है उस घर में एक स्मार्टफोन है, और जिस घर में एक लड़के की शादी हुई है उसमें एक मोटरसाइकिल है, दहेज में आई है। तो अब आप उससे उसकी स्थिति का पता लगा सकते हैं, इतनी डेवलपमेंट तो हो गई।
Very nice, very nice. So, Sama, the same question, if you were to ask you, you work with some of the parts of the geography or
इसी का तो किया हुआ है ये सब,
which is the poorest of the poor who also live in parts of the geography. So what do you think are how has the digitally connected world impacted them? Is there any change in their lifestyles? Have they benefited from it, not benefited from it, or the divide is very large between the one who have benefited and the poorest of the poor?
Yes, I would say पहले लोग माचिस की तिल्ली लूज बेचते थे, आज बैंडविड्थ लूज बेचते हैं। तो वक्त तो बदल ही गया, ये बोल रहे हैं और सही है। मैं चूंकि सारे देश की बात हो रही है, कंज्यूमर एक आदमी नहीं होता है, दो आदमी नहीं होता है, घर के सारे फर्द जो हैं, सारे लोग कंज्यूमर होते हैं, सारा गांव कंज्यूमर होता है। तो आई वुड लाइक टू थ्रो सम डेटा कि जैसे हमारे पॉपुलेशन में है ना, 2 सरदार जी जा रहे हैं तो लगता है सारा पॉपुलेशन ही सरदार जी। That doesn't mean क्योंकि just because they look very different and they have, fortunately I also have turban, but it looks like that everybody is wearing turban, but that's not true. And if you go through the numbers, I'm just giving the numbers because here everybody is looking for consumer or behavior or buyer or something like that. And the reason why I want to give you a number is because of the following. There is hardly any product or any information today which is not required through digital. And that's the reason I'm giving you this number. 5 years back, and अभी हम लोग बात कर रहे थे संजय जी के 5 साल पहले ऐसा नहीं था, लेकिन अब रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस भी ऐसे बन रहे हैं कि डिजिटल के बिना आप कर नहीं सकते हैं। चाहे वो रूल रेगुलेशन मैंडेटरी हो सरकार के या बिहेवियरली कंपलसरी हो प्राइवेट सेक्टर के। और ये बहुत जरूरी है। जैसे प्राइवेट सेक्टर है, वो बैंक है, लेकिन बोलता है आधार से कनेक्ट करो, जो सरकारी है। तो ये दोनों बहुत जरूरी हैं, और उस दोनों के बिना आप ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं कर सकते, जो कंज्यूमरिज्म है। तो ये बहुत इंटरलिंक्ड है। पहले ऐसा नहीं था। हम सड़क नहीं, नदी पार करके चले जाएंगे, सामान खरीद के चले आएंगे। आज आप नहीं कर सकते। आज नरेगा की पेमेंट हो या वो पेटीएम की हो या किसी की हो, पेटीएम का वो अकाउंट उसका नहीं खुलेगा अगर यूपीआई से लिंक ना हो, और यूपीआई का लिंक नहीं होगा अगर आधार उसके पास नहीं हो, और आधार नहीं होगा अगर वो डिजिटली नहीं जाके फोटो खिंचा के करेगा। So this is very important for all of us to know why digital is so important and why its absence is exclusionary. क्योंकि जिसके लिए आप प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं वो अगर ऑनलाइन नहीं है तो या तो उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं पहुंचेगी उसके पास, या वो खरीद नहीं सकेगा, या वो कंज्यूम नहीं कर सकेगा, या वो प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर सकेगा। And therefore it is important. So I'll give you some very harsh data. There are still in India 40,000 villages do not have any internet connectivity. To be precise, 38,900 villages, 901 villages in India do not have internet connectivity, and people live there. And the rule that the government and SBI and anybody makes is make for them also. So if the Narega payment is not happening there in that village, they are going many kilometers somewhere else to get 100 rupees by spending 200 extra rupees. So I'm just giving you a perspective. Wireless, which is the biggest connectivity base, wireless ही है सबसे connectivity, उसका base जो rural का है वो 57.54 है. That means 45% of rural population do not even have access to wireless connectivity, which means mobile connectivity, right? That's a significant number. Only 1/3 of all internet users are women. That means जितनी भी women हैं हमारी, वो ऐसे भी user में 1/3 आती हैं। तो 15-20%, 25% वो ऐसे भी पीछे चल रही है, जबकि वो इक्वल कंज्यूमर है, उम्र से भी इक्वल है और पॉपुलेशन से भी है वो। और बाय द वे रूरल पॉपुलेशन में जब मैं 57% बोल रहा हूं तो ये भी हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि 57% ऑफ व्हाट, इट इज 900 million. Our rural population is 900 million. Out of that 57% यूजर हैं. By the way, वो 57% 1G यूजर है, 2G यूजर है, 3G यूजर है या 4G यूजर है, इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि यूपीआई का ट्रांजैक्शन आज की तारीख में कितने लोग करते हैं? ओनली 100 मिलियन इंटरनेट यूजर यूज यूपीआई on a monthly basis. Only 100 million. But our smartphone penetration in India is 580 million. Our dumb phone connectivity or linkage in India is 350 million. Dumb phone means feature phone, right? So that means 35 crore log feature phone use karte hain. 58 करोड़ लोग जो हैं वो स्मार्टफोन यूज करते हैं, लेकिन अर्बन इंडिया 130% यूज करता है कनेक्टिविटी का, और रूरल जो है मैंने ऑलरेडी आपको बताया कि कितना कम करता है। पर लेकिन हम बात क्या करते हैं, जब आप देखिएगा कि पार्लियामेंट में स्पीच देंगे तो बोलेंगे कि एक दिन में हम 2348 ट्रांजैक्शन करते हैं पर डे यूपीआई पे। ये कौन करता है? संजय जी करते हैं 10 बार दिन भर में, मैं करता हूं 50 बार दिन भर में। That is why these transactions are high. These are transactions by those people who are over connected, hyper connected. Those who are not connected, they are not doing UPI transaction because these are not from 100 million people. 350 million तो UPI कर ही नहीं सकता है क्योंकि वो डम फोन यूजर है। 580 मिलियन में 130% जो है वो अर्बन यूजर है। तो रूरल में मुश्किल से 200 से 300 मिलियन स्मार्टफोन यूजर हैं। लेकिन हाँ, आपको लगेगा कि सारे जवान बच्चे भी यूज कर रहे हैं, जो मुश्किल नहीं है। आप अगर सर्वे करने जाओगे तो यू में फाइंड के नहीं कर रहे हैं हर घर में, या आप कर रहे हैं तो मीनिंगफुली नहीं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन ये मैं एक ये बताना चाह रहा था। दूसरा, इफ यू कैन गिव मी 2 more minutes, सो एक और चीज मैं बताना चाह रहा था कि कैसे लॉज जो है वो मतलब लॉ ऐसे हैं जिसको अज्यूम करता है कि आप डिजिटल हैं, लेकिन आप डिजिटल नहीं है तो फिर तो हम एक्सक्लूजन क्रिएट कर रहे हैं ना। जैसे मान लीजिए मैंने सैशे बनाया, HLL ने सैशे बनाया और बोलेगा कि सिर्फ ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है। दैट मीन्स यू वांट टू हैव योर विलेज connectivity, non-connectivity user to become first connectivity user and then order it online to get the sachet, right? So that means you are not actually working as per the behavior of the user, but you want them to change the behavior. So this question all the marketing people should also ask, क्या आप academic reason के लिए पूछते हो कि user behavior क्या है, या आप इसलिए बोल रहे हो कि मैं change करूंगा उसको कि user behavior है? HLL ने जब sachet use किया तो उससे पहले थोड़ी वो use करते थे। उन्होंने ये देखा कि हाँ छोटी छोटी चीजें कर सकते हैं। वो तो पहले मिट्टी से नहा लेते थे, साबुन से नहा लेते तो उतने ही साफ रहते होंगे शायद, तो लेकिन हमने एक मार्केट क्रिएट किया, हमने नया प्रोडक्ट बनाया। इसी तरह मोबाइल यूजर भी 10-10 रुपए का लेके आते हैं, वो 5-5 रुपए का लेके आते हैं, वो क्या टॉप अप, इट वाज नॉट ओरिजिनली देयर बिकॉज दे रियलाइज दैट नोबडी कैन पे। So this is very important. The second example, I want to give a physical example. जैसे NREGA में 400 मिलियन लोग NREGA की मांग करते हैं, लेकिन हम मांग है, ये डिमांड है, हम दे नहीं पा रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारे पास उतना फंड नहीं है। हम 40 दिन का देते हैं या 50, एंड आई डोंट वांट टू गेट इनटू द करप्शन मोड कि कौन काम करता है कहीं नहीं लगता, बट आई एम सेइंग कि दैट मनी गेट्स सर्कुलेटेड इन रूरल इंडिया among the consumers. Now the rule of NREGA says कि हर किसी को अटेंडेंस डालना पड़ेगा जहां पर वो काम करता है, वहां से फोटो डालना पड़ेगा कि मैं यूजर हूं। कैसे डालेगा आप बताइए? कोई अगर कनेक्टिविटी ठीक नहीं है, एंड द रीजन आई एम सेइंग कि अगर उसको वो 10,000 रुपए जो काम करता मिलता तो वो आपका कस्टमर होता, क्योंकि ये लिंक भी हो गया एक तरह से कि इफ द पर्सन इज नॉट अर्निंग तो मैं प्रोडक्ट बनाऊंगा तो खरीदेगा कैसे, और वो सिर्फ जो है फिर से वो डिजिटल पे जाके अटक गया। सो एज ए सिटीजन भी वो डिजिटल में अटक रहा है और एज ए कंज्यूमर भी डिजिटल में अटक रहा है। एज ए सिटीजन इसलिए कि उसके राइट्स नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, उसकी कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, बट यू आप और 33% ऑफ इंडियन हाउस होल्ड ओनली यूज ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग, ओनली 33%, बट वी हैव 80% पीपल हैविंग बैंक अकाउंट। So that's a great number to have a bank account. But the reason why we don't have online banking, or rather very good number of 33%, is because of the last 5 years of push of making DBT, online, Paytm, UPI, great, absolutely great. I am only trying to point out that there is no alternative other than getting digital embedded in the consumerism or in the marketing. There is no doubt about it. But the point is that are we making ready? आप वो सामान सप्लाई कर रहे हैं जिसके लिए सड़क चाहिए, बिना सड़क बनाए। तो ये सवाल जो है और वो भी उस लेवल पे, I'm sure it will take time, it will happen, it is happening faster than anywhere else, but that is what I see as a huge issue at a large scale, of course.
मैं 2 मिनट
Yeah, sure.
उस्मान भाई, जहां तक आंकड़ों की बात आती है, where the numbers are concerned, I almost agree with you. I have no reasons to not agree. But क्या होता है ना, जब हम गांव में बैठते हैं और वो देखते हैं, जैसे मैं आपको एक बड़ी छोटी सी बात कहता हूँ, अगर मेरी वाइफ को गांव में सेल फोन चाहिए तो मैं उसका फोटो नहीं भेजूंगा, ना ही आधार कार्ड। आपको डेटा कहाँ से मिलेगा? मैं अपनी बहन का फोटो और आधार कार्ड नहीं भेजूंगा सिम कार्ड लेने के लिए, मुझे नहीं मालूम कैसे मिसयूज होगा। तो सारे सिम कार्ड मेरे नाम पे, तो आपका डेटा लड़कियों का कहाँ से आएगा? आपको इसको स्टडी अलग से करना पड़ेगा। आप मेरे ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग नहीं करते, वो अभी हमारे भारत सरकार ने एक चीज चलाई है, बैंक मित्र।
बैंक मित्र, हाँ,
वो एक लैपटॉप लेके पट्टा बैठा रहता है हर एक ब्रांच के नीचे।
या
वो दिन में 3,000 रुपए कमा लेता है, जबकि उसको 1,000 रुपए में सिर्फ 10 रुपए मिलते हैं ट्रांजेक्शन के, 1 रुपया मिलता है, डोंट नो, पर 2-3 हजार रुपए वो लोग कमा लेते हैं। जैसे आपके पास 4 क्रेडिट कार्ड है, आप उसको 4 क्रेडिट कार्ड देके उतना कैश ले लो, वो कुछ करता है रमलिंग। तो वो सरकारी तंत्र पे ना विश्वास करके काम सब हो रहे हैं, लेकिन जो हमारी डेटा कलेक्शन सिस्टम है वो इसको, इट्स द सेम थिंग लाइक इफ यू आस्क व्हाई वुमेन इन दिस कंट्री डू नॉट अर्न मच, व्हाई दे आर नॉट इकोनॉमिकली स्टेबल, बिकॉज़ नोबडी रिपोर्ट्स। अगर वो पूरे दिन काम करती है, वो उसकी वैल्यू लगा के कभी बताती नहीं है सेंसस में। सेम वे द डेटा व्हिच कम्स आउट ऑफ रूरल, इट डज नॉट कम फ्रॉम बिहेवियरल ऑब्जर्वेशन काइंड ऑफ अ शीट, सो यू विल नेवर नो। लाइक आई डोंट नो व्हाट गर्ल्स इन द रूरल इंडिया आर डूइंग विद देयर फोन्स। I know what girls in the urban India, because we have the study. So वो थोड़ा नजरअंदाज करके अपने को वो समझना पड़ेगा।
I will comment on this, but
yeah. Sanjeev, I just wanted to ask you, talk about, what are the evolving rural consumer behavior in your particular industry? What are some of the changes you are seeing? You have been a veteran of 33 years in the career. What are the changes you are seeing in the rural, what are the factors for which these changes take place?
So the changes, factors and changes are interlinked. So as far as economic empowerment is concerned, it has to do with the government spending in the rural area. And I was going through data in 21-22 itself, government has spent 2,28,000 crore in the rural development. The rural infrastructure, there has been a lot of work on rural infrastructure. And one of our worthy panelists earlier mentioned that some of the rural roads are better than other roads also. So now, all this spending has led to more empowerment of the rural community. The second factor is growth of digital media. Again, some of our panelists were talking that whether to spend on TV or to spend on digital media is what they're debating. So that has also it has increased the awareness. So this digital media is affecting rural and urban consumers in similar fashion. Now, my data says there are 35 crore handphones being used in the rural area, which is almost 38% of the population of the rural community. Now, if you see in respect of Indian population, it may sound 38% is low, but it is more than the population of USA, which is 33 crore, just in rural area. So it's a huge number. So we must look at the number also. So as I said, digital growth of digital media, government spending, then education level has also grown, which has also empowered the rural community. So there are 3 major factors, I would say.
Okay.
Education level, growth of digital media, which has led to awareness, and government spending, which has led to economic empowerment. Good.
Yes, Osama, your point.
Yeah, so no, so I totally agree with you. And so I'll give you some rosy picture also. I gave you a lot of, graveyard picture.
Before that, I just wanted to also refer to what Raj was saying in one of the slides which I showed in the morning.
there are only 2% of rural women, the housewives who use mobile phone, which has increased to 9% now. This is NSS data 2017-18. But the point is, many people say, as Raj is saying, is कि भाई वो अपना phone अपना use नहीं करता, वो बेटे का phone use करता है. So will that be considered as a use? The house of having a phone or not? But the phone is only one in the house. The same is used by your husband, wife, and the child.
तो जो पहले रेडियो लिसनरशिप सर्वे होते थे उसमें ये सवाल पूछता था ना, ओन अ फोन, एक्सेस टू फोन,
सेम न्यूज़पेपर
एक्सेस हुआ, पढ़ा हफ्ते में, तो यूजेबिलिटी पर रिसर्च होना चाहिए ना सर, डेटा कलेक्शन वो तो नहीं है.
Yeah, so I totally agree, and that's so जो मैंने कहा, फिर भी लोग कैसे कर रहे हैं काम? काम तो हो रहा है ना, कैसे हो रहा है? It is because of the community approach or the collective approach or because of the phygital approach. So एक बंदा सर्विस कर रहा है 50 लोगों को, 20 लोगों को, 10 लोगों को, एक का अकाउंट जा रहा है इसमें. लेकिन अगर आप, मैं फिर नरेगा पे वापस आऊंगा, आप 4 आदमी का अटेंडेंस एक में लगाओगे तो सरकार खुद ही उसको बोलती है दिहाड़ी नहीं देंगे. तो यू ऑल्सो नीड अ सेपरेट नंबर. तो ये है, लेकिन व्हाट आई एम सेइंग कि इन द प्राइवेट सेक्टर बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो आप एक आदमी ऑर्डर कर रहा है, जैसे हमारे सीएससी सेंटर हैं या रूरल सेंटर्स हैं, वो एक बंदा जो है उसके पास क्रेडिट कार्ड है या डेबिट कार्ड है, वो ऑर्डर पे ऑर्डर किए जा रहा है, सबके लिए ऑर्डर कर रहा है. उसी की जगह वो अमेजोन की रिसीविंग पॉइंट है, उसी की जगह वो कुरियर पॉइंट है. काम हो रहा है, ऐसी बात नहीं है कि नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन कष्ट है, पैसे उसको ज्यादा दे रहे हैं. जैसे मैंने एक बार आर्टिकल लिखा था कि एक गरीब आदमी 250 रुपए पे करता है एक पेज के प्रिंट आउट के, लेकिन हम यहां पर नहीं करेंगे. हमें समझ में नहीं आ रहा कैसे 250 रुपए देता है, क्योंकि उसने एक दिन की दिहाड़ी नहीं छोड़ दी. उसके बाद वो 10-20 किलोमीटर दूर गया, 50 रुपए पैसे किराया दिया, उसके बाद दिन भर वो कंप्यूटर सेंटर पे खड़ा रहा, फिर उसने फोटोकॉपी कराई, फिर उसके बाद वापस आया. अगर उसकी बेइज्जती नहीं हुई या उसको किसी ने डांटा नहीं और एक ही बार में काम हो गया तो सो इट्स अ कॉस्ट मनी. एंड देन इट इज नॉट फेयर टू टेल दैट कि हमारा यूएस के बराबर है या क्या है. हमारे यूएस के बराबर पॉपुलेशन ही है जिसको हम रोज खाना खिलाते हैं. क्या करें हम, मतलब है हमारे पास पॉपुलेशन. इफ वी हैव हाई पॉपुलेशन वी हैव टू सर्व हाई number of people. We are giving 5 kg rice to 800 million people. 80 crore दे रहे हैं, literally दे रहे हैं. It's actually bad thing. Why are we paying? So much.
It's such a country which is feeding
80 crore people. Yeah, I would say that. I would, if I was in parliament, I would ask क्यों नौबत ऐसी आई कि 800 करोड़ लोगों को खाना बांटना पड़ रहा है. I mean, ideally तो नहीं होना चाहिए, ये कोई वक्त की बात थोड़ी है. तो बट वो 800 करोड़ को नहीं मिलेगा खाना या चावल जब तक उनका बायोमेट्रिक चेक नहीं होगा, जब तक वो जाके अपने अंगूठा नहीं लगाएगा, ऑथेंटिकेशन नहीं करेगा.
अभी भी जो राशन है, जो डीबीटी में उसको वृद्धा पेंशन मिल रही है, जो 2000 रुपया उसको फार्मिंग कंपनसेशन मिल रहा है, उसके फीचर फोन पे मैसेज आता है,
बिल्कुल,
और वो पढ़ नहीं सकता है. वो हमसे ऐसे उसे पढ़ाता रहता है, भैया देखना वृद्धा पेंशन आ गई, भैया देखना. तो काम चल रहा है.
So I would like to come back to your question that you were asking, not you didn't ask me, but रूरल कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर. हमारा पुराने जमाने में क्या होता था कि रूरल कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर यूज्ड टू बी अ कलेक्टिव फिनोमेना. हम बोले होते आजकल उस स्टेट में यही चल रहा है, आजकल सोयाबीन चल रहा है, एक कलेक्टिव होता था. लेकिन बिकॉज ऑफ द individualization of connectivity and digital, we are going to see a sea change in individualization of the requirement of the consumers of rural India, which might break the society, community, collectiveness. But that is the real trend that the marketing people and the producer has to be aware of, that how we are going to behave. क्योंकि अब जो है वो consumerism is not only product, consumerism is information also. What video I'm watching, how I'm taking Instagram photographs, what I'm posting. Lots of youth people are not interested in giving their mobile to the family for the meaningful use, but they want to use it for photo, for
youth making reels.
Yeah, reels. Imagine so many people making reels and reels and reels, and so many people also earning through reels. But that is very less number of things. So there is going to be a very huge consumer behavior that is going to come because of the penetration of or individualization of connectivity or digitization. Because mobile to ultimately अगले 5 साल में सबके हाथ में आना ही आना है, because now we have linked digital for education also. That's the last hurdle that we are breaking in terms of community, because we are saying कि अब पढ़ो तुम online. अब पढ़ो ऑनलाइन तो आज 320 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स के पास हमारे पास कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली नाउ रिक्शा वाला इज आल्सो गोइंग टू अर्न सम मनी टू गिव दैट मोबाइल और कंप्यूटर टू हिज डॉटर और सन. सो इंडिविजुअलाइजेशन होगा तो बिहेवियर चेंज होगा, फिर प्रोडक्ट ट्रेंड चेंज होंगे, फिर क्या होगा इरमा वाले बताएंगे. आप बताएंगे.
पर इनकी इंडस्ट्री सर, आपकी इंडस्ट्री में भी तो हो रहा है. लास्ट मंथ आई वाज इन उड़ीसा. वी वर गॉन फॉर अ फिशरीज प्रोजेक्ट एंड वन ऑफ द गाइस सेड दैट ही इज गेटिंग हिज हाउस डन. उसका ढलाई का टाइम आ गया था. And he was very sure that he is going to get the cement which he wanted. And I asked him, how are you sure? Because we never get it. जब जाते हैं वो बोलता है यही है, तो अब ढलाई चालू है तो ले लो. ऐसा I pre-booked.
Yeah.
If he could pre-book sitting in a village, cement, oh, then it means a lot.
Yeah. So Raz, you are an ad man and from that industry. So when it comes to consumption of content, the kind of buying online for the consumer, etc., do you see the rural consumer a little different than urban consumer?
Yes, sir. Consumers are never different. The buying processes are different. Consumers are consumers. Just the same. Advertising people like us who've been in part of the mainline advertising, we do not know how to use digital for rural.
Okay.
We do not know. We do not understand that science, that how to catch attention between one flip. So they go like this. So how do I catch that attention? I mean, I do not know. Nobody has taught us this. But we know one thing for sure. There are thousands of industry in agri sector who are making those small tractors, hand tractors, these kind of things, and they don't advertise. They are dependent on YouTubers, and they do brisk business. आप कितनी ऐसी इंडस्ट्री वाले हैं जो इसी सब पे चल रहे हैं, और वो रूरल कंज्यूमर से, और their videos don't look fancy, they cannot speak good Hindi also to save their lives. मतलब मेरे सारे बिहारी भाई डॉको शॉको डॉक रहने वाले हैं, वो कैसे भी वीडियो बनाते हैं हिलते डुलते, और हम जब अपने किसी कॉर्पोरेट को बोलते हैं कि तुम ऐसा करो, बोलते हैं नो दिस विल हैम्पर माय इमेज. अरे वो खरीदता ही ऐसे है, तो तू काहे को पॉलिश कर रहा है उसको. वो होम मेक वीडियोस लगते हैं मोबाइल फोन से, एंड दे आर डूइंग बेस्ट बिजनेस. बट आई डोंट लाइक रील्स फॉर एग्जांपल, व्हाट कम्स ऑन फेसबुक एंड यूट्यूब एंड इंस्टाग्राम. There are a lot of products being sold, especially from the rural to rural market. I don't find corporates. They're missing. I don't find any corporates. They are, but then they are very big ones like Durex, which does not connect with my rural audience. But the ones which connect with rural audience, where the maximum of this media is consumed. मतलब हमारा जो जियो का पैक है वो 150 GB वाला 1 GB per day, हम पी जाते हैं सर उसको शाम तक में. तो वो उसमें हमको अपना कॉर्पोरेट नहीं दिखता.
हाँ बराबर है. That's the question I had also.
इतने सारे जियो है, जोश है, रील्स है, इतने सारी चीजें, इसमें हमारे ऐड का, हमारा शैम्पू तेल तो है नहीं जो बेच बेच के हम इतने बड़े हो गए.
तो वो अभी वही वैन एंड मैन एंड टेलीविजन
वो भी नहीं कर रहे.
तो क्या कर रहे हैं?
मालूम नहीं सर, अभी नहीं मालूम. पहले हमको जाके शैम्पू का एक यूनिट लेके जाते थे, बाल धो के दिखाते थे कि देखो तुम्हारा बाल धो दिया, अब इसमें बाउंस आ गया, ग्लेज आ गया, ये हो गया वो हो गया. अब ना तो हमको वो दिखता है, ना ही वॉल पेंटिंग दिखती है. वो यही देख देख के लोग खरीद रहे हैं पहले, क्योंकि वो एक्सेस टू मीडिया नहीं था. अभी एक्सेस टू मीडिया है, कंज्यूमर को चॉइस है, और शॉपकीपर के पास अगर आप 1-1.5 घंटा बैठ जाइए, खाली पूछिए मत उसको कुछ, तो यू विल एग्जैक्टली नो व्हाट इज गोइंग वेयर. Who's buying Dove, who's buying Synthol, who's buying Rexona, you will know that. Because the shopkeeper also knows, the buyer also knows. But we are not seeing any activity per se. I mean, I can tell you in past 4 or 5 months, I have a list of every village I go. So, 5 स्टेट में मिला के मैं करीब 800 या 900 गांव गए हूँ. और जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, ये सम्मिलित बता रहा हूँ, यानी कि मेरे बिहार के अपने गांव के. ये यूपी, बिहार, वेस्ट बंगाल, उड़ीसा, इन सब का मिला के बता रहा हूँ कि डीप इंटीरियर में मैंने ये देखा है.
Yeah. So this question was to Osama. Osama, I was just thinking about the financial literacy we talked about the other day. You know, earlier the buzzword was financial literacy, and now you are saying it's digital financial literacy, right?
Actually, financial counseling.
Counseling. So my question was that in the segment that you work in rural, how is that phasing out? Because this is one sector, BFSI is one sector who has taken up to digital big way from the very beginning. FMCG are laggards in this actually. But digital in the BFSI sector was one of the first mover advantage they had. So how is that happening? Do we have banking mitras over? And I saw some data point of Nielsen which said that the money lender has gone out of business. And now it is the banks which are giving most of the finances, and digital is playing a very big role in terms of quick refinancing and things. Is that true? Nielsen क्यों PR करेगा वो मुझे बता दीजिए.
So actually, when we are talking about the consumer behavior and trend, few things that I am observing through, I'm just give you a disclaimer. We work in 2000 location in India in about 24 states and 130 districts. So my knowledge is coming from the point of those rural areas where we operate. So अभी जो trend दिख रहा है हमें, वो ये दिख रहा है कि there is going to be a huge market to financially literate, skill and counsel rural population because of online transaction and therefore understanding about that one. तो उसमें जो भी रोल होगा, जो भी प्ले होगा, जो भी होगा, वो सब उसमें एक ट्रेंड है जो अभी दिखेगा. आप नहीं सिखाएंगे तो भी उनको सीखना होगा, नहीं तो क्योंकि अम्मा के अकाउंट से इतना पैसा निकल जाता है, बेटे के अकाउंट से ये पैसा निकल जाता है, वो फ्रॉडिज्म भी चल रहा है because fraudsters are much more smarter, not because they are digital, they know the tricks how to get the information from you. So one is that, and that's the reason why perhaps recently we got a huge assignment from Assam government to do financial counseling of 250,000 agriculturists or the farmers in the state. It's a state government project and the World Bank project that we are doing. And we particularly talked about that we don't want literacy, we don't want skilling, we want counseling, which is beyond that. कि उसको फुल नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि क्यों पैसा सेव करना है, किस लिए पैसा सेव करना है, कहाँ खर्च करना है, कैसे खर्च करना है, कितना बचाना है, सिप करना है, क्या करना है, मतलब काउंसलिंग. So therefore you need to figure out how do you do that. That's one area. The second area is rural में, ये चले गए rural में रहने, मैं चला गया दिल्ली छोड़ के पौंडीचेरी में रहने, पौंडीचेरी के पास मैं भी गांव में रहता हूँ. So why? Because we are finding the quality of life much better there. And it is because of the connectivity also, So therefore, rural is not going to be a laggard geographically, but stylish in future. And I'll tell you how. Rural tourism, rural knowledge, homestay in rural, huge. It is going to be huge. Just before COVID, we were working with Airbnb, where they gave us an assignment to train 15,000 women in India, in rural India, to become homestay hosts. लेकिन वो जर्नी छोटी नहीं है, क्योंकि जो भी होम स्टे के बिजनेस में एयरबीएनबी में होगा, आपको पता है कि वो इतना आसान नहीं होता है, उसमें ऑनलाइन सब कुछ होता है, बट अल्टीमेटली घर तो चाहिए ना होस्ट करने के लिए. हमारे हिंदुस्तान में हम घर पे मेहमान को ठहराते हैं विदाउट अकाउंटेबिलिटी. मतलब कोई भी आएगा हमको ठहराना, वी हैव नो चॉइस, because we are habitual like that. But accountability, मतलब बिस्तर ऐसे ही होना चाहिए, टॉयलेट ऐसे ही होना चाहिए, तब तो नहीं ठहराएंगे हम. तो ये एक बिहेवियरल इशू है. तो एक टूरिज्म बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज होगा रूरल में, एग्री टूरिज्म बहुत इंक्रीज होगा रूरल में, एंड फूड सेक्टर बहुत होगा. Already you are seeing millet is already being recognized as United Nations, year of millet this is, and India is the largest in the world in millet. So all this is going to come. We are going to come GI location based tourism. There are 485 GI location in the country. We are going to have weavers based, craft based tourism. Even tomorrow, I mean, even though you call Bihar as backward, Jharkhand as backward, people will find out which is in backward is stylishly backward, because I want to have that look at the backward. So these things are going to create a new trend in rural parts. I see. So traveling towards rural is going to be stylish, it's going to be acceptable. And with the infrastructure that the government is developing, the kind of infrastructure, like everybody is saying, roads in rural, it's अच्छा हो रहा है, there's no doubt about it. आप तमिलनाडु में जाइए, तमिलनाडु में तो गांव के अंदर आप घर के दरवाजे तक आप 80 पे चला सकते हैं गाड़ी, कोई इशू नहीं.
100 kilometers, 17 hours.
Yeah, so and he goes to his house by road to Bihar. Bihar hasn't changed, roads have changed. So, but I am also from Bihar, by the way. So, but I'm just telling that these trends are going to take over our life. जैसे एक patriarchal society में woman का role जो है बहुत हमारा secluded था, uncountable था. Now that is not going to be the scenario. Now it is going to be counted, and that will change the behavior.
The task he said, 2 पैसे हटिया का सूद समझाना, ये actually 48% पड़ता है. 2 पैसा हटिया 100 रुपया पे 48% का इंटरेस्ट पड़ता है जो वो मनी लेंडर से लेता है. पर मनी लेंडर से उसका रिलेशनशिप टूट जाएगा नहीं, क्योंकि इमरजेंसी में वही काम आता है. तो आजकल वो लैपटॉप वाले भैया आ गए हैं तो उससे काम बन जा रहा है, नहीं तो अभी रहेगा कुछ दिन तक कुछ चलेगा.
So Sanjeeva, I just wanted to know, you are from the industry. How has the industry responded? Your industry, what specifics have they responded to the new rural consumer?
Yes, so I would categorize the response into 4 heads. We are offering innovative and affordable products. Then we are also trying to develop distribution network to reach rural consumers. We are trying to increase awareness about our products through education and training. And I will speak a little bit in detail along with the examples. And the 4th one is we are trying to improve our supply chain. So as far as innovative and affordable product is concerned, I'll quote an example from our tiles. So we have industrial tile division. So those tiles are made scratch proof so that it can sustain the heavy duty use in the industrial use. And so we are trying to combine aesthetics and that scratch proof functionality to develop an affordable product for the rural community. As far as distribution network is concerned, that is where we tied up with MART. And we have a database of at least 10,000 enthusiastic entrepreneurs from the rural area, right, who are ready to be our channel partners, our franchisee owners, and our influencers. So that is where we had run a project with Mart consultants. The 3rd one is education and training. So I was talking about RMC being a difficult ready-mix concrete, being a technically difficult product to sell because it requires a lot of technical training to be given. How this can be better than side mix concrete. And then we have to tell our prospective consumers about the total life cycle cost, those things. Here we had done a very good job going to the rural area, talking to the prospective influencers, prospective franchisee owners, prospective customers, as well as the prospective channel partners, and training them about the benefits of ready-mix concrete. And so I'm just citing examples covering the points. 4th one is improving supply chain. So there is a famous FMCG company which is a network of 23 rural malls. So we have already done a proof of concept project with them, and we have showcased our products there so that it can be made accessible to the rural community. We have some buffer stocks there so that we can service faster. And we are in discussion to spread to other 23 outlets as well. So these are some of the initiatives that I wanted to cite. Which my company.
Okay, great. So Samad, we are talking about financial services, we are talking about government services. What about health and education? We have been talking a lot about telemedicine for something, then education also using the digital media. But these are game changers, Has there been any significant progress in rural areas where you work in these 2 domains?
So I will take up more in detail education. Health पे मेरी knowledge थोड़ी कमजोर है. but I'll give some idea. So, as far as the rural is concerned, we have 320 million children who go to government schools. Now, it is significant because it's significant as a trend because after COVID, even government said ke online class karo and things like that. And now everybody is saying that ke online class is important, even though 80 to 90% of our schools do not have connectivity and do not have computer labs. So what I can only highlight issues, but I also highlight that the digitalization in the area of access and not content, because content is dime a dozen. Content free में भी available है, video में भी available है, paid भी available है, बेवकूफ बनना है तो बायजू भी available है, तो बहुत सारे available हैं, और it's a matter of curating the content. उसके लिए middleman है हर जगह, हमारे education में भी हैं, वो लोग बनाएंगे. लेकिन सवाल है कि 320 million को अगर आप ग्रुप में और गांव में जोड़ें और स्कूल में जोड़ें तो 1.4 million schools हैं, और अगर 1.4 मिलियन स्कूल्स हैं और 320 मिलियन को कैटर करते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि एक्सेस एज एन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कब और कैसे हमको प्रोवाइड करना चाहिए. इसमें हमको लगता है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर का बहुत बड़ा रोल होना चाहिए, बिकॉज इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ कंटेक्चुअलाइजेशन ऑफ द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. गवर्नमेंट तो बोल रही है कि पंचायत तक हमने दे दिया है, अब वहां से उठा के कौन लेके जाएगा, वो लास्ट माइल बिजनेस कौन करेगा. जो आपके घर पे कनेक्टिविटी देती है वो यूजुअली बीएसएनएल नहीं देती है, एयरटेल देता है या कोई तिकोना देता है या कोई और देता है, which is a private sector. So it's a matter of contextualizing the last mile access in the area of education to make it a big business is for sure is a big business area. There's no doubt about it. And in the health sector as well, because health sector is, when you use the word telemedicine, it's a very heavy word, but actually 80% of the health solution is preventive, which is knowledge based and information based, and it doesn't require machinery, or only curative health requires machinery. But business है, curative में business तो बचाने में नहीं है बीमार को कि बीमार ना पड़ो. तो हेल्थ सेक्टर में जो रेवोल्यूशन आएगा वो नॉलेज से रिलेटेड आएगा, इंफॉर्मेशन से रिलेटेड आएगा, और वो भी फिर एक्सेस से रिलेटेड आएगा. देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट. हमको हेल्थ सेंटर की जगह पे जो भी कम्युनिटी हेल्थ सेंटर हैं या पीएचसीज हैं, उस जगह हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि इज इट अवेलेबल फॉर वीडियो बेस्ड कंसल्टेशन फॉर द मासेस और नॉट. I think that is something that I think will come. At the moment, government is only working at a data collection level. कि हमारी ऐसे ये हमारी जो आशा वर्कर्स हैं कितने लोगों तक पहुंची, कितना डेटा इकट्ठा की, कितना प्रोवाइड की. हाँ, अभी वो कंज्यूमर की तरफ से नहीं सोच रही हैं कि कैसे हम कंज्यूमर को उसी तक किसी तरह डॉक्टर की कंसल्टेशन पहुंचा दें, किसी तरह से हम उनको ज्ञान पहुंचा दें, प्रिवेंशन पहुंचा दें कि बीमार ना पड़े या ये 80% ऑफ द बिजनेस है जिसके ऊपर अभी हमारा ध्यान नहीं गया है. अगेन हियर आल्सो आई थिंक प्राइवेट सेक्टर विल हैव टू कम एंड देयरफॉर और कुछ है भी बहुत सारे
अभी यूपी में एजुकेशन में पोर्टल्स बने हैं बच्चों के लिए, टीचर्स के लिए, सबके लिए, पर एज ही सेड खाना पूर्ति है क्योंकि कंपल्शन है कि हर एक बच्चे का नाम उसमें होना चाहिए, उसका आधार कार्ड होना चाहिए. वो हो गया, उसके बाद उसमें पढ़ रहा है, एग्जाम दे रहा है, टीचर ट्रेनिंग हो रही है नहीं हो रही है, इसका कोई माय बाप नहीं है, पर आप सब बच्चों की उसमें एंट्री है. अगर 1 करोड़ बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं तो 1 करोड़ बच्चों की एंट्री है, तो आप कह सकते हैं डेटा के हिसाब से कि सब ठीक चल रहा है, ऑल इज वेल. इसी तरह से हेल्थ में there is a organization, government organization from Hyderabad, CDAC, something like this. So they have made a platform which is given to all the states for telemedicine. You can people have been appointed. CDAC. People have been appointed. Doctors have been appointed. You can call up the number. They will ask you questions. They will also send you prescription. But here comes the problem of behavior. For us as Indian people, clinical touch is very important. 5 मिनट डॉक्टर साहब बढ़िया से बात कर लिया, आधा बीमारी तो इसी में ठीक हो गया. अब वो तो सीधा सीधा क्वेश्चन आंसर वाला है, तो उस पे यू कैन सी द डॉक्टर कैन सी यू. He will also advise you tests. We do demos for writing ads for these things. So setups are there, but setups need communication. Setups need understanding people, understanding behavioral science. Setup need communication. वो सब एरिया पे छूट जाता, वो सब नहीं होता.
There are already examples of व्हाट यू कॉल डॉक्टर्स ऑनलाइन का पूरा है, जैसे डॉक ऑनलाइन है। हमारे जितने भी सूचना प्रेन्योर हैं, जो रूरल एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, जो हमारे डिजिटल, दे गेट लाइसेंस एंड दे प्रोवाइड ऑनलाइन सर्विसेज। एक स्लिप आ जाती है, वो इनको देते हैं, इनसे 25 रुपया लेते हैं, 10 रुपया खुद रखते हैं, 15 रुपया उनको वापस करते हैं। दिस इज हैपनिंग। इट इज नॉट हैपनिंग एट अ मास स्केल फॉर श्योर, बट ये भी एक कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर है, धीरे धीरे चेंज होगा, क्योंकि उनको स्क्रीन से ही काम चलाना पड़ेगा। छूने के लिए कंपाउंडर ही रहेगा या कोई और रहेगा, इसी से शायद काम चलाना पड़ेगा। दैट बिहेवियर, बिकॉज डॉक्टर इन एनी केस इज नॉट कमिंग। वो आता भी है तो हेल्थ सेंटर तक आता है, वो भी हफ्ते में 1-2 बार आता है। तो
डॉक्टर तो comes nowhere, he is sitting at home.
हाँ, बिल्कुल। सो दिस बिहेवियर, टीचर्स आर गोइंग टू बी ऑनलाइन एंड अवेलेबल ऑन डिमांड. Education products are going to be available on demand. Education itself will open up so much. There will be a mix of certification from the government, and maybe tutoring will happen online, and then the activity will happen offline. You know, there might be a or NEP में की वजह से it is possible also, because NEP is opening up as a education philosophy.
Recently, there was a paper leak again somewhere in one of the states, and our TV guys were going around putting mic into mouths. So one of the guy from a village was saying, इसमें कौन सा ऐसा रॉकेट साइंस है, सबके पास मोबाइल फोन है, आप सबको रूम में बिठा दो, इंडिविजुअली सबको क्वेश्चन पेपर भेज दो 1 मिनट में, जस्ट 1 minute बिफोर द एग्जामिनेशन। ये छापते क्यों, लाते क्यों, लीक क्यों कराते हो? नाउ रूरल गाय इज टेलिंग यू दिस टेक्नोलॉजी, कि इसमें कौन सा रॉकेट साइंस है, सबको भेजो अलग अलग क्वेश्चन पेपर, अपने अपने मोबाइल में देख के दे देगा आंसर। सो थिंग्स आज वो है नहीं, सिस्टमैटिक नहीं है। उसका एक और भी वजह है साहब, मेरे को जैसा लगता है, जो चेंज है ना बहुत फास्ट हो रहा है, हम संभाल नहीं पा रहे।
Yes, that is true.
हम संभाल नहीं पा रहे, हमको आदत है मतलब हाथ से फ्यूज लगाने की, हमसे एमसीबी ऊपर नहीं होता।
Yeah, you are right to see I go to teach in many of the MBA schools, and one thing I have seen, this batch which is passing out in 2023, so much distracted. I am surprised. Even in IIMs, you are talking to them, the entire class is like this. 90% of the people are on the mobile phone or on the laptop.
They tell you on face that I have taken admission to get a placement. You can keep talking.
So,
and 80-90% of them are engineers. And I ask them, why did you do engineering? तो माँ बोली थी। अब माँ तो नहीं बोल रही यहाँ पे, मैं बोल रहा हूँ। बहुत प्रॉब्लम है।
आपको एक एग्जांपल तो जो आप लोग पहले बोल रहे थे, एक असद नाम का लड़का यूपी के आजमगढ़ में रहता है, एंड उसका एक वीडियो बहुत पॉपुलर हुआ जिसमें 12 लोग बैठ सकते हैं पाइप पे। मस्ट हैव बीन सीन बाय मेनी ऑफ यू, है ना, पाइप के ऊपर, राइट। तो देन आई टॉक टू हिम, हमने सोचा कि इनोवेटर है, बात करते हैं इससे। बात किया तो वो बोला कि मैं इनोवेशन तो करता हूं बट यूट्यूबर हूं मैं। ही इंसिस्टेड दैट आई एम यूट्यूबर. He calls himself YouTuber, although his entire video is based on the innovation. But the money that he is earning is not because of the innovation that he is doing, but because of the video that he is putting of each and every innovation. And even Anand Mahindra retweeted his innovation, and I asked him that, did you talk to him? He said कि नहीं, उन्होंने सिर्फ retweet किया था. I was waiting for his call, but I never got a call. Because I was also waiting, क्योंकि मुझे भी ये जितने इनोवेशन मैं करता हूँ मैं उसको कमर्शियलाइज नहीं कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास इतने पैसे नहीं है, औकात नहीं है. Then I asked him to send budget and all that, and he sent about 10 lakh rupee budget कि मुझे इतना ये चाहिए, गराज चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. But what I'm actually trying to tell you is that he is earning money through the knowledge and not the product, the information and not the product. So that is another area of change that is happening, how people are converting the real. It's something like millet खाए ना खाए, उसका फोटो खींच के YouTube पे डालेंगे तो ज्यादा YouTube चलेगा, तो फिर मेरा बिजनेस, मेरा मतलब एक नया बिजनेस शुरू हो जाएगा.
And as a farmer, I don't understand why should you eat millet. वो भी अनाज है, ये भी अनाज है, फर्क क्या है उसमें? लोग कभी गवर्नमेंट प्रोपोगेंडा कहाँ से बोला, कौन बोला? गेहूं में कितना है, चलिए जांच कर लेते हैं. को पूछना ही नहीं गया, बराबर है, वो भी अनाज है, ये भी अनाज है, ये मोटा अनाज है, पतला अनाज है. हल्ला कर दिया, रागी खाओ, रागी खाओ. पहले खाते थे, बना कर दिया मत खाओ. अब अपने किसान, अब अपने मजदूर को बोल रहा हूँ, भाई रागी उपजा ले. वो कहेगा इसको बेचोगे कहाँ? मैंने कहा मोदी जी ने बोला उनको बेचाना, फिर बिकेगा नहीं सर. उसका एमआरपी ज्यादा, एमएसपी ज्यादा है गेहूं से. पर उसको कोई खरीदेगा नहीं। और खाने के लिए अगेन आई विल I mean, you can find out there is no difference. Please continue with your rice and wheat. ये बुलेटिन कहानी अमेरिका से आई है।
Very interesting, very interesting.
So things have changed, sir. A lot of मतलब I am surprised sir is not telling us lot many things like मेरे को अपने घर में जाली फेंसिंग करानी थी। Okay. टाटा आयरन से उन लोग आए भी हुए थे यहाँ पे, मुझे नहीं मालूम वो कहाँ बिकती है मेरे गाँव में। मैंने लड़के को बोला, उसने नेट से ढूंढा, उसने डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर ढूंढा, उसने साइज बता दिया, उसने पेमेंट कर दी, मेरे यहाँ डिलीवर हो गया, लग। मतलब इतनी आसान हो गई लाइफ। आप कोई भी चीज ढूंढ लो मिल जाती है आपको। अब ईंट पत्थर तो वहीं खरीदने पड़ेंगे, पर आपको सर्विस चाहिए वो आपको मिल जाएगी। आपको बड़े बड़े पावर से जो के बीच में जो फ्यूज वाले बक्से लगते थे उनको कुछ बोलते हैं, एमसीबी से बड़े होते हैं, आपको वो चाहिए वो मिल जाएंगे। आप जो चीज चाहिए गांव के। मेरा तो सबसे पिछड़ा है सर, मेरे घर से नेपाल 16 किलोमीटर है। आप सोच सकते हो कितना पिछड़ा है। मतलब खेत से हम चले जाते हैं नेपाल, तो कितना कितना इतना इंटीरियर में है, वहां पहुंचती हैं चीजें तो कहाँ नहीं पहुंच रही है। बहुत चीजें चेंज हो रही हैं, सामान बिक रहा है, ट्रांसपोर्ट बिक रहा है, रोड अच्छा है, कनेक्टिविटी हो रही है, आप डिजिटल पेमेंट्स हो रही हैं। जो नहीं हो रहा है वो ये दो एरिया है, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन एंड प्राइमरी इंटेलिजेंस। These two are taking a big load and it's not happening, and till it is in control of government, I see a little
challenge. And one thing that I would like to say is that we have lived 75 years of our life here in independent India, working on consumers in rural India, यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है। और लेकिन knowing that nobody wants to be in rural, they all want to come to urban. I see that the next 50 years, rural is going to be rural there physically, and everything that used to happen in urban is gradually going to go there, is going to be the biggest change, and that is only and purely because of the digital connectivity.
Yeah. So there was a lot of pressure somehow selling urban things to rural
without selling.
अभी बेचते थे हम, हमने जितनी अपनी जिंदगी खपाई है तो अर्बन प्रोडक्ट्स को रूरल में बेचने में लगा थी। इस वक्त एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा जो है वो, जैसे हमारे एक मित्र है, वो सत्तू को पैक करके सत्तूज बना के डिजिटली बेच रहा है विद ओनली वन इनसाइट कि जो ट्रैवल करते हैं वो बाहर में कितना ग्रीसी खाना खाएंगे, वो सैशेज में दे रहा है। अपना सैशे निकालो, पानी घोलो, फुल कंप्लीट मील। तो बहुत सारा रूरल टू अर्बन मार्केट क्रिएट हो रहा है थैंक्स टू डिजिटल।
Yes. Okay, great. So I think we had some very good insights about 10 years back when I started the rural CSC journey. At that time, I used to think that ये सब चीज कब होगा, and it was one छतरी के ऊपर में हम लगा देते थे, VSAT लगा देते थे, वो that was the only connection. 1 Mbps speed आ जाता था तो हम बोलते कितनी अच्छी स्पीड आ रही है यार, 1 Mbps, I still remember. And things have changed, but what Osama said, I agree with him that digital is exclusionary, unless it is made a right that getting a bandwidth is a basic fundamental right. आप उसको पार्लियामेंट में पास करवाते हैं और हर जगह में एटलीस्ट 20 Mbps का स्पीड आपको चलता है, this will remain a challenge. But yet saying this also, the kind of things Raj was talking, Sanjeeva was talking, the kind of things which has taken place in rural. I remember 2020 when I was retiring. At that time, it was Corona had just started, so I was retiring. So मैंने सोचा कि अभी तक इतना साल 12 साल नौकरी किया कंपनी में, कोई तो अभी CF तो मुझे करेगा नहीं, क्योंकि ऑफिस तो नहीं जा सकते, CF करने का चांस कहाँ पे है। तो वो लोगों ने उसको वीडियो में किया, and video में they did, you cannot believe, every state my dealers came on WhatsApp video and sang songs, which I could not believe. And these are all rural dealers, because I was looking after the rural division of the company at that point of time. It went up for 7 days. आज राजस्थान वाले करेंगे, कल उड़ीसा वाले करेंगे, और I was surprised that they were like, बड़ी बात क्या है, वो ग्रुप कॉल कर लेते ना वीडियो में व्हाट्सएप में। कल रात की बात बता रहा हूं मैं, ये बना रहा था प्रेजेंटेशन बनाने के टाइम पर, यू लर्न मोर देन व्हाट यू लर्न। सो बनाने के टाइम पर कभी कभी ऐसा सवाल आता है, इसका सवाल कैसे ढूंढते हैं, तो चैट जीपीटी लगाया मैंने, कल बराबर जवाब आया सर। वो आज में जो डाटा दिखा रहा था उसका 10% चैट जीपीटी से था। तो मैंने फिर डर के मारे उसको चेक किया फिर गूगल के साथ में, सर सही तो नहीं है, जो वहां बोल दूंगा तो मुझसे कोई और ज्यादा बुद्धिमान आ जाएगा तो काउंटर क्वेश्चन पूछेगा। तो बट इट वाज राइट ऑन द डॉट। And this is something which was just not existing 2 months before. You have to go to multiple pages in Google and try to search out the data. एक presentation बनाने के लिए 7 दिन 10 दिन लगता था. So what technology has actually done as a marketeer, I think is phenomenal. In my younger days, Amul used to have these hoardings, the topical hoardings you must have seen.
Change every Friday.
They change every Friday. So it used to happen once in a month, and there were only 40 hoardings in India. And then it went to 500 hoardings. Today there is some 5,000 hoardings. And then it came to once in 7 days we used to change it. Can you tell me how often it changes now? 1.5 hoardings per day, only because of digital media. They put the hoarding same day and put it in Instagram. It doesn't come on these 5,000 hoarding, but it comes in Instagram. So the company agency has changed completely the way of doing it. Say bikta isko zyada banao. So every single event they are putting up a hoarding on this. So as a marketeer, I see phenomenal options in this, whether it is catalog marketing or simply connecting to your influencers or things like Masons in Pidlite, which we are having Masons. Amul, the recipe they are having in their website, every 2 minutes you are having someone putting up a recipe over there. How much it gives? Maggie also the same experience. So thank you,
It's putting, sir. It's there already. Because you have seen one recipe, now I'll bombard you with so many recipes. That's a logarithm which works.
Yes.
So that's how the whole system is. But the present social media advertisers have very little, because they are all tech guys. They understand nothing of consumer. So that's why there's a gap between the two.
So, एक चीज I will like to end. Access or connectivity को I was just tweeting one day. Somebody was asking. I have divided into 6 parts. Completely unconnected geographies. That's one. Completely unconnected geographies. That's number 1. Non-functional but available connectivity, which is oral or whatever. Non-data connectivity. Functional connectivity with buffering. All the time it will buffer ho raha hai. Erratic data connectivity, you will get sometime, you will not get sometime. Meaningful connectivity, that actually allows you to have transaction and multimedia. तो ये जो डेटा है ना, जो बहुत सारे डेटा छुपे हुए हैं, अब इसका उल्टा भी हो सकता है. ये बोलेंगे कि ये मीनिंगफुल वाले के अंदर बहुत लोग आते हैं, मेरी अम्मा भी आती है, मेरे बच्चे भी आते हैं, अनकनेक्टेड लोग भी आते हैं, ये भी आते हैं, बट दैट इज ट्रू, बट ओनली व्हेन इट वर्क्स.
हमारे यहाँ जैसे जब मैं शुरू में गया था ना गाँव, तो रात को नहीं चलता था इंटरनेट. तो मैंने पता किया कि ऐसा कैसे दिन में चलता है, रात में इसको बुखार हो जाता है. तो जिसका टावर है, जिसको दिया गया था, वो उसको ऑफ कर देता, ऑफ करके सो जाता है, क्योंकि उसको डीजल का पैसा बचाता था. फिर वो बोला मेरे को, भैया आप जब आया करो बता दिया करो, उन दिनों हम ऑन कर देंगे. बोले ऐसे नहीं होता है भाई, इसको ऑन रखने का, नहीं तो कंप्लेन करूंगा. तो उसको फिर सोलर वोलर करवा के दिए हैं, तो डीजल को ऑफ करके बेच लेता था वो. तो हमारे यहाँ भी अपना पैसा बैंक से निकालने में आपको 3 से 4 दिन लग जाएगा, क्योंकि आप जब भी जाएंगे बोले सिग्नल नहीं है.
Exactly, that is what I mean.
तो कर लीजिए, वो सब है प्रॉब्लम. कई बार हम राशन लेने जाते हैं, वो अंगूठा लगाते लगाते मर जाते हैं. बोलता ही नहीं.
Yeah.
बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ram. You all have been good.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So thank you for this very interesting session touching so many aspects, and it has really been very wonderful. I invite 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and then we'll hand over a token. Yes, please.
Bigger in terms of ticket size. Do you think he is confused a bit while narrowing down to what he has to buy with a lot of information available? Now, when I'm saying a lot of information, we are saying maybe pre-COVID bhed chal wala scene tha, and now he's empowered with a lot of information which is getting flooded. Even if he searches something on Google, he's flooded with a lot of. Now, is the decision-making period, has that prolonged? Is one part, and the other part is, has the first time users life, has that got reduced? Now we have to shift to something else, because then we are talking about a lot of business or a lot of game changing behavior patterns in the rural aspect. Two aspects. One is the time duration for buying something, and the other part is usability for the first time buyer and the first life of that product.
I think your question is your answer. आपने खुद ही बोला है उसमें. So actually it follows the real life thing. You know, you buy saman in Mela also, you buy in weekend bazaar also, you buy in a fixed shop also, you buy you know, all the सस्ता आपको पता है कि ये चोर बाजार का है, ये दिल्ली हाट का है, ये इसका है. So you take a decision. It's an informed decision that I want it for a short time or my affordability. That actually takes a decision. But yes, in short, Internet is overloaded with information. Therefore, curative information is going to make a huge difference gradually. You know, and therefore it is also linked with the first time user or the second time user and the third time user and the more mature user. But do you even know where is the curative information available? Or you are getting caught in the, वो जैसे call आता है ना, बोलता है OTP दीजिए और तुरंत दे देते हैं. So उसी तरह से है, mature वाले लोग.
It helps you do a wise choice. It helps you opt out options. But in my observation, it is still word of mouth and peer interference. 72% or 75% of the sales are originating out of somebody whom I know has bought used, especially in rural. मतलब basic consumer difference ही यही होता है मेरे हिसाब से कि अर्बन में आपके घर में 200 ऐसी चीजें होंगी जो आपने खरीद ली होंगी पर इस्तेमाल नहीं करते होंगे. उसमें एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो लंबा सा एक मिक्सर आता है, उसको क्या बोलते हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं. ऐसा ब्लेंडर हम सबके घर में कोई इसको इस्तेमाल नहीं करता, पर रूरल में शायद ही ऐसी कोई चीज होती है जो उसने खरीदा और इस्तेमाल नहीं करता. तो वो देखता है, पूछता है, खंगालता है, तो उसके चॉइसेस जरूर बढ़ जाते हैं, पर वो ठोक बजा के खरीदता है और वो टाइम पीरियड भी बढ़ जाएगा ऑब्वियसली, क्योंकि उसको 10 चीजें हो जाएंगी. ज्यादातर लार्जर टिकट आइटम जो है वो शहर से खरीदा जाता है और हर एक शहर की दुकान में अब आई डोंट नो इफ यू पीपल फॉलो दीस थिंग्स, prompters बिठा दिए गए हैं. I don't know if you understand what prompters are. Like if you want to go and buy a cell phone, the first guy who will approach you, sir, क्या दिखाऊं, कितने budget का दिखाऊं. Moment you say budget or you say a brand, then there is a guy who comes. He is the prompter. He's been fitted by Samsung. You know, so that is a prompter. हर एक दुकान में वो हो गए हैं. और फिर कुछ हम जैसे लोग भी काम करते हैं, पाप और पुण्य वाले. जब आपको अचानक पता लगता है कि नोकिया के सारे फोन फटने लगते हैं क्योंकि हमको सैमसंग घुसाना होता है, ठीक है ना, तो वो इस तरह की भी जानकारी वो लोग रखते हैं बाजार. क्या करें, दूसरा तेल नहीं बिकता तो कियो कारपेट में छिपकली निकल जाती है. मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस बोल के भी कोई चीज होती है.
Yes, sir.
So in rural area, still people goes with the mouth publicity. I mean, like in urban area, we used to go with like review. अगर hotel में भी जाना है तो we used to see the reviews and then we choose. ये trend कब change हो जाएगा rural में? Because still internet is there, but they don't get a feedback. I mean, the reviews and other things. Still people go with the product with the mouth publicity. अगर JCB खरीदना है, Pocklen खरीदना है, तो they never know that Pocklen is the product name. They go with the JCB.
So, word of mouth is not a rural phenomenon, please. It's as universal as entire world is. कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स, कुछ सर्विसेज के नाम जेनरिक हो जाते हैं. आप मशीन कोई भी खरीदो, हम उसको जेसीबी बुलाते हैं, ठीक है ना. तो उसको पता है कि उसको जेसीबी का जेसीबी चाहिए या हिंदुस्तान अर्थ मूवर्स का चाहिए. उसके यहाँ कौन सा चलता है वो उसने डिसाइड किया क्योंकि उसके गांव में कौन सा है, किसका देखा, किसकी अर्निंग, किसकी मेंटेनेंस ज्यादा है. प्लस ड्राइवर किसका मिलेगा. मशीन तो मैं खरीद लूंगा, मैं थोड़ी वो चलाना. ड्राइवर किसके ट्रेन है. तो आप अगर ट्रैवल करते होंगे खूब तो देखते होंगे. आप राजस्थान में आओ, आपको एक बहुत बड़ा बेल्ट मिलेगा जो मेसी फर्गूसन का बेल्ट है, ठीक है ना. आप उससे निकल के हरियाणा वाले बॉर्डर में गंगानगर की साइड से घुस जाओ, मोगा की साइड से, वो सारा न्यू हॉलैंड का या इसका मार्केट है. तो वो मार्केट टू मार्केट बढ़ती जाती है और फिर आप जैसे यूपी में घुसोगे वो एक्सपोर्ट की मार्केट शुरू हो जाती है. तो वो क्लस्टर्स बने हुए हैं. तो मुझे अपनी जो भी मैं खरीदूंगा उसकी सर्विस, उसकी फैसिलिटी, उसका ड्राइवर, उसका मैकेनिक मिलने वाला है. मैं अचानक ही चौड़ा होकर जॉन डियर नहीं ले आऊंगा, है ना. तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें वो टिकट आइटम पे करेगा क्योंकि हमारी जो मार्केट है रूरल की, 2 रुपया सेशन से लेके 20 लाख का कैश ट्रैक्टर है. इतनी जहां फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है उसमें एक कोई रूल नहीं है. और आप देखोगे भी तो जैसे आप ट्रैक्टर्स की बात कर लो या बड़ी मशीनरी की बात कर लो या छोटी की बात कर लो, आप इंडियन वेबसाइट्स को देखो और फॉरेन वेबसाइट्स को देखो। आप फिलिप्स की इंटरनेशनल वेबसाइट पे जाओ, इंडियन वेबसाइट पे जाओ, फिलिप्स वाला सारे मॉडल देने का दाम एक के भी बताएगा आपको। आप इंटरनेशनल पे जाओ, सबके प्राइसेस लिखे हुए हैं, साथ में डिस्काउंट्स भी लिखे हुए हैं, ये डिस्काउंट, हैप्पी ईयर डिस्काउंट, ब्लैक फ्राइडे डिस्काउंट, ये डिस्काउंट। पर इंडियन किसी साइट पे आपको प्राइसिंग नहीं मिलेगी, क्योंकि हमारा डीलर बेस्ड सिस्टम है। किसी को हमने कुछ कह के दिया हुआ है, किसी को कुछ कह के दिया हुआ है, तो वेरीज बहुत वेरिएशन।
Also, like he gave earlier example, which was very pertinent, is that internet is getting oralized. You know, a lot of spoken languages are coming. All the AIs are working in getting all the colloquial, languages and all that. We had done a project with Google where they had practiced through our rural people of Haryana Hindi and Bihar Hindi and UP Hindi and all that localized. ताकि आप जब उसी तरह से सर्च करें ओरल बोल के, तो वो सर्च करके आपको रिजल्ट दिखाए।
20,000 वर्ड हमको जमा कराने
पड़ते हैं to cater to that. So even the one that somebody said review का काम करेगा कि नहीं करेगा and all that will get oralized also, you know.
जैसे हरियाणा का आदमी फोन पे पूछेगा, हमारी हीरो होंडा किट सर्विस हो जाएगी। Now the words guys, the machine has to understand what is he asking. So these words has to be fed into the system. Similarly for a Bihar, it has to be mix of Bhojpuri and Hindi. So with the accent. So we provide that much, but this is working.
Yeah, just last question, ma'am. So my question is kind of culmination of the entire day's discussion. So it's very clear that when you talk about digital, it's just a tool, but at the end of the day, you are basically capturing information, right? So so you talked about this session, talked about the end consumer's perspective on digital adoption. On the supply side, the company also would love to know where my product is getting sold. Part of the reason is, of course, the customer insight, also as well as sales operations planning and everything, budgeting and all that. So my question was pertaining to the intermediate, which is the dealer distributor network. I come from a healthcare background. So one of the crises which happened during COVID was most companies, 90% of the stuff gets imported in India. So you can understand the kind of MNCs which operate with very good financial muscle. They didn't have any visibility as to unka maal kahan pada hua, right? And that was so shocking to hear, because I attended a Nat Health conference where I think 5 out of 5 panelists from all the MNCs, they said they didn't have a clue as to where their equipment was lying. And part of the challenge is distributor network doesn't adopt digitalization. So infrastructure is not an issue. It is not about connectivity. It is just the challenge of sharing information first. They don't want to share. So there is an adversarial relationship with the OEM. And as Sanjay sir said in the morning, one of the things which he said was the wholesaler is the key to getting the information to the retail chain, right? So he doesn't want to share that competitive intelligence to the OEM. So how does one incentivize the dealer distributor to actually adopt digitization so that everybody is a winner in the value chain? Your perspective, any insights on that?
See, in this, the same situation happened in case of FMCG, but your category of high price medico equipment, I will not be able to say. But FMCG also used to happen. Even today, if you talk about Pidilite, 95% of the distributors are with a software. 5% still do not agree. They still have not taken. So does that mean that I will only start operating when it becomes 100%? No, my 95% of the data is good enough to give me trends, right? So यहाँ पे sir सामदाम दंड भेदभाव काम करता है. किसी को आप प्यार से समझाते हो, किसी को बोलते हो कल से धंधा बंद कर दूंगा. But most companies are coming up. The worst part in the earlier times was the company used to ask people to fund it. क्या आपको अगर सॉफ्टवेयर लेने का है, मैं पैसा नहीं देने वाला हूँ, आपको देना पड़ेगा. तो वो पूछता था को मेरे पास तो टैली चल रही है, आप मुझे अपना हिंदुस्तान लीवर का क्यों मुझे देने के लिए बोल रहे हो? मैं हिंदुस्तान लीवर का काम करूं, अमूल वाले का काम करूं, विप्रो का काम करूं, पर अपना टैली भी रखूं क्योंकि मुझे इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न देने पर सेल्स टैक्स रिटर्न देना पड़ेगा, मैं क्यों करूं? But this remained unresolved. So in between, people started having tally connectors. That means if you have a software of the company and if you have a tally, there used to be a connector. So a person used to go and then connect it and match the codes and things like that. ये बहुत दिन चला. चलने के बाद distributor थक गए, company भी थक गया. थकने के बाद में now everyone has accepted. So a distributor today works with multiple company softwares and he has his own legacy software. Here he feeds in all the data because at the end of the day, all sub company का मिलाकर उसको sales देनी है.
तो करता है, तो इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम एंड इट गोज. एंड अभी तो क्लाउड सिस्टम भी आ गया ना, अभी इट डजंट स्टे देयर ओनली. The company also has, but company has become very, very clear that they do not want to operate without, yes, visibility beyond distributor is becoming a difficulty, because 87% of the FMCG sales, if FMCG category, comes from the traditional pop and mom stores. 10% comes from modern trade and 3.5% comes from e-commerce. 87% के जगह पर आपको बॉम्बे, दिल्ली, कलकत्ता, मद्रास छोड़ दीजिए, बाकी जगह पर 87% में 75% का पास में स्कैनर है ही नहीं. आप दुकान में कॉलगेट टूथपेस्ट खरीदने हो तो स्कैन करके थोड़ी देता है, तो उसका इन्वेंट्री के ऊपर में आपका कोई माईबाप ही नहीं है. यू जस्ट इमेजिन ऑन व्हाट यू हैव सोल्ड टू हिम एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू प्रोजेक्ट द सेल्स, नॉट ऑन व्हाट ही हैज सोल्ड टू द कंज्यूमर.
और आपके उसमें तो नेटवर्क ही नहीं है, आपका चैनल ही नहीं है. फार्मा का कौन सा चैनल है, हेल्थ सर्विसेज का कौन सा चैनल?
डिवाइसेस के बात कर रहा था.
डिवाइसेस में भी डायरेक्टली सेल ना?
No, not exactly. I mean, most of it is go through channels.
Medico distributors.
B2B distributors are there. So
at the town level.
स्टेट लेवल सर.
State
पटना
level
पटना में जो होगा पूरे बिहार को बेच रहा होगा.
नहीं, I mean, the network obviously national network distributor होगा, फिर सब distributors भी होंगे, but typically it's channel driven. Typically it is channel driven except capex. जैसे MRI machines हो गए, जैसे फिलिप्स बेचती है, वो सब डायरेक्ट कैपेक्स है, तो डायरेक्ट मेदांता को जा रहा होगा वगैरह वगैरह. बट डिवाइसेस जो कंज्यूमेबल्स है, आज के डेट में भी आप हेल्थ केयर देखोगे तो आई मीन कॉर्पोरेट चेन्स आर वेरी वेरी लेस कंपेयर टू द नंबर ऑफ बेड्स, मे बी 17 to 18%. रेस्ट इज ऑल मॉम एंड पॉप क्लिनिक्स. डॉक्टर ने बोला हाँ हम क्लिनिक खोल लेंगे Tier 2 Tier 3 सिटी में, अब उनको कैसे रीच करोगे? यू कांट हैव ए सेल्स नेटवर्क टू रीच देयर. So it's very channel driven.
Even service, like we have
Absolutely.
we have Boston Scientific machines at our
Absolutely.
place, and if it goes to food, then there is one guy who services the entire Bihar. So now you keep sitting.
Exactly.
Whenever he will travel this side.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the audience also. And I now request Ms. Vinita from MAT, Mr. Somesh Tripathi, Mr. Amit Jassal, and Mr. Jitendra to hand over a token of our love and appreciation to our speakers and moderator for this session. Thank you.
If any of you are visiting Bihar, drop down, I mean Madhubani. Bihar to Madhubani.
Thank you.
You already have one.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I invite Pratigya to the stage, and then Ramesh sir, our CEO, will propose a vote of thanks after this. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as we are coming towards the end of today's proceedings, I hope we can say it was a successful day, and thank you so much. The MAT team would like to present a small token of love, affection, and gratitude to Pradeep sir. And so I invite all the partners to kindly come on stage and do the needful. Sir.
Good evening to all. I'll not take 3 to 4 minutes. We are in the last phase of this convention. So on behalf of MART entire team, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have been part of this convention organized by MART. I would like to express our profound gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for making excellent presentations and enlightening us throughout the day. Thank you all of you for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. I record my special thanks to all our sponsors, starting from Tata Steel, Prism Johnson, Caritas India, ERI, SES Construction, EIT, and Ultratech Cement for supporting us making this event possible. My sincere thanks to all the honorable guests from both offline and online guest participants for their participations and making this event a grand success. We are very much thankful to our honorable founder, Sri Pradeep Kashyap, known as Father of Rural Marketing in India, for his continued motivation for this occasion and making us proud by creating such a wonderful institution like MART. I extend my hearty thanks to all the media friends for providing wide coverage of this event. I thank you, India Habitat Center, for its support staff members for providing space and nice hospitality provided today. At the last but not the least, I extend to my sincere thanks to the organizing committee of MART, all partners and fellow colleagues for their wonderful teamwork, unflinching support, and coordination in making this event a grand success. With today's convention, we embark on even higher journey towards building a more inclusive work with all your support. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, and please collect your gifts from the registration table before leaving. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us today. Thank you.